A very good morning and welcome to the fifth and final day of the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships for 2026 live from the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex. This meet, of course, proudly brought to you by HNB and broadcast on none other than Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare, that's Dialog channel number 20, the Dialog Play App and the Papare website. With that being said, it's a very good morning to Sitara.
I'm sure all the swimmers are eager to finish off this meet. Definitely one of the first ones in the season as well. So after 5 days of swimming, I'm sure they want to finish it off with a bang today.
Yes, certainly. They've been toiling hard. Some of them have made the long trip down to Colombo. It's the end of a long week for most of them. And like you said, I'm sure most of them will be hoping to finish this national championship off on a high. And as for the weather, sun well and truly beating down here at the Sugathadasa. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse than this. Heat has been a problem in Colombo the last couple of weeks or so. So hopefully it is easy for these swimmers. Today will be comprised mainly of the freestyles, isn't it, Sitara?
Yes, I think today we have the 200 free, the 50 free, as well as the 200 meter IM. So I'm sure those are more fast-paced events compared to yesterday with the 1005s that we had.
And with that being said, until the action gets underway, we'll head into a short commercial break. Do stay tuned.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and thepapare.com.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙලිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නරඹන්න සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක් ETV හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And it's out caught there with a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and thepapare.com.
Haye Paharwal Tiunu Kadulu Dava Ganim මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැර ගන්න එපා. කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play app එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකාව ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
New Zealand under 85 kilo warriors return to Sri Lanka for another doubleheader as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD, the Dialog Play App, and ThePapare.com as the historic series unfolds for a second time.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews, and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues.
Good morning, everyone. We've taken the first heat of the girls under 11 200 meter freestyle. In lane 2, Anugipia the Gama. In lane 3, WGC Tiranya. In lane 4, Tevanmi Disanayaka. In lane 5, RG Shalini Imara. In lane 6, Ruhansa Aheli. Going into that first 50 meters, we do have lane 4 and lane 2 battling it out for this first place position in this first heat. But we have 3 more lengths to go, so it's very early to tell.
Yes, 200 meter, another could call it a mid-distance swim, isn't it, Sitara? So bit of pacing comes into it, but coming towards the end of the first 100, looks like it's the swimmers in lanes 2 and 4, that's Piyadigama and Disanayaka, that have a bit of an advantage, but still there's 100 meters to go.
Definitely going to want to pick up that pace in this final 100 of this 200 meter freestyle. Not an easy thing to do, acing those underwater turns at this under 11 level going into that final 100. You see lane 5 slowly picking up her pace, trying to catch up to the leaders of this heat, trying to compete for those top 3 positions of the first heat of this girls under 11 200 meter freestyle.
It's really impressive, isn't it? Under 11 kids swimming 200 meters, most of them just 9 or 10 years old.
Definitely, I think even to enter and finish this 200 meter freestyle is an achievement on its own, but I'm sure all these young girls want to get into that final later this evening, so they will have to sprint it, considering they do have 3 heats to compete with in this girls under 11 200 meter freestyle.
Yes, and 3 much faster heats as well. going off the seeded times. Says they'll really have to give it their all as they're into the final 50 meters now of this 200 meter swim. It's like it is lane number 2 still with the lead. Piyadigama for Lyceum Vattala.
Passing that last 25 meter mark, we do have lane 2 leading the way, but very good catch-up swim by lane number 5, competing with her lane number 4 to compete for that second place position. It's almost neck and neck here between lane numbers 2 and 4 for that first place position. I do think lane number 4 is slightly edging forward.
This will be a really tight one to call, but yes, looks like it is lane number 2 that may have done just enough, but lane number 4 as well, touching at almost the same time. So excellent swim from both of them. Unfortunately, lane number 2 did lose some speed in that last 50 meters or so. And like you said, excellent catch-up done by Imara in lane number 5 to come mighty close. But to the naked eye, it looks like Piyadigama has done just enough. So moving into the next swim, the second heat of 3. For that in lane order from lane number 2, we'll have Mandikini Sehansa, Dimaya Pabasari, Chanudi Ratnayaka, Nitaya Gamage, Vonara Hevagama and TT Rodrigo occupying the 6 lanes. And the best seeded time by comfortably is by Chanudi Ratnayaka in lane number 4. Comes in with a seeded time of 2 minutes and 50 seconds. And the meet record for this particular event, 2 minutes and 42.8 seconds, established back in 2018 by Situki Onara.
Going into that first 50 of this 200 meter freestyle is lane number 4, Nitaya Gamage, with the fastest seed time. Definitely trying to gain that advantage early on and secure her first place in the second heat of the girls under 11 200 meter freestyle.
Staying true to that favorite stack for the moment. Now putting some distance between her and the chasing pack as she's into the last 75 meters now. Ratnayaka in lane number 4.
Almost 2 body lengths ahead of the rest of the competition is lane number 4, Chanandi Ratnayaka, going into that first 100 of her 200 meters, acing that underwater turn, gonna sprint this last 100 to secure her place in the final later this evening.
Yes, and on a good pace as well, isn't it? Turning, I think, with just around 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. So has given herself plenty of time to make that last 100 meters, but she can't afford to lose any momentum.
Definitely easier said than done. I think you can agree, Nathan, going to this last 75 meters of this 200 meter freestyle. At this young age, these girls will definitely want to push so that they can secure their position in the final later this evening. We have a very good competition for second place as well between lanes 5 and 3 going into that last almost 25 meters of this 200 meter freestyle.
Is making that final turn with just over 2 minutes on the clock. Ratnayaka, she can put in a good sprint here. Certainly will finish with around her seeded time and potentially push towards that 2:45 mark for a 200 meter free. Is quite impressive for an under 11 girl. Into that last 25 meters now is Ratnayaka, just over 2.5 minutes on her clock. It's been an excellent swim from her, swimming for Hillwood College Kandy, and certainly an excellent time, and certainly one that will almost certainly put her in the last 8.
Fantastic performance by this young athlete, Chanandi Ratnayaka, finishing that 200 meter freestyle with a very impressive timing, especially since these are the heats and she has to re-swim this in the evening if she secures her place. With very good competition for second place as well. A very close finish by lane numbers 3 and 5, closely followed by lane number 6.
This was quite a fast heat as well, isn't it, Sitara? So I assume most of these swimmers will be in a good position to make that last 8. Looking at the seeded times of the last heat as well, slightly off pace compared to what we just saw.
Definitely going into the third and final heat of this girls under 11 200 meter freestyle. We have EASV Ediri Singha, W Resande Viduni Jal, SN Jayasinghe, Sandini Nihansa, KKDP Kumarasiri, and SAP Dasanya.
Most of them with seeded times around that 3 minute to 3 minute 20 mark. It's like an absence in lane number 4. That's quite unfortunate.
Very strong pace by this lane number 5 going into this first 50 of her 200 meter freestyle, trying to edge forward and gain that lead in the first 50. And just like that, she touches the touchpad first in this first 50, trying to gain that advantage of that underwater as well to get that lead in this third and final heat of the 200 meter freestyle.
Yes, quite close. The end of that first 50 meters. But it looks like Nihinsa in lane number 5 does have that early advantage, but still within a body length of the rest of the competition.
Definitely going to come up to that last 100 meters to define the top 3 positions in this last heat. A very well competed heat, I would say, Nathan, wouldn't you?
Yes, certainly the closest one that we've seen so far. The first couple, of course, we saw some runaway victories, and on a decent pace to 1.5 minutes or there and thereabouts when they made that turn and started the second 100. But although it is close, will be interesting to see if they do meet the timings, because like we said, that last heat was certainly much faster than this.
Definitely it's going to be up to the way they pace this 200. Something you want in these 200 meter freestyles is to pace the 200s evenly and not too fast in the first 100 and slower in the second 100 of your 200 meters. And I think these young girls will definitely want to sprint this last 50 meters to keep the pace that they had throughout the last 75.
And maintaining her narrow advantage is Nihinsa in lane number 5 as she's first to return. But an excellent underwater by Dasanya in lane number 7 has put herself in contention. As you can see there, lovely camera angle as well. Both of those swimmers going neck and neck. Just over 2.5 minutes on the clock as they enter the last 25 meters. So a decent pace eventually. They'll really have to give it their all in this final stretch.
Can definitely see lane 7 fighting for that first place position, trying to push through that last 15 meters of this 200 meter freestyle. But I do think lane number 5, who has been leading this heat throughout, will touch the touchpad first, and just like that she does, with a very good fight by lane number 7 and 3.
Yes, good catch up, especially by lane 7. But yes, that early work done by Nihinsa, enough for her to secure the best time in just over 3 minutes on our clock. So you take a look at the highlights. Nihinsa slipped into a narrow advantage right at the end of the first 25 meters, and credit to her, she managed to maintain that across the 200, didn't lose any pace or momentum, and perhaps kept the rest of the swimmers on pace as well. Most of them finishing above their seeded time, and that's exactly what we want to see. With that, we come to an end of the girls under 11 200 meter free. We'll move now into the boys category. Just the 2 heats set to come your way. And in lane order for the first one, from lane number 2, we'll have Ashif, Pereira, Amarasekara, Vitana and Naren Jayasinghe. Meet record for this established just last year by Niduvara Ekanayaka. 2 minutes and 38.75 seconds.
Going into that first 50 meters of this 200 meter freestyle is lane number 5, slightly ahead of the rest, hitting that 50 meter mark first. It is WATK Vitana of St. Thomas's College, Mount Lavinia, gaining that lead in the first 50, going into that 100, trying to gain maximum advantage so that he can pace the second 100 and sprint it as well and secure his first place in this first heat.
Yes, Vitana and Amarasekara coming in with the best timings of around that 2 minute and 55 second mark. So it will be interesting to see how they pace themselves. And yes, coming towards the end of the first 100, it is those two swimmers in lanes 4 and 5 that are going neck and neck.
Good catch-up game by lane number 4, Tanuja Amarasekara, going into that third 50 of the 200-meter freestyle. Definitely the most crucial 50, because that's where you need to push and gain that slight advantage to sprint that last 50, and that's exactly what lane number 4 is doing, trying to gain a slight lead ahead of the rest, with very well competed by lane numbers 5 and 6, my apologies, lane 3, for that first place position.
Lane number 3 is Mokita Pereira. And, like you said, he's doing well to stay there and thereabouts with the two leaders, Amarasekara and Vitana. Looks like heading into that last turn, it is Amarasekara that has managed to overtake his counterpart in lane number 5, and he's first to that last turn. And now it's going to be, now they'll have to put on the afterburners, both still within a body length of each other. But it is advantage Amarasekara heading into that last 25.
Amarasekara taking that 3x3 breathing, trying to make maximum advantage of this last 25 meters, edging ahead of his competition to secure that first place position in this first heat of the boys under 11 200 meter freestyle, closely followed by lane numbers 3 and 5. Lane number 3 also playing a very good catch-up game to compete for that second place position, but first place will be held by lane number 4, Tanuja Amarasekara, with a very good swim in this 200 meter freestyle.
Yes, just around 2 minutes and 51 seconds on the clock when he touched. But yes, excellent catch up by Mokita Pereira. It was Vitana in lane number 5 that had the lead at the end of the first couple of laps, but Pereira has done well to push him really close for that second best time in this first heat. Let's take a look at the highlights there. It was Vitana that had the lead early doors, but then some good acceleration by Amarasekara and some good catch up by Pereira. And with that we come to an end of the first heat of the boys under 11 200 meter free. Moving on to the second heat of the seeded times. Looks a bit faster. For this in lane order, from lane number 2 we'll have KS Nonis, Matisha Pahadula, Tatsilu Veeravansha, Pamok Yetmal and Nethvidu Tennakode. And the best seeded time coming into this is by Veeravansha with just 2 minutes and 31 seconds in lane number 4, swimming for Lyceum Gampaha. And if he can maintain this pace, we could potentially see another meet record on the cards.
In this particular age group, there are only 10 swimmers if I'm not mistaken, so you only need to beat 2 to secure your position in that final later this evening. This may affect the performance of these young swimmers, trying to just conserve their energy for the final later this evening, but considering the fact that one of the heats went before, they definitely have to keep that in mind and try to sprint this to secure those top 8 positions in the final.
Yes, but swimming in this second heat might work to their advantage, isn't it? They saw the timings that went in that first heat. They'll know how to pace themselves.
Definitely keeping up with each other is lane numbers 6, 5 and 4 going into the final 100 of this 200 meter freestyle, keeping a very steady pace. Again, you'll have to push that third 50 of this 200, because that again is the most crucial in this 200 meter freestyle.
Yes, neck and neck heading into that turn with just over 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Said 4, 5 and 6. That's Veeravansha, Yetmal and Tennakode.
Definitely helpful that they can see each other with every breath they take, so that will push them through that last 75 meters of this 200 meter freestyle. Definitely edging slightly forward is lane number 6 and 4. Again, this third 50 is the most crucial, because it is the hardest to push in this 200 meter freestyle.
So you can see they are laboring through this third 50, but looks like it is lane number 6 who will be first to the turn. It's Tennakon, and closely followed by Veeravansha. Just over 2 minutes on the clock.
Veeravansha picking up his pace, trying to get that advantage early on so that he can finish off this 200 meter freestyle. Passing that 25 meter mark is Veeravansha, playing an incredible catch-up game, edging almost half a body length in front, showing that he had something left in his tank and he's going to finish this 200 meter freestyle off very well.
Yes, looks like a really good sprinter, isn't it, Sitara? Veeravansha is really put on the gas in this final 50 meters. And over a short distance, looks like he'll be a really dangerous competitor to have in future. Finishes with just around 2 minutes and 47 seconds, and that timing certainly enough to take him into that final later today. But credit also goes to Tennakon, who pushed his man all the way, and both of them touching first and second in this final heat of the boys under 11 200 meter free.
And that concludes the boys under 11 200 meter freestyle. Moving on, we have the girls under 13 200 meter freestyle. In lane number 1, we have KRG Veerakon. In lane number 3, we have Vanushi Vijay Singh. In lane number 4, we have Sanumi Nehansa. In lane number 5, we have Rishini Kumarge. And in lane 6, we have Hansali Pereira.
It's just 3 heats set to come your way. All hoping to get into that final later this evening. 20 entries for this particular event, and the best seeded time by Nehansa in lane number 4. So in for Lyceum Panadura with a timing of 2 minutes and 42.8 seconds. And the current meet record established way back in 2018 by Dinali Karunadasa with a time of 2 minutes and 31.07 seconds. And that's an excellent pace for the first 50 by Nehansa, just around that 30-second mark when she made that first turn. But the important question is if she'll be able to maintain the same pace throughout the rest of the 3 laps.
Definitely slowing down in that second 50 of this 200 meters. I think Nehansa has a plan for this 200 meters. Breathing 4x4, definitely very impressive by this young swimmer, keeping up the pace that she wants going into that third 50 of this 200 meter freestyle. She'll definitely want to pick up the pace almost 2 body lengths ahead of her competition, so maybe a secure win for her.
Yes, now just easing through, isn't it? Nehansa has really blown the rest of the competition out the water. Time on her side, just has to maintain this pace and get through this last 100 meters, and the best timing will be hers.
Very good competition for that second place position as well by lanes 3 and 5, trying to sprint this third 50 of this 200 meter freestyle. Going into the last 75 meters, definitely going to want to push and secure their positions in the final later this evening.
There's no one else in frame when Nehansa makes that final turn. Just under 2 minutes on the clock, and can really push through this final 50 meters. She'll comfortably finish with the best time in, and looking at the seeded times of the next heats as well, it's like it will be enough to get her into that last 8 for later today.
Definitely passing that 25 meter mark. I'm sure Nehansa just wants to finish this 200 meter freestyle so that she can rest for her final later this evening with a very massive lead in this first heat of this girls under 13 200 meter freestyle.
So finishing with just under 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. It's an excellent swim from Sanumi Nehansa in this first heat, and closely followed by Vijay Singh and Kumarage in lanes number 3 and 5. And I've really set the tone nicely for these girls under 13 200 meter free. Let's take a look at the highlights. Nehansa really made a big effort in those first 2 laps, and then was just a matter of maintaining the lead that she got, and a well-timed race from her eventually. So she finished with an excellent timing of 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Moving on to the second heat of 3. In lane order from lane number 2, we'll have Dulansa Vijetunga, Netara Piris, Pudam Sitilakaratna, Nesandi Satinsa, Johan Sattanayaka and R.A. Kangara.
Very nice underwaters there by lane number 5. Going into this first 50 meter, we have a very steady pace by lane number 4, trying to gain that advantage early on, trying to slightly edge forward by her competitors, but it's a very strong heat, I think, and it will be down to that last 100 meters of this 200 meter freestyle.
Yes, good seeded times as well, especially from lanes 4 and 5, around that 2 minute and 45 second mark, which is quite similar to what we saw Nehansa finish with in that first heat. It's like you said, it's like we're in for a fast heat. But already looks like lane number 4 Tilakaratna just laboring through her stroke somewhat.
Tilakaratna with that 4x4 breathing, trying to gain maximum advantage of that. It's very easy to say, but it is very difficult to execute because you do start getting tired towards that second 100 of this 200 meter freestyle. So props to her for continuing this. I'm sure her coach must be very happy with her breathing technique of this 200 meter freestyle.
Yes, finishing off that first 100 with just under 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock, and closely followed by lane 5 Satinsa. And now within a body length of her competitor, good catch up played by Satinsa in lane number 5.
Piris as well coming into that top 3 position, trying to fight to gain a spot in this top 3 position of this second heat in the girls under 13 200 meter freestyle, but still keeping a steady pace is lane number 4 Pudamsi Tilakaratna, trying to finish this 200 meter freestyle with a timing better than her seed time, I'm sure.
Yes, into that last 50 meters now, just over 2 minutes on the clock, and you can see she's already trying to give it her all. It's going to be a 2-horse race between Tilakaratna and Satinsa. Really laboring through, and like you said, excellent catch up there by Piris. Now neck and neck with Satinsa in lane number 5. Really pushing it close for that second best time in. Excellent swim from Piris.
Definitely Piris taking that breath to her right side so she can see her competition in lane number 5. Definitely going to push her to finish that last 200 meters. And in first place we do have lane number 4 Pudamsi Tilakaratna with a very close fight for second. Lane number 5 Nesandi Satsina does finish that off, securing her second place in this second heat.
Yes, excellent time in 2 minutes and 49 seconds by Tilakaratna. But yes, unfortunately for Piris, Satinsa, the work she put in the first couple of laps was enough to see her through for a second place finish. But no doubt all 3 of them will be front runners to swim in that final later today. So we move into the final heat of this girls under 13 200 meter freestyle now. In lane order from lane number 2, we'll have Anya De Silva, J.S. De Alvis, Juliana Pereira, S.A.D. Tashanya, K.T.S. De Silva and Osandi Ranavira. Once again, keep your eyes out for lanes number 4 and 5, Pereira and Tasanya, with sub 2:45 entry times.
Showing exactly why they do have those seed timings going into this first 50 with a very strong rate is lane number 4 Juliana Pereira of Lyceum International School, Gampaha, with a very strong stroke rate. Hopefully she'll be able to keep the same pace throughout this 200 meter freestyle.
Yes, excellent start there by lane number 4. Early advantage, has to maintain her pace, so that's a good underwater from lane number 5. And lane number 7 too stayed in contention, Ranavira on the outside channel. But still, at the moment, it is Pereira who has a body length advantage.
Going into finishing that first 100 of this 200-meter freestyle, I'm sure all the swimmers will want to push their way through the finish line to secure their position in the final later today. And going into finishing that first 100 of this 200 is lane number 4, Juliana Pereira, with a very good split of almost 1 minute and 13 seconds. Hopefully she'll be able to keep a very similar split to finish off this 200-meter freestyle with a very close competition. So the second place in this heat is lane numbers 5 and 7.
It's like you said, really good split from Pereira. Now into that third 50. You can see she's just lost a bit of pace, but still comfortably in front. Lane number 5, Tashanya, also keeping herself there and thereabouts.
Definitely she knows that she will hopefully secure her position in that final today, so she may be slowing down due to that, but I'm sure she wants to sprint and get a good seat time so that she can compete with herself and the clock in that final later this evening.
There's 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock as Pereira enters the last 25 meters. This is an excellent swim from her, swimming for Lyceum International School, Gampaha. Really laboring through that last stretch. Had a meet record on the cards, but unfortunately, I think she just slowed down, but nonetheless, she will come back the evening and potentially look for that 2 minute and 30 second timing, but she touches with just over 2 minutes and 33 seconds on the clock. An excellent swim and certainly the fastest one that we've seen today. And Tashanya in lane number 5 also finishing closely behind. So both of them definitely will have good enough timings to fit into that last 8. So you take a look at the highlights there. It was all about Juliana Pereira right from the get-go. Comfortably got herself that lead in the first couple of laps, and then it was just a matter of finishing the job. And she did so with flying colors. Just 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Now we are set to move into the boys under 13 200 meter freestyle. Just the 2 heats set to come. Only 15 entries.
And we also see some swimmers missing, so definitely these young swimmers that much closer to gaining their position in that final later this evening. Very strong start by these boys under 13 in this 200 meter freestyle, going into that first 50. Almost identical pacers, definitely competing with each other throughout this 200 hopefully, and they will all compete and keep a similar pace and finish off this 200 meter freestyle with a better timing than they came in with.
Yes, and for this in lane order, from lane 1 we have Nathan Mendis, Sasnet Ranwala, Nulan Nisalita, Senut Sanuja, Yumet Abenayaka and Hirun Kenula. And the meet record of 2 minutes and 15.27 seconds established in 2018 by Biandu Hansana, but that's going to be quite the difficult time to beat. So you just see some leaders emerging as they go into this second lap. Closely packed in lanes 4, 5 and 6. And it is Nisalita in lane number 4 with the narrow advantage coming towards the end of that first 100.
Going into that first 100 with almost a 1:15 split. Very impressive by these young athletes. Going into the final 100 of these 200 meters, I'm sure all these boys will want to pick up their pace slightly to finish it off with a good timing. Very good competition and catch up by lane number 6 as well, competing for that second place position. But very well competed by lane number 5, neck and neck in this third 50 of this 200 meter freestyle.
Yes, just really keeping Nisalita in check are his competitors in lanes 5 and 6. But looks like he will be first to the turn, Nisalita. But closely followed by lanes 5 and 6. That was a good underwater on that occasion from Senut Sanuja. But
Definitely, I think when it comes to these 200-meter freestyles, you have to take maximum advantage of those underwaters to try and gain a slight lead. And just like that, lane number 5 competing for that first place position, picking up his pace and giving lane number 4 a very good fight.
as we're all set for a close finish here. Still it is Nisalita with the advantage, but lane number 5 pushing him really close, and eventually looks like it was Senut Sanuja in lane number 5 that did touch first. Around 2 minutes and 39 seconds on our clock. It was an excellent swim from him. Nisalita looked like he was running away with it at one point, but Sanuja used those turns and used those underwaters to his advantage, and eventually pipped his favoured competitor in lane number 4 to secure the best timing.
Sanuja definitely having a plan for that 200-meter freestyle to secure his position in the final later that evening. Definitely paid off, and a very good swim by this young man.
Now going into the second and final heat of this boys under 13 200 meter freestyle. Looks like we'll have in lane order from lane number 1 Michelle Alex, M. Ulfat, Nehansa Virakodi, Dakesh Sahojit, Adil Hussain, K. Settiarachi and Lasas Attanayaka.
Going into that first 25 meters of this 200-meter freestyle, with a slight lead is lane number 2, M. Ulfat of Lyceum International School, Wattala. Definitely the school to look out for in this competition as the reigning champs, if I'm not mistaken, in 2025.
Yes, Lyceum Wattala, known for their sports and have plenty of entries in this 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships as well. So expect them to be there and thereabouts when it comes to handing out that overall championship come later today. This is the 5th and final day of the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships, proudly sponsored by HNB.
Going to that first 100, lane number 2 slightly ahead of the rest, but very well competed and picking up their pace in this third 50 of this 200-meter freestyle. You can definitely see lane numbers 2, 3, 4 and 5 competing for that first place position, definitely coming down to the last 50 of this 200-meter freestyle.
Yes, really good to see them neck and neck, but it's like it is still Ulfat with the body length advantage. But a close chase in pack also of lanes 3, 4 and 5. Be interesting to see how things go in this last 50 meters. Ulfat, as expected, first to the turn, but a really good underwater there by Hussain in lane number 5. Coming into that last 25 meters, it is still Ulfat with the advantage, and closely followed by Virakodi in lane number 3. Does he have enough left in the tank, Ulfat? Or will Virakodi or Hussain try and overtake him in this final stretch? It's an excellent pace as well in this heat. All three of them certainly will have good enough timings. I think it's lane number 3, Nehansa Virakodi, swimming for Royal College, who secures the best timing, and that's a really good catch-up, isn't it, Sitara? Thought Ulfat was going to run away with this one too.
I think the boys under 13 has kept us on our toes. Both heats very competitive and coming down to that last 5 meters to see who does touch that wall first. And I think between Ulfat and Virakod, it was a very good race indeed. Up next, we have the girls under 15 200 meter freestyle, current national age group meet record held by Hiruki De Silva with the timing of 2 minutes and 17.86 milliseconds back in 2019. In lane number 1, we have Sanuri Vitanaga. In lane number 2, we have Netuli Kodituaku. In lane number 3, we have Miheli Hevawalage. In lane number 4, Mindi Piyasena. In lane number 5, Yasavi Ekanayaka. In lane number 6, Disali Loku Vitana. And in lane number 7, Neela Gunawardana.
And the best time in coming into this one by Piyasena in lane number 4. 2 minutes and 31.11 seconds. And 3 heats set to come our way in this girls under 15 200 meter free. We're working off the events at some pace, isn't it, Sitara, to get day 5 underway? Stark contrast to what we saw yesterday, isn't it?
Definitely. I think all these swimmers are excited to finish this meet off. First meet on a Monday, I think. Never having to swim over the weekend. I'm sure these young athletes are also very excited to have cut a day of school as well.
This probably has something to do with it being Easter Monday, if I'm not mistaken. Some of these kids do have the day off by default.
That is unfortunate. I'm sure I would have loved to skip a nice Monday in school, but I'm sure these young athletes want to finish this meet off after a very tiring last 5 days.
This credit must go to all these swimmers, isn't it, Sitara? I think we've repeated this numerous times. They made that sacrifice. A lot of them from all over the country, making that commute down to Colombo amidst a fuel crisis and everything going on in the world right now to participate in this National Age Group Aquatic Championships. And certainly it has paid off for most of them. They put their name on the map now.
Definitely going into this last 75 meters of this 200 meter freestyle, we do have a very good fight between lane numbers 4 and 6, fighting for that first place position in this 200 meter freestyle, keeping a very steady pace. But we do have lane number 6 picking up her kicking pace, going to that final 50 of this 200 meter freestyle.
So lanes number 4 and 6 going neck and neck. Piyasena and Lokuvitana keeping each other company into that last 50 meters as the clock just ticks over that 2-minute mark. Both of them set for an excellent pace to kickstart this girls under 15 200 meter free. It looks like it is Piyasena who's edging ahead in this last stretch.
Wonderful catch-up game by lane number 1, Sanuri Vitanaga, as well, to secure that third place position. But it is lane number 4 with that first place in this heat, with a very close race by lane number 6.
That's excellent stuff by Piyasena. Just over 2 minutes and 30 seconds when she touched, like you said, Lokutana. And lane number 3, Hevawalage, also coming pretty close in the end and putting themselves in contention to make that last 8. Certainly set the tone really well as you take a look at the highlights. It was Piyasena that took that lead early on, and despite some good catch-up by Lokuvitana, she managed to maintain her advantage and finish with the best timing. As we move on into the second of 3 heats now, we'll have in lane order from lane number 1, Abe Vikrama, Akitya, Yahansa, Maufa, Subasingha, Bogamua and Panapitiya.
Definitely the swimmer to look out for here is Maufa, with one of the fastest seed times, hitting that 2:28 mark. Definitely going to want to better that timing in this heat of this 200 meter freestyle.
Yes, unfortunately looks like we have a couple of absences in lanes number 5 and 6, but as expected it is Maufa that has that early advantage.
But not far behind is lane numbers 2, 1, 3 and 6, competing for this first place in this second heat of the girls under 15 200 meter freestyle.
So Maufa using that turn to her advantage to gain the lead. Maufa swimming for Gefari Swim School. And it looks like she's closely followed by Akitya in lane number 2, who's really played some good catch up in this second lap, now within a body length of Maufa. And certainly will be one to keep an eye out for as we head into this last 100 meters.
Coming to this third 50 of this 200-meter freestyle, I'm sure Maufa is going to want to sprint this to secure more than a body length ahead of the rest of the pack. And you do have lane number 2 slightly slowing down. Definitely not going to want to do that when it comes to this 200-meter freestyle, because the girls need to push through and secure their position in the final later this evening.
Yes, certainly. But for now, it's all about Alina Maufa, who's getting through this race rather comfortably at the moment. And has entered that final 50 meter as well, miles ahead of the next best swimmers in lanes number 2 and 7. And should be a comfortable one for her. And certainly will be one to watch come that final later today.
Definitely passing that last 25-meter mark is Elena Maufer, coming to finish her 200-meter freestyle in style, but not far behind. Competing for that second place position is lane number 1, 2 and 7. Lane number 2 slightly edging forward, playing a wonderful catch-up game there. She wasn't really in competing for that second place position, but she's pushing through that last 15 meters to secure that second place.
It's going to be a really close tussle for that second place, but it looks like it will be lane number 2. Like you said, Sitara, good stuff from Akitya. Excellent catch-up she played, but it is Maufa with a timing of just over 2 minutes and 28 seconds on our clock that books her place in the finals of the girls under 15 200 meter free. So take a look at the highlights. There was pretty close in the first couple of laps, but Maufa just put her foot on the gas in that third 50 and finishing head and shoulders above the rest of the competition as we head into the last heat of 3 in this girls under 15 200 meter freestyle. And for this one, in lane order from lanes 1 through 7, we'll have Aheli Gunasekara, Oshira Karunaratna, Kiara Ranepura, Megumi Kularatna, Jenali Veerasinghe, Inuli Senanayaka and Oshani Nerepola. So neck and neck coming towards the end of this first lap. And if you're just joining us, this is the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships, proudly brought to you on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. That's Dialog TV channel number 20, the Dialog Play App and the Papare website, and our YouTube channel as well.
Megumi Kularatna slightly edging forward in this first 100 of this 200 meter freestyle, but it's very close competition by this entire heat, competing for those top 3 positions to gain that position in the final later this evening.
So lane number 6 making that turn, first lane number 7 nowhere to be found, but it is pretty close going into this last 100 meters.
Going into that last 75, you do have lane number 4 still slightly ahead of the pack, but you do have lane number 6 very well competing for this first place position, picking up her pace and breathing 3 by 3, definitely going to help her through that last 50 of this 200 meter freestyle.
Yes, first to the turn is Kularatna in lane number 4. She came in with the best timing of 2 minutes and 26 seconds. Clock just ticking over the 2 minute mark. Looks on course to come close to that seeded timing of hers, but closely followed by Senanayaka in lane number 6. And will be a really close tussle as we head into the final stretch. between Kuluratna and Senanayaka.
Going into that last 15 meters of this 200 meter freestyle, we have the leader of this heat, lane number 4, touching first, but a very good battle by lane number 6.
Yes, Kuluratna's efforts enough to see her finish with the best time in just over 2 minutes and 31.29 seconds. But like you said, excellent catch-up played by Inuli Senanayaka. And certainly both of them looking good to make an appearance in that final later today. As we take a look at the highlights of that last race, we'll have a change in voice here. It's a very good morning to Reshwan and Randeep.
Thank you, Nathan. Yet another race coming to an end. If you're just tuned into Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, we're here at the 50th National Age Group Aquatics Championship 2026. As I say, a very good morning to Randeep Senanayaka.
Good morning, Reshwan. And yes, we've just commenced the first heat of the boys under 15 200 meter freestyle. And in lanes number 3 and 4, we have Disanayaka and Adish Gamage. And 200 meters is 4 lengths. So they'll definitely have to conserve the energy in the first 100 meters. The record for this particular event is 2 minutes 4 seconds and a couple of micros 2 years ago. My Malavarachi. And the seat timing for these two swimmers are a 2:36 and a 2:39. So Disanayaka the favorite in this particular heat. But heading into the first 100 meters, it's Disanayaka who has a slender lead over Adish Gamage. And now with closer to 75 meters to go, it's still Disanayaka who has a slender lead, but at the moment Adish Gamage is putting the kicks in and trying to get that lead heading into the last 60 meters now. And after Disanayaka leading through the first 125 meters, it's Adish Gamage who will touch the wall first heading into the last 50 meters.
Gamage in lane 4 is really had a decent lead. Final stretch coming up. These boys under 15 200 meter freestyle. Now Gamage with a body length lead here to go on and finish this heat number 1. Adish Gamage will touch the wall first in lane number 4. Was a close tussle between the two lads, but it's Adish Gamage who will come out on top.
Highlights here as well. It was Disanayaka who had the initial lead, but heading into the last 50, it was Adish Gamage who managed to snatch the victory away with the timing around 2 minutes and 34 seconds. And now we'll be heading on to the second heat, and a couple of absentees, but in lane number 2, Pradeepan. In lane number 4, it's Risindu Fonseca, and in lane number 6, we are Abhay Surya, Aditya Patiran in lane number 7, and DS Peter in lane number 8. And at the moment, after the first 25 meters, it's VR Abhay Surya and Risindu Fonseca in lane number 4, who are the front runners for this particular heat. Heading into the first 50 meters, will be VR Abhay Surya touch the wall first. He's clocked in a seat timing of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. and he'll be looking to better that, as the first heat has set a timing of 2:34. So that's the benchmark for now. And he clearly is motoring away now, heading in to the last 10 meters in the second lap, and built a sizable lead. Risindu Fonseca will want to look to accelerate in the last 100 meters. It'll be a tough ask to catch up to the leader, but it's the timing that matters the most, as there'll be the finals later on. And heading into the last 15 meters of the third length, it's VR Abhisurya who will comfortably touch first, and closely followed by Risindu Fonseca, and in lanes number 8 and 2, that's a DS Peter and Ryan Pereira, who will vie for that third spot in this heat. Now heading into the last 25, it's comfortable for VR Abhisurya from Trinity College, Kandy, to bring the victory early on in this heat. He'll be hoping that he's done enough to qualify for the finals, as there are 4 heats, so his timing will matter. And he does touch the wall first, and he's followed by Risindu Fonseca in lane number 4, and Pradeepan in lane number 2. So that's the top 3 for this particular heat.
Once again, it was quite easy in lane number 7 for Abhisurya. As we have yet another heat coming up, heat number 3 of these boys under 15 200 meter freestyle.
Lining up lanes 1 through 8, we have Koditwalu, Dinuvinda, Sevin, Dinul, Onel, Sivadana, Sadev, and Alvitigala from Lyceum International School, Nugegota. We do have an absentee in lane number 5, but through the underwaters, it's lane number 3 and 4 that have come out first. That closely followed by lanes 7, 8 as well. But after the first 25, it's neck and neck at the moment between Dinul and Onel from SNS Swimming Academy and Stafford International School. But Sadivarya Vansha from Lyceum International School, Gampa, will also have a say here. It's still the first 50 meters, so 150 more to come. And 75 meters into this heat, it's Dinul Ranavira from SNS Swimming Academy, who's managed to build a body length lead now. Fighting for that second place in the heat is lanes number 3 and 5, Sevin and Onel. And touches the wall around that 1 minute 5 second mark, so he'll be hoping that split will be enough to get a spot in the final. And gradually extending his lead now is Dinul Ranavira from SNS Swimming Academy. 75 meters to go, and he's definitely the clear winner in this heat. But like we mentioned, timing is what matters. So the other 2 in lanes number 3 and 5, that's Sevin and Onel, also have a chance to qualify for the final. So irrespective of their placings, they'll want to motor away in the last 50 meters, and touching the wall first heading into the last 50 is Dinul Ranavira.
In lane number 4, Dinul Ranavira surely has this covered, heading into the final stretch of this heat number 3, the boys under 15 200 meter freestyle. It's that man on your screens leading the way. finishing it quite comprehensively as well. Timing of 2 minutes and 21 seconds on our clock. Convincing win for Ranavira in lane number 4. As we take a look at the highlights from the heat number 3 of this boys under 15 200 meter freestyle. Ranavira did all the right things from the word go to finish off first, as we have the final heat of this boys under 15 200 meter freestyle relay coming up.
And lining up for this heat, we do have absentees in lanes number 1 and 7. So Sanu Ravin in lane number 2, SC Gunatilaka in lane number 3, AS Pigera. Lane number 4, Aken Insura. Lane number 5, and Vijay Ratna in lane number 6, and Aryan Christopher in the final lane. And the man to watch out will be AS Pigera, as he has performed exceptionally well right throughout the past 4 days. And great underwater by lane number 6. That's Vijay Ratna from Ananda College. But it's AS Pigera from St. Joseph's who will be the man to watch out for. Heading into the first 50, it is Vijay Ratna who will get to the wall first. But tough competition from AS Pigera and SC Gunatilaka from Trinity College, Kandy. And after that underwater, heading into the next 50 is AS Pigera, who's managed to pull away and build half a body length lead now. And he definitely seems to be cruising away.
Close tussle between SC Gunatilaka and AS Pigera. Pigera getting a turn off that wall really well to increase his lead. As Pigera on your screens, going on his merry way in this final heat of the boys under 15 200 meter freestyle. And just like that, he has really has plenty of breathing space between him and SC Gunatilaka. Pigera right on the charge.
Yes, and unfortunately for Vijay Ratna, after motoring away in that first 50 and having a lead, is fallen back, and the AS Pigera can clearly see a dominant display by him, except for the first lap. Rest of it, he's led the way heading into the last 10 now. He'll look to finish under that 2:15 mark and get the best timing in the 4 heats.
Did the Josephian finishes off first in lane number 4, AS Pigera. And behind him is in lane number 3, SC Gunatilaka, who was head to head in those opening couple of lanes, but after that it's been a dominant show from AS Pigera. His turns off the walls was brilliant. That helped him to cruise home and cruise quite convincingly in lane number 4. That wraps up the boys under 15 200 meter freestyle, as we have the girls under 17 200 meter freestyle coming up, which comprises of 3 heats.
And in lanes 2 and 4, it will be Netuli Fonseca and Anjali Satsarani from Visakha Vidyalaya and Lyceum International School, Vattala, respectively. And Anjali Satsarani, the best seat timing out of the 2, will look to better that and get a place in the final. And at the moment, after the first 25, both seem to be going neck and neck at the moment. We did see yesterday the finals were exciting to watch, as the best 8 swimmers across the heats participate in the evening, and I'm sure today as well on day 5 of the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships it will be another exciting evening of finals as we are heading just past the 75-meter mark now in the girls under 17 200-meter freestyle. It's Anjali Satsarani from Lyceum International School Vattala that's managed to pull about a body length or so away, and she looked to extend that as the timing is what matters. He touches around that 1 minute 8 second mark, so far she's on track to get a good qualifying timing for that final. Slowly but surely now Anjali Satsarani extending that lead, and if Nethuli Fonseca wants to get a spot in that final, she'll definitely have to accelerate a bit more as she seems to be slowing down. 200 meters is not easy, and you can clearly see it's tough, but at the moment without any issue is Anjali Satsarani motoring away and heading into the last 50 meters with about 1:47 on our unofficial clock, and she'll look to qualify to the final. Her seat timing, like I mentioned earlier, is at 2 minutes and 27 seconds, so she's on track to best that as she's heading into the last 25 now. She crosses the last 25 around that 2 minutes and 8 second mark, so well and truly on track to finish below her seat timing, and she'll be hoping that that time will be enough to qualify for the final. She does touch the wall around that 2:26 mark, so better than her seat timing, a second shaved off. And Nethuli Fonseca from Visakha Vidyalaya will finish second in this heat, and depending on the remaining heats that we have 3 heats in this event, she'll be hoping she's done enough.
Indeed, once again dominance from Anjali Satsarani from Lyceum International School Vattala. Came into this heat with the better timing. She has justified that as we now approach the second heat of this girls under 17 200-meter freestyle.
And lining up lanes 3 through 7, it's SK Suryarachi, Yunaya Pereira, Aheli Joseph, Harindi Vitana, and Zainab Amat. And after the first 25, it's lane number 4, Yunaya Pereira from Lyceum International School Gampaha, who has taken the initial lead, a body length lead at the moment. And she is the one to watch out for. She's clocked in a seat timing of 2 minutes and 19 seconds, which is better than the 2:26 set by Anjali Satsarani in the previous heat. And if she betters that, she'll definitely have 1 foot in the final. And also a close tussle between lanes 5 and 6. That is Aheli Joseph and Harindi Vitana. Those two also vying for a spot in the final, and they seem to be going at a good pace heading into the last 10 meters of the second length. And also in lane number 3, that's Surya Arachi. She'll also want to have a say in this particular event.
Indeed, 200-meter freestyle, the girls under 17 category. Currently in lane number 4, Yunaya Pereira right in the front as we take a look at her lead here. It's a close tussle for that second spot though in lane number 3, 5 and 6. Once again, Pereira turning off the wall brilliantly well. And in lane number 6 is Vitana, who's now edging Aheli Joseph for that second spot in this heat 2 of the girls under 17 200 meter freestyle.
And yes, it will be Unaya Pereira to touch the wall first around that 229, 230 mark. So slowed down a little bit after the second lap. She did have a good split, but finishing around the 229 mark, which will be a bit questionable, as 226 was the time set by Anjali Satsarani in the previous heat. And in the highlights here as well, it was Unaya Pereira for the 4 lengths who was leading through and through. She was followed by lanes 2, 5 and 6, and it is lane number 6 that touched the wall second. It's Harindi Vitana. And now we'll be moving on to the third heat, and lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5 we'll have Kaneshe, Kavinya, Rushali, Hiteli, and in lane number 7 we'll have Dehemi Belpage from Visaka Vidyalaya. But the one to watch out for will be Rushali Disanayaka from Museus College. She's been dominant right across the past couple of days in her events, and a record setter as well. So she'll want to make sure she performs in this girls under 17 200 meter freestyle.
Once again in lane number 4, it's Rushali Disanayaka from Museus College, Colombo.
Yes, Rushali now heading into the last 15 of the second length has built a couple of body lengths of a lead. But in lane number 7, she's followed by Dehemi Belpage from Visaka Vidyalaya, and also lanes number 5 and 2, Heteli and Kavinya. So close tussle for that second spot in this heat. But it's Rushali who has come into this event with a seat timing of 2 minutes and 17 seconds, just 2 minutes off of that national meet record held by Lehara Milagoda just last year, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So we'll be hoping that Rushali will be able to best that timing as she's heading into the last 15 of the third length. And she does touch the wall around that 145 mark, and she just has 30 seconds to best that record. And will she be able to do it, as she has a clear lead in this heat.
Indeed, Disanayaka has really dominated in the waters. She had a brilliant day yesterday as well. She's picked up from where she left off, and a massive lead over her other opponents is Disanayaka now closing in on touching the ball and finishing first with a timing of 2 minutes and 24 seconds on our clock. And brilliant from the young girl as the others follow. It's a convincing win for Disanayaka in lane number 4 in this girls under 17 200 meter freestyle.
In the highlights here as well, it was Rushali who was leading through and through. She has a timing of 2:24. That's the best we've seen so far across the 3 heats we've had. And she does touch the wall first, and she was followed by Hiteli Jayasinghe in lane number 5 to finish second in that heat. So that brings us to the end of the girls under 17 200 meter freestyle, and now we'll be moving to the boys under 17 200 meter freestyle. And only 2 swimmers in the first heat. It's Seniviratna and Chanugaratnayaka from Ananda College and Lyceum International School, Nugegoda. And the record for this particular event is 1 minute 54 seconds and 88 micros, held by Kaila Besinga back in 2016. So a 10-year-old record will be challenged today, and hopefully we'll see it broken, which is quite tough as it is a sub 2 minute record. And first to the wall after the first 50 meters is Chanugaratnayaka. And heading into the last 10 now of the first 100 meters. It's Chanuga Ratnayaka who's built 1.5 body lengths of a lead. And Senivratna from Ananda College will definitely have to do a mighty job in catching up. Lane number 5, Chanuga Ratnayaka will extend his lead and touch the wall heading into the last 50 meters.
Chanuga Ratnayaka is cruising away in lane number 5. And these boys under 17 200 meter freestyle. Heat number 1.
With a timing of 2:10, 2:11. He'll best his seat timing by about 18 seconds, which is quite a lot. So he'll be hoping he's done enough to qualify for the final. So highlights here as well. Only the 2 swimmers in this heat. And it was Chanuga Ratnayaka from the get-go who was in the lead. And Seniviratna from Ananda College will be hoping his timing is enough to get him into that top 8. And now we're moving on to the second heat of 4. And lanes 1 and 3 we have MS Uma and Namudu Tenwara. And lanes 5, 6, 7 and 8 we have Dulaksha, Kianu, Savinda and Lakindu from DS Senanayaka College in the final lane. And from the underwaters coming out will be lane number 5 who crosses the 25 first. That's Dulaksha Ganidu from Lyceum International School, Gampaha. And heading into the first 50, he'll be the one to turn first, and also followed by lanes number 6 and 8. It's Kianu, Disanaga and Lakindu Paul. But, you can see that it's Dulaksha Ganidu who's building a sizable lead. But now we can see Sachitra Simon, who seems to be accelerating a bit more in terms of his kick and trying to catch up to Dulaksha Ganidu, but it'll be a tall order as Dulaksha Ganidu seems to be having about a 1.5 body length lead now. And he'll be heading into the last 75 meters with a comfortable lead, and all he has to do now is make sure he gets the better of Chanuga Ratnayaka in the previous heat, who had a 2:10 timing. It also in lanes number 6 and 7, that's Kianu and Savinda. They seem to be vying for that third spot in this heat. And off the wall first will obviously be Dulaksha Ganidu heading into the last 50. And he seems to be on course to qualify for the final. Heading into the last 15, it'll be Dulaksha Ganidu who will bring in the victory in this heat. And will he be qualifying under that 2:10 timing? He'll roughly touch around the same time that Chanuga Ratnayaka did. Obviously, these are the unofficial times. And following close is lane number 6 and lane number 3. That's Kianu Disanayaka and Namudu Tenwara. So that's the top 3 for this heat. But it's Dulaksha Ganidu who took honors in this heat.
Indeed, brilliant from the word go. As we take a look at some highlights from that heat number 2 of the boys under 17 200 meter freestyle. Dulaksha Ganidu from Lyceum International School, Gampaha, won that heat quite convincingly. As we approach heat number 3.
And lining up for this heat, lanes 1, 2, 3 and 4, we have Hussein, Sahans, Bhagya and Jaden. And in lanes 7 and 8, we have Prasad and Avin from Lyceum International School, Vattala in the final lane. But heading into the first 25, you can see both going at the same pace is lanes 3 and 4. That's Bhagya Vikramasinghe and Jaden De Silva from St. Peter's College and Stafford International School respectively. But it is the man from Peters who edges out lane number 4 and gets to the wall first. But a great underwater there by Jaden De Silva from the turn, who's managed to get the better of Bhagya Vikramasinghe now. Heading in to the first 75. And clearly see it will be a close tussle between these two for the victory in this heat and also for their timing. Previous two heats the leaders got a 2 minute and 10 second timing, and they'll want to best that. And off the wall first is Bhagya Vikramasinghe, who's managed now to pull ahead with more than a body length lead now, and he'll look to best that time of 2:10 after his good split in the first 100 meters. Also you can see on our screens in lane 7 and 8 that was Savinda Pereira, apologies, Prasad Anish and Avin Kodikara. But the clear leader now after the first 100 meters is Jaden De Silva and Bhagya Vikramasinghe. But Jaden De Silva from Stafford International School seems to be in a league of his own, and heading into the last 25. It'll be 1:50 on our clock, and he'll have 20 seconds to complete the last 25 if he wants to qualify for that final.
Jaden De Silva touches the wall for the first time in this heat number 4, as he will finish with a brilliant timing of 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Timings are from our clock, so not the official timings, but Jaden De Silva from the word go was in the front, and he finishes off brilliantly well to conclude that heat number 3 of the boys under 17 200 meter freestyle.
And for the fourth and final heat of the boys under 17 200 meter freestyle, we do have all 8 lanes lined up. So it will be Devnada Hanshina, apologies, Devnada Hashinsha, Danish Dinsara, Elisha, Sanuga Mendes, Yanal Kodikara and MR Shadi from Trinity College Kandy in the final lane to start us off in the fourth and final heat of the boys under 17 200 meter freestyle. Off the blocks, pretty even situation heading into the first 25. Crossing that first 25 will be lanes 4 and 5. It's B Dinsara and K Elisha from Ananda College and Thurston College. And with K Elisha, who's gotten a seat timing of 2 minutes and 3 seconds, will look to best that or qualify with that timing, and he'll definitely have a place in the final if he gets below that time. And slowly but surely now he's extending his lead. But also in lane number 1, that's Devnada, who will want to vie for that spot in the final. Irrespective of what place you finish in this heat, your timing is what matters. And at the moment, Devnada, who seems to be going at a good pace, be tough to catch up. It's Devnada, Danish and Sanuga Mendes, the 3 vying for that second spot in this heat. But it's Elisha who's in a league of his own, and he'll touch the wall and head for the last 50 with about 40 seconds to swim the last 50. So he'll definitely have a say in the final later on in the evening today. And heading now into the last 25, under that 1 minute and 50 second mark, can safely say he'll definitely be in the final.
Indeed, a brilliant finish and a brilliant timing as well. 2 minutes and 7 seconds for the lad in lane number 5. With that race, yet another category comes to an end. The boys under 17 200 meter freestyle. These are some highlights from heat number 4. Brilliant finish.
And we'll now move on to event number 509. That's the girls under 20 200 meter freestyle. And the record held a decade ago by Kimiko Rahim, 2 minutes 7 seconds and a couple of micros, will be what these swimmers will want to vie for as well. But in lanes 2, 5 and 6 we have Pehansa Jituli, Vandani Fernando and Andrea Tirukuma, who will be battling it out in this first heat. And from the first 25, it is Vandani Fernando from Lyceum International School, Wattala, who's taken the initial lead. But it is 200 meters and 4 lengths of the pool. So still too early to call. But so far we've seen over the past couple of heats, the initial leader has managed to bring the victory home. And you can see on your screens as well, a close tussle between Vandani and Andrea. Vandani, the best seed timing in this heat, the 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So she'll be the one to watch out for, who will look to qualify in the final. And Vandani now, who's built more than a body length lead, about 1.5 body lengths lead, heading into the last 75. She'll be the one to bring the victory in this heat. Unfortunately, we do not have the timings for this particular event, but Vandani will be hoping that she's done enough once the officials announce her time. At lane number 6, it's Andrea Tirukuma who touches the ball second. But it's a tough ask for her to catch up to the leader. And heading in to the last 15 meters, it is Vandani Fernando from Lyceum International School, Wattala, who will bring in the victory for the first heat of the girls under 20 200 meter freestyle. We do only have 2 heats, so 2 swimmers here. Apologies, 3 swimmers here, and the rest in that next heat. So it will be a little bit of an easier scene for the swimmers to qualify for the final, as 8 will be taken in. And in lane number 2, it's Pehansa Jituli. And the highlights here as well, it's Vandani Fernando, who was leading from the start, and Andrea Tiruguma from Ladies College finishing in second. And now we're moving on to the second and final heat of the girls under 20 200 meter freestyle, and we do have the 7 swimmers like on our list, Sanuji Gunatilaka, Senara Ranavaka, Netali Otshrun, Pamudi Jayaratna, Lehara Melagoda, Sachini Gamage, and Sanitya Virakodi. And heading into the first 25, it will be lanes number 4 and 5. That's Pamudi and Lehara who will be the initial leaders heading into the first 50. But it will be Lehara who touches the wall first and comes out heading into the next 50. And Lehara now extending her lead and just slightly caught up now again by Pamudi Jayaratna from Visakha Vidyalaya. She did have about a body length lead, but Pamudi is not letting this go. And like we mentioned time and time again, the timing is what matters irrespective of what place you qualify in the heat. And Pamudi now putting in a mighty shift as she's cut off that lead to about half a body length now. And it's not that Lehara is slowing down, it's just that Pamudi has found that last burst of energy. And they'll head into the last 50, tussling for the first place in this heat. And also in lane number 3, that is Netali, who's in third at the moment. But it is Lehara and Pamudi now battling it out, heading into the last 25. Crosses around that 2-minute mark.
Very close tussle here in lane number 4 and 5. Lane number 4, Pamudi is Jayaratna. Probably a headway, and that's a close finish. We are unclear of who touched that wall first, but what a race that was between the girls in lane number 4 and 5.
Definitely a close tussle. See in the highlights here as well. In the first 15, it was Pamudi and Lehara who were battling it out. And as always in lane number 3, Netali vying for that third spot. But in the last 25, Pamudi managing to put a last burst of energy. So it will be a close call once the officials confirm who finished first and what timings they have as well for the finals. And now we're moving on to the boys under 2,200 meter freestyle. And in the first heat, we do have 3 swimmers in lanes 3, 4 and 6. Fortunately, not sure who the unnamed swimmer is in lane number 6, but lanes number 3 and 4 we have Ekanayaka and Kuvindu Silva from Nalanda College and Royal College. And the meet record for this is held by Matthew Wabe Singh 12 years ago. 1 minute and 52 seconds and 93 micros. So a tough ask to beat that record. But nevertheless, this heat will decide who will qualify for the final, with 4 more heats to come after this.
In lane number 4, Royal College swimmer Kuvindu Silva is well and surely in the lead. Just breathing down his neck is Ekanayaka from Nalanda College. But heading into this third lap, it's Silva in pole position to go on and finish. Meet record of 1 minute and 52 seconds, as Randiv mentioned way back in 2014 from Olympic swimmer Matthew Abesinghe.
And touching the wall first will be Kovindu from Royal. But after that, underwater, it's M.A. Dinuga from Ananda College who's managed to peep in the lead, and now about a half a body length. As you can see, the last 50 is what matters, and motoring away is M.A. Dinuga. And he's now extended the lead. Think battery has run out for Kovindu Silva, and extending the lead heading into the last 25 is M.A. Dinuga. And on our clock, he'll finish around that 2:14, 2:15 mark, and he touches around that 2:15 second mark. And closely followed by Kovindu Silva. He'll be a bit disappointed as he had the lead right throughout, but a mighty push by M.A. Dinuga in the last 30 meters. As you can see in the highlights here as well, it was a close tussle between the two of them. And the unnamed swimmer in lane number 6 finishing third in that heat, and he'll be hoping his timing is enough, but nevertheless it was M.A. Dinuga. And now we are moving on to the second heat, and in lane number 1 we have D.S. Kasturiarachi, lane number 4 Seth Fernando. In lanes number 6, 7 and 8, Yuvin Idush and Jeron Augustine from St. Joseph's College in lane number 8. But at the moment it is lanes number 1, 4 and 6. That's Kasturi Arachi, Seth Fernando and Yuvin Veeravardhana, who will vie for the top spot. But motoring the first 50 meters is Yuvin Veeravardhana from Gateway College, Colombo. And he has taken the initial lead heading into the first 75 meters. But closely followed by Seth Fernando and T.S. Kasturiarachi. And also in lane number 8, Jeron Augustine will have a say for that second place in the heat. But it is what timing you get that will put you in the final. And it's Yuvin Veeravardhana who's running away with this heat. And he'll definitely put in a great timing as well, as he's heading into the last 15 of the third length. And he has one more 50 to complete, and he'll touch the wall around that 130 mark, and he'll definitely want to set in a good timing and set the benchmark for the final as well. And Yuvin Veeravardhana in a league of his own heading into the last 25. You can clearly see he's accelerating as well in terms of his kick and stroke rate, and all the focus is on him at the moment as he's leading away. And he's followed by lane number 4, Seth Fernando, for that second place. And just 2 minutes on our clock, but a great timing by Yuvin Veeravardhana, touching the wall around the 2 minute 3 second mark on our unofficial clock. And that will definitely be a swim in contention for the final. And Seth Fernando touches the wall second, with lane number 1 touching third, that is D.S. Kasturiarachi. And in the highlights, 3 lanes in contention, lanes 1, 4 and 6. But after that, it was Yuvin Veeravardhana who pulled away and clocked in a timing of 2 minutes and 3 seconds, or 2 minutes and 4 seconds. That definitely will put him 1 foot into the final. We do have 3 more heats coming up. And lining up for the third heat will be in lanes 1, 2 and 3. That's Venuka, Umar and Akash Prabhashwara. In lane number 5 and 8, we'll have Mohammed and I.A. Disanayaka and leading schools in Colombo and Kandy in this particular heat. So lanes 1, 2 and 3 we have the two Peterites and the Josephian, and in lane number 5 we have Lyceum International School Wattala, and also in the final lane we have Disanayaka from Trinity College Kandy. So top schools for swimming as well. And at the moment, off the wall and through the underwater with a slender lead is Umar Farooq from St. Peter's College, battling it out with his brother school swimmer Akash Prabhashwara, who's also been a consistent name we've seen across the past couple of days. Also lane number 5, Mohammad Atik from Lyceum International School Wattala will have a say in this particular heat, but it is Umar Farooq who is definitely extending the lead right throughout the first 100 meters. And now we're heading in to the next half. 75 meters to go, and it is Umar Farooq who seems to have picked up the pace and will look to extend the lead. Like I mentioned time and time again, it is the timing that matters. And heading into the last 25, it's Umar Farooq from St. Peter's College who will comfortably bring the victory for his school. See, timing of 2 minutes and 9 seconds, and he'll easily best that with a timing of 2 minutes and 2 seconds, the fastest we've seen so far from the first 3 heats. And he'll be followed by lanes number 3 and 5 for second and third place, Akash Prabhashwara and Mohammad Atik. Since there was a qualifying time of 2 minutes and 2 seconds by Umar Farooq, Akash Prabhashwara and Mohammad Atik will have a step in the final as well. And in the highlights here, it was those 3 swimmers who were in contention for the top spot, but Umar Farooq from the third length managed to extend his lead and bring it home comfortably for him.
Fourth heat coming up in this boys under 20 200 meter freestyle, with all 8 lanes being occupied. It looks like one lane, a swimmer is missing. 2 lanes rather, in lane number 2 and 5.
And so lane number 4, that's Yashit Vijay Sundara from Stafford International School, who has a slender lead at the moment. And he'll touch the wall first, heading into the first 100. He's closely followed by lanes number 6 and 2. That's Yaish Arafat and Seth Nidudinuka. But this one will be a closer tussle compared to the previous heats we've seen so far. And Yashit Vijay Sundara will look to better his seat timing of 1 minute and 59 seconds. A sub 2 minute timing is great to see, and he'll want to make sure he does extremely well to qualify under that and have a step in the final. And lane number 2, that's Seth Nidudinuka from St. Joseph's College, Colombo, will have a say as well with lane number 6, Yaish Arafat from Stafford International School. So 2 Stafford swimmers in contention for the final. Unfortunately, we do not have the timing, but nevertheless, can tell that these three swimmers might have a say in the final, but it is lane number 4, Yashit Vijay Sundara, who touches the wall first. And now we're moving on. After that, highlights of the 4th heat. Moving on to the 5th and final heat. And in lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6, we have WM Fernando, Lithum De Silva, KV Fernando and SI Navaz from St. Thomas College, Mount Lavinia. And, from the get-go, lovely underwater there by the Thomian. But in lane number 4, it's Lithum De Silva from Gateway College, Colombo, heading into the first 25, who takes the initial lead. But this heat will be a closer one compared to the rest. You've seen the 4th heat was relatively close, but this one will be even closer amongst the 4 lanes. But heading into the wall, touching first, will be lane number 4, Lithum De Silva, followed by KV Fernando from Dharmaraja College, Kandy. Also in lane number 6, SI Navaz will still hold on and try to battle for that lead, but it is the timing that matters, and the split will be around that 57-second mark after the 100 meters. But for now, it's Lithum De Silva with half a body length lead, who will have a say in terms of his timing and for the first place in this heat. And now he'll extend his lead with a body length or so and head into the last 50 meters with around 30 seconds to play around with. And he'll definitely qualify for that final if he manages to get that sub 2 minute timing. But he's also followed by KV Fernando and also WM Fernando in lanes 5 and 3 respectively. But it is Lithum De Silva from Gateway College, Colombo, seems to have just tired a little bit, but nevertheless will touch the wall around that 2 minute and 2 second mark, which will be sufficient to qualify for the final, but closely followed by KV Fernando and WM Fernando from Dharmaraja College, Kandy, and Ananda College. And you can see in the highlights here as well, it was a close tussle right throughout the race, but after the first 100, it was Lithum De Silva who pulled away about a body length, and lane number 3 managing to touch the wall second, WM Fernando from Ananda College, and KV Fernando from Dharmaraja College, Kandy, touching the wall third. So that brings us to the end of the boys under 2200 meter freestyle event, and we'll have just a bit of a pause before we move on to the next event.
Next event is the women 20 and over 200 meter freestyle. Event number 511 just consists of one heat.
So we've just been told that the women's 20 and over 200 meter freestyle will be a straight final, as we only have one heat comprising of 5 swimmers, so that will be later on in the evening. But we'll be hopefully moving on to the men's 20 and over 200 meter freestyle, as we have 2 heats in that, isn't it, Rashwan?
Indeed, those few races will be quite interesting. As we'll have a change of voice in the comm box. Well, before handing it over to Nathan and Sitara, we'll head into a short commercial break and be back on the other side.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙලිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නරඹන්න සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැන ඉටි හිස්තැන ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැන 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679ට SMS කරන්න.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And it's out caught. That was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
හයේ පහරවල් දියුණු කඩුළු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා. කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play app එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
New Zealand under 85 kilo warriors return to Sri Lanka for another doubleheader as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD, the Dialog Play App, and ThePapare.com as the historic series unfolds for a second time.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews, and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, Feel the excitement. The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
Elevate your game with ThePapare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to ThePapare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙලිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නරඹන්න සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැන ඉටි හිස්තැන ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැන 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And it's out caught. That was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
හයේ පහරවල් දියුණු කඩුලු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න අදම Dialog Play App එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න
New Zealand under 85 kilo warriors return to Sri Lanka for another double-header as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD, the Dialog Play App, and ThePapare.com as the historic series unfolds for a second time.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews, and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every Yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Cope technique.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙලිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුමත් දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships for 2026. We are done with the 200-meter freestyles and we are on to the individual medley races, starting with the girls under 11 category. 5 heats set to come in this particular segment. And we have looks like we'll have just the two swimmers in this first heat, Mevanya and Kumarasinghe, but they've sat down.
And they're back up, getting ready for this first heat of the girls under 11 200 meter IM.
Meet record for this particular event, 3 minutes and 9.29 seconds, established back in 2018 by Uniti Onanga. Yes, individual medley can be a really challenging race to navigate, isn't it, Sitara?
Definitely. I mean, you have to ace all 4 strokes in this individual medley, going into that first 50 with that 50-meter butterfly. As someone that dreaded that first length, definitely enjoyed the backstroke and the breaststroke following right after.
Yes, and how important is it to capitalize on what you could call your strongest stroke in that particular lap, Sitara?
When it comes to the 200-meter medley, a lot of swimmers think that you have to go hard in that 50 fly, since most don't dominate there. It's definitely up to that third 50, which is the breaststroke, that you see leads and the difference between the first, second and third place positions.
Yes, for now it is Kumarasinghe with the lead. Comes into this with a timing of 4 minutes and 11.58 seconds, but based off the seeded times of the other heat, she'll have to swim a bit faster than that to try and secure her place in the finals later today. Unfortunately, looks like she's lost her goggles too. Sun straight in her eyes, not a comfortable place to be in.
Hitting that touchpad first is Kumarasinghe in lane number 5, going in for that breaststroke. Wonderful pull out there, going into this third 50 of this 200 meter IM.
This looks like she'll have a comfortable advantage over Mevanya in lane number 3. But still, most of these swimmers will be targeting around that 3.5 minute, 3 minute 45 second mark.
Definitely wanting to secure their place in the final later this evening. They'll have to sprint their way, since there are 5 heats in this girl under 11 200 meter IM.
So Kumarasinghe, you can see she's trying to pick up the pace as she comes towards the end of that breaststroke lap. 2 minutes and 48 seconds on the clock, so on a good pace at the moment, Kumarasinghe, but she'll really need to fly through this last freestyle lap. Looks like that's exactly what she's going to do as the clock ticks over the 3 minute mark.
Going into that last bit of her 200 meter individual medley, she'll want to push through and finish this off with a very good freestyle. We have lane number 3 also picking up the pace to finish her 200 meter IM in this first heat of the girls under 11 category.
So looks set for a good time into the last stretch now. Kumarasinghe just slowing down a bit, unfortunately, in that last 15 to 20 meters, but still will finish around that 3 minute and 45 second mark, which is sort of the upper limit of that target time, isn't it, Sitara, for this particular event?
Significantly better than her seed timing, so that's an achievement on its own. I'm sure she'll be very happy with the performance she had early this morning, going into hopefully that final for her in the evening.
It comes in with a seeded time of 4 minutes and 12 seconds, so more than 30 seconds better than her seeded time. It's like you said, it's an excellent achievement and probably a personal best for her too. And she'll be anxiously watching on these next 4 heats to see if her time in this particular race was enough.
Up next, we have the second heat of the girls under 11 200 meter individual medley. In lane number 1, Pereira. In lane number 2, Ilva. In lane number 3, Kaviratna. In lane number 4, Senaratna. In lane number 5, Somi Ratna. In lane number 6, Ediri Singh. And in lane number 7, Silva.
Yes, and the best time in by Senaratna in lane number 4. 4 minutes and 1 second is a seeded time, but if that first heat is anything to go by, can't trust the seeded times, Sitara. These girls will try and do a lot better than that.
Definitely coming to that first 50 of this 200 meter IM is Ediri Singh, slightly ahead of the rest with her 50 meter butterfly. Hopefully going into that backstroke with a good underwater to keep her lead in this 200 meter IM.
Now into the backstroke. It's good to see a full pool, isn't it?
It is. I'm sure the girls are waiting to finish this 200 meter IM and hopefully swim it again in the evening. And as this is the last day, I'm sure they're eager for the award ceremony as well.
Yes, certainly. 33 swimmers registered for this girls under 11 200 meter IM, and doing a 200 IM as an under 11 swimmer must be quite the uphill task. So credit to them for even managing to seed themselves into this event. As you know, over 1,300 entries into this 50th National Age Group Championship, representing over 170 different institutions and schools. So great to see the active participation of all these young athletes.
Going into that third 50 of this 200 meter IM, Ediri Singh keeping her 2 body length lead going into that breaststroke. Definitely the more crucial stroke in this 4-stroke event. However, catching up slowly but surely is lane number 4 and lane number 2 right behind her.
So, like you said, will be interesting to see how Ediri Singh holds her own in this in the business end of this race. Had a comfortable lead at the end of the first couple of laps, but I'm sure her other contestants must be back in their breaststroke, try and force a comeback, try and play some good catch up, but at the moment it's comfortably going the way of Ediri Singh.
Going into that last 50 of her 200 meter IM with a very secure lead, I would say, in this second heat is Ediri Singh, but a very good catch-up swim in lane number 4 for that second place position, followed closely behind by lane number 2.
Yes, now just have to put her foot on the accelerator, and that's exactly what Ediri Singh is doing. Clock ticking over the 3 minute and 10 second mark. It's an excellent timing from Ediri Singh. Looks like she'll comfortably beat her seeded time of 4 minutes and 6 seconds as well. So brilliant stuff from the young lady, finishing just under 3.5 minutes, and certainly has put herself in contention to make it to that last 8, head and shoulders above the rest of the swimmers, as you can see.
Very good swim indeed by Ediri Singh throughout that 200 meters, keeping a very steady and amazing effort in all 4 strokes, which is very impressive at this girls under 11 level.
So following is lanes number 2 and 4, Kaviratna and Senaratna, or Ilva and Senaratna rather, and they too will be they are around that 3 minute and 45 second mark. So we take a look at the replay. Ediri Singh used those first 2 laps to her advantage, got herself a couple of body lengths lead, and from then on was smooth sailing for her, as she finished with a sub 3.5 minute timing. Now moving on to the third heat of 5, full pool again, and in lane order from lane number 1 we'll have Mahika Vijatan, Haley Vagisha, SAP Dasanya, WR Tarunadi, Tevanmi Disanayaka, Tia Patmabandhu, Dinara Mendis and LS Kurunayaka.
Going into this third heat of the girls under 11 200 meters I'm sure all these girls are going to compete with each other with a very competitive heat. Definitely going into that first 25-meter mark of this 50-meter butterfly. Very impressive stroke rate as well by these young swimmers, but slightly ahead of the pack is lane number 2, Vagisha, slightly ahead in this 50-meter butterfly. Hopefully she can keep it in the next 75 meters.
So it looks like it will be Vagisha who's first to the turn.
Going into this backstroke, definitely going to take all the advantage of being able to breathe with your head above the water compared to the other 3 strokes where you would say breathing is a luxury when it comes to swimming. So going into that backstroke, these swimmers are definitely going to take advantage and try to edge slightly forward in this competition.
Yes, and looks like lanes number 3 and 4 playing some good catch up. That's Dasanya and Tarunadi. Keeping Vagisha in check. So they are taking their time with that backstroke. And first to that turn is Tarunadi in lane number 4. The best seeded time of 3 minutes and 30.46 seconds.
Tarunadi definitely dominant in that breaststroke, trying to get that lead in this 200-meter IM, but closely followed by lane number 3, Dasanya, competing for that first place position in this third heat of the girls under 11 200-meter IM.
Yes, now just edging ahead is Tarunadi. Looks like the breaststroke is her stronger suit, but is being kept in check at the moment by Dasanya, and it will all come down to that last turn and underwater.
Wonderful catch up by lane number 7 as well. Dinara Mendis wasn't at the front of the pack for that butterfly and backstroke, but definitely used that breaststroke, possibly her stronger suit, to catch up, and does touch that touchpad second with lane number 3.
Certainly now going neck and neck with lane number 3, but looks like it is comfortably going to be Tarunadi's race. And some traffic in the middle lanes 5 and 6 as well, catching up with lane number 7. And lane number 2, Vagisha, just pulling away, or lane number 3 rather, Dasanya, just pulling away from the rest of the chasing pack to finish with the second best time in. And it is going to be Tarunadi with just over 3 minutes and 25 seconds who touches first, closely followed to her credit by Dasanya. And lane number 5, Disanayaka, will come in third. Let's take a look at the replay there. It was Vagisha who had the lead in the first couple of laps, but slowly faded away as we got into the breaststroke. And that's exactly when Tarunadi pounced, got herself that lead, and then maintained it all through to the end to finish with a sub 3 minute 30 second time in. As we head into our penultimate heat, in lane order from lane number 1, we'll have Amra, Vihansa, Jamian, Hevagama, Yatavara, Pereira, Rajakaruna and Vidunaji.
Going into this fourth heat, I think a very competitive heat, all between those 3 minutes to 55 to 45 second margin. Can definitely improve these timings, these young athletes. Going into that butterfly, lane number 3, coming out last, taking maximum advantage of her underwaters, is Shania Jamian of Ladies College. However, lane number 4 slightly edging forward in this 50-meter butterfly in this 200 meters.
Yes, as expected, still pretty neck and neck coming towards the end of this first lap. It's like it will be Havagama who is first to the turn, but closely followed by Pereira in lane number 6.
Bonara Havagama of Bishop's College, Colombo, going into that backstroke with a very steady stroke rate, trying to get that lead in this 4th heat of the girls under 11 200 meter IM.
Is now into cruise control, Bonara Havagama. But the most challenging part of this race is yet to come. And it's good work by Yatavara and Pereira in lanes number 5 and 6 to keep themselves in contention.
Definitely closing the gap between the leader of this particular heat, going into that breaststroke, which will determine the first 3 positions of this 4th heat.
Yes, now into the breaststroke, as we've reiterated, probably the most challenging part of an IM. Be interesting to see how Havagama fares.
Just like that, lane number 5, Yatavara taking those deep strokes but gliding towards the first place in this 200 meter IM, passing her lane number 6 rather easily, definitely giving lane number 4 competition for that first place.
Yes, certainly put herself now within a body length of Havagama has Yatavara. And this last turn is going to be crucial for both these young swimmers. Yatavara, despite her best efforts, can't get to that turn ahead of Havagama, but got a brilliant underwater indeed, Yatavara, and now swimming neck and neck with Bonara Havagama.
Definitely keeping it up to that last 25 meters of this 200 meter IM, competing for that first place position in this 4th heat of the girls under 11 200 meters IM. A very good competition between these 2 young girls in lanes 4 and 5.
Neck and neck going into that last 25 meters. Both of them look set for a sub 3:30 time in, and some brilliant catch up by swimmers all the way, and looks like she is going to pip lane number 5 for a 2nd place finish, or just misses out. In fact, it is lane number 4 Havagama finishing with just over 3 minutes and 22 seconds on our clock, but some brilliant work by Yatavara and Pereira to push her all the way, and they too will finish with a sub 3:30 and potentially have their places in that last 8 sealed. Now into the final heat of this girls under 11 200 meter IM, and in lane order, in lane number 1 we'll have Vivanya Mavilmada, TT Rodrigo, Onali Karunaratna, Shalani Imara, SD Abesekara, Enuki Gunaratna, Ruhansa Haley, and Ihara Oshali.
Going into this 5th and final heat, I think the swimmer to look out for is Shalani Imara, clocking a 3.29 in that seed time. But again, I'm sure all these young swimmers have a lot to show in this heat of this girls under 11 200 meter IM.
Yes, and coming towards the end of the fly lap, it is Imara who has the advantage. Comes in with a timing of 3 minutes and 29.05 seconds, and yes, she is first to the turn Now into her backstroke lap.
Very strong stroke rate by Imara there, trying to gain almost a body length lead ahead of the rest of her heat, going into that 50 breaststroke, which is hopefully her stronger suit to secure this win in this fifth heat of the girls under 11 200 meter individual medley.
So now has a body length advantage, but good stuff from Onali Karunaratne in lane number 3, putting herself there and thereabouts and within touching distance of Imara. It's again Sitara, these IMs going to come down to the breaststroke lap, isn't it?
Definitely hoping all these young athletes have kept something left in that tank to go into that breaststroke, to play that catch up and secure their first 3 positions in this fifth and final heat of the girls under 11 200 meter individual medley.
Yes, certainly, and it looks like it is Imara that's faring mighty well in this breaststroke lap. Now just edging ahead of the competition, and well on pace for a sub-minute, 3.5 minute time, isn't it?
Definitely, I think competition for that second place is definitely there as well between lanes 3, 5 and 7 coming into this final lap of this 200 meter medley.
Now just needs to give it all. Didn't get the underwater she hoped for of that last turn, but hopefully won't do too much damage for her. She's looking to really push through this last lap, approaching the final 25 meters, just piling on that lead as well. This is an excellent swim from Shalini Imara.
Can definitely hear her parents and coaches screaming from that sideline to push through this and gain the position in that top 8 in the final later this evening.
So I think we can confidently say she will meet that time in requirement. I think the best timing we saw so far was 3 minutes and 22 seconds in the previous heat, and she'll also finish on around 3 minutes and 22 seconds and a few micros on our clock. So we'll comfortably make it into that top 8, and lane number 5, it is Abhay Sekar that has touched second. And with that we come to an end of the girls under 11 200 meter IM. So take a look at the replay there. It was Imara right from the start got herself that lead in the very first lap, and then maintained, and some brilliant work in the third to really pile on that advantage and improve her timing significantly. Now we move on to the boys under 11 200 meter IM, and 5 more heats set to come our way in this preliminary round, and 40 entries into this event again for under 11 swimmers. Managing to meet those entry requirements for a 200 IM, a really challenging event, is quite remarkable. And for this one, in lane order from lane number 1, we'll have Anuhas, Jayawardhana, Bandara, Ratnayaka, Kure, Kitmal, Gajanayaka and Nayananda.
National age group record for this particular event is held by Mihit Ekneliagoda back in 2019. I'm sure these young athletes definitely looking to break that as well.
Yes, we've seen plenty of age-old records shattered, isn't it, Sitara?
Yes, throughout the last 4 days, I think all these young athletes trying to put their names on these record books, going through the season. I'm sure this is just the stepping stone for them going into the rest of the season. So congrats to all those young athletes that did do that, and to the young athletes that want to. I'm sure that all the older athletes, including their coaches, will support them through their journey throughout the year for this season.
Yes, and promising signs for the future as well, isn't it? Sitara seen such records tumble, especially in the lower age categories like under 11, like under 13, and just shows that there's quite a dense pool of talent and plenty of prospects if they do choose to continue these sports, who can make a name for themselves, potentially even on the international stage in the decades to come.
Definitely, and coming into that final first 100 of this 200 meter IM is lane number 6, hitting that touchpad first, closely followed by lane number 7 and 8.
Yes, just slowing down a bit now. Kitmal in lane number 6, but still has that advantage.
Can definitely see lane number 8 slightly picking up his pace, competing for that first place position, neck and neck between lane number 7 as well.
Yes, really close tussle now between lane 6 and 7, and closely followed by Nayananda in lane number 8.
Very good catch up by lane numbers 3 and 5 as well, all competing for those top 3 positions in this heat. A very good race by all these young athletes going into that final 50 of this 200 meters IM.
So it will be Nayananda who's first to that last turn. Gets in a good underwater too, but closely followed by Gajanayaka. And it will be a 3-way tussle in those corner lanes, 6, 7 and 8.
Nayananda passing that 25 meter mark first, definitely trying to get there first, but very well competed by lane 6 and lane 7.
Yes, as they approach the final stretch, it is Nayananda in lane number 8. Or in fact, it is lane number 6. Kitmal, who finishes with 3 minutes and 31 seconds. Closely followed by Nayananda in lane number 8. And a word on Nayananda, his seeded time to us has come in at 8 minutes and 36 seconds. So if these stats are accurate, it's more than a 5-minute improvement.
Going into the second heat of this boys under 11 200 meter IM. In lane 1 you have Ishwarachi, in lane 2 Ashif, in lane 3 Sivaha, in lane 4 Nimnanda, in lane 5 Arutsati, in lane 6 Hamdan, in lane 7 Fernando, and in lane 8 Paragoda.
Yes, should be a quite closely contested heat, Sitara, based off these seeded times, all of them within that 3 minute 45 to 3 minute 50 second mark. So will be interesting to see how this second heat pans out.
All between those 46 to 47 second difference, so I'm sure all these boys will be wanting to compete with their counter lanes and keep up with each other going into this 200 meter IM. Touching that wall first in this 50 meter butterfly of this 200 meter IM is lane number 7, closely followed by lane numbers 5 and 2 going into this backstroke. Gonna try and get a slight advantage so that the breaststroke is easier, these young boys, I'm sure, but it's a very well competed heat here in the second heat of the boys under 11 200 meter IM.
Yes, and really good stuff from lane number 5, isn't it, Sitara? He's overtaken Fernando in lane 7, heading into the second half of this second lap, and still closely packed pool.
Definitely well competed by lanes 3 and 2 as well, keeping a very steady stroke rate, trying to go into that breaststroke, the more crucial part of this 200 meter IM, to get that lead and keep it. Is lane number 5 hitting that wall first in this 200 meter IM.
Yes, TM Arudsoti swimming for Trinity College in lane number 5, as these swimmers are now into the breaststroke lap. And Arudsoti now has just put a couple of body lengths between him and the competition, but do keep an eye out for lane number 3. I think that's Sivaha, who's trying to close that gap. Looks like the breaststroke is his stronger suit, because he's made up some lost ground in the third lap so far. But for the moment, Arudsoti is holding on to his lead.
A very good fight for second place in this heat, with a very well led lane number 5 going into that final 50 of this 200 meter IM. However, for second place, I think lane numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 and 8 competing for that second and third place in this second heat.
Yes, into that final lap now, and Arudsoti head and shoulders above the rest of the competition. He's motoring through. Clock just ticking over that 3-minute mark. He's on an excellent pace too, the young man. Arudsoti. It's been an excellent swim from him from start to finish. Now has almost half the length of the pool between him and Sivaha in lane number 3.
Definitely competing for that second place position is lane numbers 2, 1, 2 and 3, but a very clear win is lane number 5. Coming in that second place position, I do think it will be lane number 1, very closely followed by lane numbers 2 and 3.
Yes, 3 minutes and 30 seconds also on our clock as we take a look at the replay. Got his advantage in that second lap, Arudsoti, the backstroke, and then just maintained it through all the way to the end. But credit must also go to Sivaha for that catch up. And Iswara Arachi also managing to finish with the second best time in. And to take you through the next couple of events, it's back over to Randeep and Reshwan.
And lining up for the third heat now for the boys under 11 200 meter IM. And off the blocks, it's lanes number 5 and 6 that got a good underwater. Managed to edge ahead. There's Naren and Mokita. But also in lane number 4, that's Litesh Sridharan from St. Joseph's, who crosses the 25 meter mark first. And in lane number 2, DT Samaranayaka also in contention for the victory, but it is the individual medley, so different strokes and 200 meters.
Not the easiest of events, but the boys under 11 200 meter individual medley. It's heat number 3, as Randeep mentioned.
And heading into the backstroke now, you can clearly see DT Samaranayaka's strong suit, as he's managed to build a sizable lead heading into the last 25 of the backstroke length. And he'll want to make sure he maintains this lead. But now in lane number 4, that is Litesh, who seems to be just catching up a little bit, but it is a tough ask. And swimming without goggles is Litesh. And luckily, sun's not out fully, so will not affect him too much. And now we're moving on to the third length, which is the breaststroke. And after being behind a little bit in the first length. It's DT Samaranayaka who's managed to edge out and is in the lead at the moment. And you can see on your screens the silver cap, DT Samaranayaka, very well ahead of his competitors. And DT Samaranayaka touches the wall first, heading into the last 50, and it is the freestyle, so it will be an all-out sprint now. 2 minutes and 37 on the clock.
Indeed, a brilliant swim from Samaranayaka in lane number 2. Heading into the final 25 meters with a healthy lead is Samaranayaka, and behind him is the lad in lane number 3. A close tussle for that second spot between the swimmers in lane number 3 and 4. Sridharan in lane number 4 really giving a big fight, but it's Samaranayaka who will touch the wall first and finish off with a brilliant timing of 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
So touching the wall second is MN Timid and Naren Jayasinghe to touch the wall third. Definitely a great heat, but it is TT Samaranayaka who bring the victory in this heat and in the highlights as well. From the get-go, TT Samaranayaka managing to edge out in the butterfly, but after the backstroke length, he managed to pull away and bring the victory home for him. And Litesh and Naren and MN Timid also qualifying for those top spots in the heat. But now we are moving on quickly to the fourth heat and lining up lanes 2 through 8. We have Rishon Geroj, HM Luthmin, Gavara Paravidana, GV Nerod, Abhineth Mendis, Yehas Gamage and Anuhas Nisal. And off the bat into the first 15 meters, it's lane number 4. That's Gavara Parnavidan from Nalanda College who crosses the first 25 first. And butterfly seems to be his strong stroke, and he'll be hoping the lead that he's built, he'll be able to maintain it right throughout.
Indeed, that's what will be key in these longer swims, and especially with the 4 different strokes. Always starting off well is important. And in lane number 4, as Randeep mentioned, Gavara Parnavidana from Nalanda College has really started off well as he approaches the backstroke in this second lap of this heat number 4 of the boys under 11 200 meter individual medley.
What's important is you have to get your strong stroke in and make sure that you don't drift away from the leaders too much, because even if you're behind, once you get to your strong stroke, you'll be able to catch up, and that's what lane number 5 is doing at the moment. GV Nirod, backstroke, definitely the stronger one for him, and he's managed to catch up to the leader. That's Gavara in lane number 4. It will be a close tussle between these two, and lane number 2, Rishon Geroj, will also be in contention for that top spot.
Indeed, heading into that third lap, George has cut off that lead deficit and giving a tough time for Parnavidana.
And heading into the last 15 meters of the third length, with 2 minutes 10 seconds on our clock. We did see a 3:10 done in the previous heat, so they'll be vying to finish under that time, as the top 8 swimmers from the 5 heats will move on to the final later on in the evening today. And it is lane number 4, Gavara Paranavidana, who touches the wall first from Nalanda College, closely followed by GV Nirod. And in the freestyle, it is a GV Nirod who's managed to pull away, heading into the last 25 meters now. It's definitely going to be an exciting finish, as the two are battling it out at the moment. Nirod from Sri Sumangala and Gavara Parana Idana from Nalanda College battling it out.
Indeed, what a finish, what a close finish here. And it's Paranavidana who touches the wall first. And right below his neck was Nirod from Shisumangal College, Paranadura. A brilliant finish between the lads in lane number 4 and 5. As the others follow. In third position is the lad in lane number 2. What a race that was between Paranavidana and Nirod. It was Paranavidana who started off so well with that butterfly stroke, but then followed right behind him, heading into that final 50 meters in that freestyle stroke, where it was so close, but it was Paranavidana in lane number 4 who will walk away, finishing first in that heat number 4 of the boys under 11 200 meter individual medley.
And we'll be moving on now to the 5th and final heat. Lining up lanes 1 through 8, we have Metira M. Dias, Shahim Shiraz, Omid Patarana, Gagana Setmina, Matisha Pahadula, Kavit Veerasinghe and Keshava Devendra from Royal College in lane number 8. And at the moment it is lanes number 3 and 4, Shahim and Omet from St. Joseph's and Lyceum International School, Gampaha, who have taken the initial lead. But just edging out is Omet in lane number 4. And this is the first of the 4 strokes in the individual medley, the butterfly stroke. And then we'll be heading on to the backstroke in the second length. And like I said, you want to keep close to the leader and make sure when it comes to your strong suit, you'll want to dish it out and get close or take the lead as well. And at the moment, Omet still in the lead, but Shahim Shiraz is trying to catch up through this backstroke length. Also in lanes 1 and 2, that's Metira and M. Dias vying for that third spot, but also in lane number 6, Matisha Pahadula is trying to fight for that third spot in this heat. But at the moment, it is Omed Patirana from Lyceum International School, Gampaha, who will touch the wall after the first 100 meters and will start the breaststroke now. And a great underwater by him to get underway for the third lap of this medley. And if you are just joining us, this is the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships 2026, powered by HNB, and this is day 5. And if you want to catch all the live action, you can join on Dialog TV channel number 20 and ThePapare.com and the Dialog View app as well. So number of streaming channels for you all to view it, and we'll be having action right throughout the day, so don't go anywhere, especially join in the evening for the finals as well. And now back to the focus on the boys under 11 200 meter individual medley, and first to the wall will be Omed Patirana, and he'll start his freestyle length, the last 50 meters. And like we have mentioned time and time again, the time is what matters, and this is the 5th and final heat. We did see in the previous heat a 3 minutes and 8 second timing set by the leader, so Omed will want to get under that, and he is truly underway with 2:45 when crossing that 25 meter mark, and he'll comfortably finish under that 3:8 or 3:10 mark if he does not slow down, and closely followed by lanes number 3 and 5, that's Shahim Shiraz and Gagana Setmina. But it is Omid Patirano who touches the wall around that 3-7 mark, which will do him good in qualifying for the finals later on in the evening. And a close tussle for second place, as you can see, and it will be lane number 3 that manages to edge out lane number 6 Shahim, finishing in second, with Matisha finishing in third in this heat, with the rest of the lanes following close as well. And in the highlights, it was a battle between Omid and Shahim for the first 100 meters, but after the backstroke, it was Omid who managed to gradually build his lead and extend through the breaststroke as well. And in that shot, you can see heading into the last 25 meters, it was just him alone, and a dominant display by him. And that brings us to the end of the boys under 11 200 meter individual medley, and we'll be quickly moving on to the next age group, the girls under 13 200 meter individual medley.
Indeed, event number 515 gets underway. Heat number 1 of the girls under 13 200 meter individual medley. Meet record way back in 2017 by Buddhima Samadhi, 2 minutes and 48 seconds.
Yes, and in lanes 2, 3 and 4 we have Metumsa, Yomali and A. Fernando. And in lanes 6 and 7 we have Dulanya and Hiranya from Visakha Vidyalaya and Asian International School. And off the wall after the first 50 meters, it is lane number 3 that edges out a little bit ahead of her competitor in lane number 4. The Yomali will be hoping that she will do enough to bring the victory for herself. Yomali from Viharama Devi Balika will be hoping that she'll do her school proud, but also a late surge by lane number 7 in the backstroke length. That's Hiranya Gunatilaka from AIS, now a contender for the victory in this heat, isn't it, Rashwan?
Indeed, very close tussle between the two girls in lane number 3 and 7, and I think Hiranya Gunatilaka edging over Yomali. But once again, Yomali getting that stretch over in this breaststroke. Heading into the final 50. Surely will be quite a close one when that freestyle sprint comes on. As Yomali now with a comfortable lead. But a very important and crucial final 50 coming up.
Interestingly enough, all the seat timings are above that 3:38, 3:40 mark. And Yomali, who had a 3:40, that's 3 minutes 40 seconds and a couple of micros in her seat timing, will definitely better that, as this is the freestyle sprint in the last 50 meters. And she'll manage to finish under that seat timing and set the precedent for this girls under 13 200 meter IM. But you can also see now lane number 7, that was Hiranya, who was in second place, now is challenged by lane number 4, that is A. Fernando from St. John's Girls School, Hanadura. And definitely will be an interesting finish for second place, but it is Yomali Sidangana who will bring in the victory, touching the wall around that 3:25 mark. Definitely a personal best for her, and she'll be hoping that will be enough to qualify for the finals. And a close finish for second, and it is lanes number 7 and 6 that finish second and third respectively, Hiranya and Dulanya. So close tussle there, but overall a great heat but Yomali will be hoping her 3 minutes and 25 second timing will get her a place in the final.
Indeed, time will tell us whether she has booked herself in that final. Because we have another 3 more heats coming up in this event. The girls under 13 200 meter individual medley. Once again, it's a very pleasant day out there as heat number 2 gets underway.
And yes, an extended underwater there by lane number 7, but not helping her as lane number 4 now has managed to edge out. And I'll just read you through the lanes of the second heat. Lanes 1 through 8 we have Vihini Saswindi, Induvari Vimalasena, Amalmi Lianage, S. Hasanya, Siheli Lianage, Arya Christopher, Devil Pereira, and Diloma Nimandi. So all 8 lanes are filled up, but first to the wall will be Tasanya. And so far through the butterfly stroke she's managed to extend her lead mightily, but will she be able to hold it on through the backstroke? We'll have to wait and see. Tasanya from Dharma Local College, Ambalangoda, will want to do herself and her school proud. And just past the 75 meter mark now. And she's definitely motoring away in the backstroke as well. But she's closely followed by Siheli Lianage from Lyceum International School, Gampa, in lane number 5. And a close tussle for that third place in this heat between lane number 3 and 6. That's Amalmi and Arya Christopher. So definitely going to be an exciting finish for that second and third position. But it is clear dominance by S.A. Tasanya from Dharma Local College, Ambalangoda. And she'll want to make sure her timing is better than that 3:25 that we saw earlier on by Yomali Sindagana. And Tasanya now slowly but surely extending her lead, and a mighty lead it is, as you can see on your screens as well. Quite a gap, and in a medley like this when 4 strokes are involved, it's definitely impressive to see. But a battle for that second and third place you can see in lanes number 5 and 6. That's Siheli and Arya, and also in lane number 3 Amalmi. But the focus now back on the race leader, that is S.A. Tasanya from Dharma Local College, Ambalangoda, is running away with this race, and quite an impressive timing as well as she crosses the 25 meter mark, the last 25 meters around that 2:37 mark, and she'll finish under that 3 minute timing, which is definitely a stark contrast to the first heat, which was a 3 minute 25 second by the leader, 2:56 on our clock. These are the unofficial timings, but nevertheless safe to say that she was the fastest so far. And closely followed by lanes number 5, 6 and 3, but it will be lane number 5 to touch second, Siheli, and lane number 6, Arya Christopher, to touch third in this heat.
Once again, a very dominant swim from Tasanya. From the word go, she was in the lead, and she continued to be consistent as that lead kept on growing. That final stretch where she finished off with a brilliant timing of 2 minutes and 57 seconds.
And yes, now we're moving on to the third, the penultimate heat of this event, and lining up lanes 1 through 7. We have Netara Peris, Ishaya Amarasinga, Binudi Hevage, Liara Begunavardana, apologies, Liara Beguna Ratna, Kiara Bandara, Onushi Vijay Singh, and Netoli Nayantara. And interestingly enough, this is the under 13 200 meter individual medley, and definitely have more events coming up. But in the girls under 15, we have seat timings of 3 minutes and 20 seconds averaging, and if S.A. Tasanya was in that particular event, she would have done mightily well as well with a 2 minute 56 second timing. But now the focus on the current heat with lanes number 4 and 5 ahead of the pack, and lane number 5 Kiara Bandara from Ladies College seems to trying to build about a body length or so lead from her competitor in lane number 4. It's Liara Abegunaratne, but Liara is not letting it go. From UCS College, so a tussle between two leading schools in Colombo. And also for battling for that third place is lane number 7 Netuli Nantara. So definitely be interesting to see how that pans out, but focus now back on the swimmers in lanes number 4 and 5. That is the battle for the first place, and also a qualification time for the final later on in the evening today. And so far the breaststroke is evenly matched, and it's at lane number 4 Liara who's had a better stroke rate, smoothly gliding away, definitely cutting the water better than Kiara Bandara, and hence why Liara is ahead now. And we have an exchange in lead in the third length, and we'll be heading for the final stretch, the final 50 meters in the freestyle stroke, and it'll definitely be interesting to see who comes out on top. And it is Liara who comes out of the water first, and now it will be a 50 meter sprint and a tussle for that first place finish. Heading into the last 25 now, and it's very difficult to separate these two, Liara and Kiara. And tossing that final 25 around that 239, 238 mark, and definitely kicking and stroking away are these two, but it is Liara who's managed to find a last burst of energy, but Kiara as well coming up. It's going to be a close finish, but on our camera we can see that it is Liara who's managed to touch the wall first around that 259 mark, 258. So a tough and tight finish, and it will be Liara who just edges out the ladies college girl Kiara Bandara. And in the highlights here as well,
once again yet another very close one in that heat number 3 between Liara in lane number 4 and Kiara in lane number 5. But it was Liara who will go away with the win in lane number 4. As we approach the final heat of this girls under 13 200 meter individual medley. Race is coming thick and fast as the sun beats down here in Colombo. You're catching all the live action on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. You can watch all the live action throughout this final day on Dialog television channel number 20. You can watch it on thepapare.com and the Dialog Play App.
Just about to commence the final heat of the girls under 13 200 meter individual medley, and lining up lanes 2 through 7 we have Devki Walpola, Imandi Vikramasuriya, Marian Suryarachi, Sanumine Hansa, HM Herat, Senuli Jayasekara and Dulanza Vijetunga. These are names we've seen in the past couple of days as well. So it'll definitely be an interesting battle for a spot in the final, but coming up first is lanes number 4 and 5. It's Marian and Sanumi, but also in lane number 2, Devki Walpola. Butterfly seems to be her strong stroke, and she's definitely putting in a great shift to get that initial lead, but challenged by Marian Suryarachi. from Cyclone Swimming Academy from Dubai have come down here to participate in the National Aquatic Championships. And onto the backstroke now, and it's a close tussle between the two front swimmers, Marian and Teoki Valpola. It also closely followed by lanes 5 and 6, Sanumi and Echerat. But it is Marian Suryarachi now through the backstroke length has managed to build a couple of body lengths lead, and she'll head in to the breaststroke length now with quite a sizable gap, isn't it, Reshwan?
Indeed, Marian Suryarachi surely now will look to get her timings to good effect. She's leading this one quite handsomely. A preceded timing of 2 minutes and 54 seconds. She'll look to better that timing as we approach final 25 of this third lap.
And heading into the last couple of meters in this third length is Marian Suryarachi, and she'll start the last 50 meters with a huge lead. And like you mentioned, Reshwan, 2:54 is a seed timing, and she'll look to better that and qualify for the finals.
Indeed, this has been a brilliant swim, a dominant one from Suryarachi, and she has plenty of breathing space from her opponents as she approaches the final 25 meters. A preceded time of 2 minutes and 54 seconds for Marian Suryarachi will well and surely be her second best timing as she finishes off with 2 minutes and 53 seconds. A second difference between her preceded timing, so she'll be happy with how this swim spanned out for her.
It also closely following in lanes number 5 and 2, finishing in second and third respectively, is Sanumi Nehansa and Deuki Valpola. But definitely a mighty swim by Marian Suryarachi. 2 minutes and 53 seconds so far, the best out of the 4 heats we've had, and she'll definitely get that 4th lane or 5th lane in the final. And these are the highlights as well. That backstroke length was the one where she pulled ahead, and after that it was all Marian Suryarachi with almost a 25-meter lead from the rest of the pack. So definitely a dominant display. And now we're moving on to the boys under 13 200-meter individual medley, and just 3 swimmers in the first heat: DD Vikramaratna, Minad Alimet, and DG Jayashree. Heading into the first 25, it's Vikramaratna who will take honors in taking the lead, and he'll want to make sure that he maintains it, as we've seen dominant displays in the girls' heats. So the boys will also have to put on a show here. We have 5 heats here for this particular event, and this is day 5 of the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships 2026, powered by HNB, and 5 days of scintillating swimming, and we'll definitely see an exciting finish to this event in the evening as well, with quite a lot of finals lined up today.
Indeed, Randev, as the business end approaches in this 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championship 2026. We're in for a very thrilling finish as the evening comes by.
And heading into the third length now It is Vikramaratne in lane number 3, who's definitely built about a 1.5 body length lead. Vikramaratne now definitely trying to pull away, but Jayashree not letting this go, not letting Vikramaratne run away with the lead and the victory as we're heading into the last 50 meters now. And Vikramaratne can clearly tell freestyle is his strong suit, as he's definitely motoring away. Not the full sprint kick that we normally see, but he's done just enough to get the victory. Heading into the last 25 now with 2:50 on the clock. And lane number 4 putting in a great shift in the last 25. Mina the limit, edging out Jayashree, who was initially in second and also doing very well to catch up now with the leader, but he won't have enough meters, as it will be Vikramaratne laboring away in the last couple of meters with a time of 3 minutes and 10 seconds on our unofficial clock.
Vikramaratne has really bettered his score by 19 seconds, so that's just what the doctor ordered there for Vikramaratne in this heat number 1 of the boys under 13 200 meter individual medley. Consists of 5 heats. And the first heat well and surely won by Vikramaratne, lane number 3. It's heat number 2 approaching. As swimmers occupied in lane number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Good start from all the swimmers, but it's not the start that matters, it's how consistent you can be. And surely the swimmers in lane 3 and 4, Tulkit Jayveer and SM Bandara, and it's SM Bandara who's leading this swim in lane number 4. Rather in lane number 2, Sasnet Ranwala leading proceedings here.
Yes, in that first 25 in the backstroke length, it was Sasnet Ranwala who was leading. But like you mentioned, Reshwan, now it's SM Bandara once again in the lead. And a close tussle between those two, but also lane number 3 and lane number 7 in a contention for that top spot. That's Dulkit Jayveer and Yenukabe Vikrama. So a closer heat than the last heat that we saw. And definitely going to be interesting who comes out on top in this breaststroke length, as the one who has this as their stronger stroke definitely managed to catch up to the lead. And as I say that in lane number 2, the good stroke rate and gliding through pretty easily is Sasnet Ranawala, who was the initial leader. But also in lane number 5, crossing that 25 meter mark, first is Cole Van Zigel, and he will take the lead now. So we've seen an exchange in lead across 3 swimmers, and that's definitely great to see as the competition is high. And hopefully the timing will be better than the 3 minutes and 10 seconds set earlier on in the first heat. And touching the wall first will be Cole, and closely followed by SM Bandara. And lane number 2 unfortunately falling off after having a lead. He's fallen off in the last 50. And now a battle for that first place. Lanes number 6 and 7 also now in contention. M.A. Sandil and Yenuka Vikrama. But it is crossing the last 25. First is SM Bandara edging out Cole. And it will be an exciting finish for first place and also second and third. As we have 4 swimmers now heading into the last 15. But it will be SM Bandara who will edge out Cole. And Sandil and Yenuka as well. And yes, if Cole did have a couple of more meters, he might have finished in first. But it is SM Bandara with a timing of around 3:14, which is slower than the first heat. We'll be hoping that that will be good enough to qualify for the finals. Just going to line up for the next heat. We have 5 heats in this boys under 13 200 meter individual medley, and the third heat we do have 1 absentee, but lanes 1 through 5 we have apologies, we do not have the swimmer in lane number 1 on our list, so I'll read 2, 3, 4 and 5. That's Sasnet Dulkit, apologies, Azmat Ritosha Adil D.A. Mahanama, and also in lane number 7 and 8 we have Javin and Yehan. And yes, swimmer in lane number 1 is G.K. Kemit from Ananda College. Apologies for that mix-up. Nevertheless, now in the butterfly stroke, it is lanes number 3 and 5 fighting for that top spot. That's Adulya and Mahanama. Adulya from Horizon College International and Mahanama from SNS Swimming Academy. But heading now into the second length is Ritosha Adulya. But can clearly tell that Adil Hussain from Royal College is definitely motoring away now in the backstroke. He has covered quite a distance and managed to go into the lead as well. And you can clearly say that Adil Hussain's strong stroke is the backstroke. And now heading into the last 15 meters of this length, he has built a 1.5 to 2 body length lead, which is a mighty shift in the context of this individual medley. Has 100 meters to go. Not the best of touches there on the wall, and he'll be hoping that will not cost him.
That turn of the wall can really be an important factor to gain some quick meters. But now once again, that swimmer in lane number 4, Adil Hussain. In pole position now once again. Hussain has maintained that lead, but just breathing down under his neck. In lane number 5 is D.A.T. Mahanama.
And heading into the last 50 now, the freestyle, it will be a sprint, and Adil Hussain now is challenged by D.A. Mahanama from SNS Swimming Academy. But Adil Hussain now heading into the last 25 from Royal College is definitely extending his lead now. And he'll be hoping that it stays like that. And last 15 now, and it is Adil Hussain who'll comfortably bring the victory home. But also a late shift in by lane number 7, that's Javin Temira from Loyola College Nigambo, who'll fight for that second spot. But finishing with a time of 2 minutes and 59 seconds. That is Adil Hussain, who will have the best timing so far in the 3 heats we've had.
Brilliant swim from the Royal College swimmer Adil Hussain. Comprehensive win for him at the end. Let's take a look at some highlights of that swim.
So Adil Hussain, that last 25 in the freestyle, comfortable victory for him. And followed by lanes number 5 and 7 who almost touched at the same time. That's Mahanama and Javin Temira. And now we're moving on to the penultimate heat in the boys under 13 200 meter individual medley. And just waiting for the swimmers to get onto the blocks. But I'll go through the names. Sugathadasa Swimming in lane number 1. Lane number 3, Lasa Sattanayaka, Nehansa Virakodi. In lane number 4, Senu Thansira in lane number 5. Randira Yasaswara in lane number 6. MF Yunus in lane number 7. And in the final lane, it's Liam Yasir. It's going to be an exciting one as we have 7 swimmers in this heat. And great underwaters there by lane number 5 and 6. And lane number 4 having an extended underwater there but not effective enough. And heading into the first 25. It'll be Senu Thansira who will cross first. This is 200 meters and 4 different strokes. So still too early to call who the winner will be, as it is a 3-horse race at the moment between lanes 3, 5 and 6. Lasas, Senut and Randira.
As far as that first 50 meters are concerned, it's been a close tussle between all the swimmers. But in lane number 5, Senut Hansira. Lane number 6 rather, it's Randiru who is heading into a very comfortable lead. But a very close battle between lane number 3 and 4 for that second spot. But looks like it will be the lad in lane number 4 who will turn off first. He's close tussle between Buirak Kodi and Yunus in lane number 4 and 7 for that second spot. Senut Hansira in lane number 5 is really increasing his lead over the other swimmers.
And lanes number 4 and 5 now battling it out in the last 30 meters. That's Nehansa and Senut. And it will definitely be an interesting finish as they're going stroke for stroke at the moment. And last 15 meters now, it's very difficult to separate the two as we eclipse that 2 minutes and 50-second mark on our clock. And it will be lane number 4 who has found the last burst of energy. Nehansa will look to touch the wall first, and yes, it is Nehansa who touches the wall, closely followed by Senut. Definitely an interesting finish, and around that 2:57, 2:58 mark. And will be interesting to see whether that timing will be enough to qualify for the finals. These are the highlights as well. It was a battle between these two lanes, and in the final 25, it was very difficult to separate the two of them.
Once again, a very close finish, even though Senut Hansira had that one in the bag. We approach the final heat of these boys under 13 200 meter individual medley. Lanes, all 8 lanes being occupied. In lane number 1, Mihin Rupa Singha. Lane number 2, Dasiru Gayashan. Lane number 3, MS Amar. Lane number 4, Setun Rajapaksa. Lane number 5, Yasiru. Lane number 6, Sanul. And lane number 7, Akin Pereira. And in lane number 8, M.A. Abdullah.
Yes, and fortunately 2 absentees in lanes number 1 and 6. But, it is the mid lanes leading at the moment, and it's Setun Rajapaksa from Lyceum International School, Nugegoda, who has a seat timing of 2 minutes and 58 seconds. So he'll definitely want to get that timing, as we've seen in the previous heat. Nehansa finishing at 2:58 and Senuth finishing just a couple of micros above that. So those two will have a spot in the final, with Adil Hussain in the third heat with a 2:59 timing as well. So Setun will have to make sure he bests his seat timing or qualifies around that time as well. But now in the backstroke, Yasiru Jayadeva from Lyceum International School, Panadura, will catch up and take the lead as well. So a battle between the two Lyceum branches at the moment. And interestingly enough, after that 50-meter backstroke length, it is Yasiru Jayadeva that touches the wall first and heads to the breaststroke now. Who out of the two will have the better time in this breaststroke length? And slowly but surely, it's Setun Rajapaksa now, who's managed to get about a body length, just over a body length lead now, heading into the last 25 in this third length. And Setun will hopefully head into the last 10 meters in this third length with a sizable lead when he wants to start that final freestyle 50. Isn't it, Reshwan?
Indeed, Randev. Lane number 4, Rajapaksa, in pole position to go on and get this in the last 50-meter sprint. And just behind him is Yasiru Jayadeva in lane number 5. As we head into the final 25 meters. Rajapaksa, the score of 2 minutes and 58 seconds prior to this race. He looked to better that timing as he approaches the final 10 meters. And it's Setun Rajapaksa who will finish off first with a brilliant timing of 2 minutes and 53 seconds on our clock. And that will be enough for him to get his best score in this boys under 13 200 meter individual medley.
Definitely an important swim, and Yasiru Jayadeva as well finishing in second, closely behind. So it's safe to say that both of them also will have a spot in the final. You can see in the highlights here as well, it was a battle through and through between these two across all 4 lengths. And both of them have pushed themselves and managed to qualify under that 2:55 timing, which will be more than enough to go into the final. And with that, we come to the end of the boys under 13 200 meter individual medley. And to take over the combox, it will be the experienced commentator Nathan Coggins and an experienced swimmer Sitara to take over.
Thank you, Randev. And we're into the next event, the girls under 15 200 meter IM. Got 4 heats set to come your way in this event. And the current meet record, an 11-year-old record established by KMN Karunanayaka in 2015, 2 minutes and 39.36 seconds. Certainly going to be a time to beat. So welcome back to Sitara.
Definitely going into this girls under 15 200 meter IM. None of the seat times anywhere close to that record. However, I'm sure all these girls are ready to prove themselves and secure in that top 8 positions to the final in the evening later on today.
Yes. Has been pretty slow progress through the IMs, hasn't it, Sitara? We thought the way that the 200 freestyles went, that we were on track to finish ahead of schedule, but unfortunately, I think conditions are a bit taxing on the swimmers, and it's been a slow but steady pace throughout these IMs. Still in the under 15s, have under 17, under 20, and then the open category to come. Now after that, the 50 freestyles to round out day 5 and the final day of this 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championship.
Going into that third 50 of this 200 meter IM, a very close swim by all three swimmers. Going into that crucial breaststroke, definitely with a very steady pace, is lane number 5, but it is neck and neck here in this first heat of the girls under 15 200 meter individual medley.
So really good that all three of them are remaining in it, heading even into the third lap. Be interesting to see who comes up trumps. Clock ticking over the 2-minute mark. I think around that 3-minute timing is what most of these girls will be going for or targeting, and around 3 minutes or just below that seems like a safe timing to take you into that last 8 as well.
Going into that final 15 meters of that breaststroke leg in this 200 meter IM is neck and neck between lanes 5 and 4, almost a body length ahead of lane number 3. Going into that last 50 meters of this 200 meter IM, definitely wanting to sprint their way through to finish it and gain their top 8 position in that final later on this evening.
As lane number 5, the Mandi Tennakon, so on pace to finish first as we enter the last 25 meters. Has Abesekar hot on her tail, but it's like Tennakon should have enough in the tank to finish with the best time in. Just into that final stretch now, and yes, Tennakon with around that 3-minute and 14-second mark touches first, but we'll have to watch on and see if that timing is enough to see her fit into that that set of 8 finalists.
Up next we have heat 2 out of 4 in this girls under 15 200 meters IM. In lane 1, Sinendi Dharmadasa. In lane 2, Mindi Sahansa. In lane 3, Yenuli Mendis. In lane 4, Sanuji Hansa. In lane 5, JTR Mendis. In lane 6, Yashniya Rajanikant. And in lane 7, Ovindi Thenakon.
Yes, and the best time in by Yehansa in lane number 4, coming in with 2:53. Swimming for Lyceum Vattala. And certainly a very strong start in the fly lap by Yehansa.
JTR Mendis taking that fly lap in this 200 meter IM, hoping to keep that lead throughout the next 75 meters. A very impressive swim indeed by the young athlete, going into that backstroke leg with a very impressive underwater as well.
Yes, and just pushing on that advantage in the second lap as well. JTR Mendis in lane number 5. Now has a couple of body lengths between her and the second place swimmer. Really close in lanes number 3 and 4. Mendis just cruising through now.
Going into that breaststroke leg, definitely wanting to ace that back to breast turn. All 4 swimmers almost neck and neck in for that second and third place position, but Mendis definitely almost 2 body lengths ahead of the rest.
So Mendis will need to hold her own in the breaststroke lap. You can see they are just lane number 4 trying to play some catch up, but Mendis does have a massive lead, and certainly is her race to lose now. On an excellent pace to clock just under the 2-minute mark as she comes towards the end of her third lap.
Johansson picking up the pace to secure that second place in this second heat of the girls under 15 200 meter individual medley. Mendes, however, with a very steady lead going into that last 50.
So Mendes looks like she comfortably will wrap this one up into the final 25 meters now. Clock just over 2.5 minutes. Some good catch up though by Johansson in lane number 4. But Mendes has exceptional work in those first couple of laps. Are going to see her through. And on pace for a sub 3 minute time in, which is what she would have been targeting. 2 minutes 53 is when she touches matching her seeded time. She's closely followed by Johansson in lane number 4. Let's take a look at the replay there. Mendes had the lead in the first couple of laps, and despite some good competition from Johansson, she did enough to see herself through and finish with a sub 3 minute time in. So we move into the penultimate heat of this girls under 15 200 meter IM. For this one, in lane order from lane number 1, we'll have Dahamdi Rupasinghe, Jitya Mettananda, Tinuli Dimel, Inuki Mudunhetti, Dinura Ranasinghe, Gitsara Panapitiya, and Thenu Jayasinghe.
Missing a few swimmers in this heat as well. Definitely an advantage for the swimmers swimming. Easier to secure that top 8 position in the final later on today with a very strong start by lane numbers 2 and 4 going into that first 50 of this 200 meter IM.
Yes, early advantage to Mudunhetti in lane number 4, coming in with a seeded time of 2:53.
Mudunhetti hitting almost a 33-second split on that 50-meter butterfly. Very impressive for this 200-meter IM. Going very strong and steady into that backstroke. Can see almost a body length ahead of her competitor in lane number 2. Hopefully going to secure this win in this third heat of the girls under 15 200-meter IM.
Yes, in cruise control now, Inuki. Is followed closely by Mettananda in lane number 2. But still comfortably ahead at the moment, Mudunhetti. And looks like she's acing that breaststroke as well, which is really important, isn't it?
Definitely. Unfortunately, she did not go through with her pull-out for that breaststroke. However, with a significant lead in this particular heat of the girls under 15, I'm sure she'll be happy with the performance she's putting on. Hopefully, she'll do enough to gain a position in that final later on in the evening today.
Yes, good catch up, like we said, by Mettananda, but Mudunhetti will be first to that final turn and on a good pace too. Just under 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock when she makes that final turn, and you can see she's really giving her all into that freestyle lap, trying to get the best time in possible.
Very significant lead here by lane number 4 going into finishing that last 25 meters of her 200 meter individual medley. But very well kept pace is lane numbers 2 and 6 as well, trying to secure their positions in the final in the evening today.
Yes, certainly the time in that they're going at and the pace that we've seen throughout this event will keep themselves in contention. But Inuki Mudunhetti finishes with a timing of about 2 minutes 50 seconds on our clock. And Mettananda follows closely behind, and I'm sure that Panapitia in lane number 6 will also finish in that sub 3 minute region. So a well-paced swim and probably the fastest heat that we've seen so far in this event. Let's take a look at the highlights. Unfortunately not a full pool, but Inuki got a lead in that second lap and never really looked back from there. To move into the final heat of this girls under 15 200 meter IM, and for that in lane order from lane number 1 we'll have Vimansa Kumara Peruma, Nela Gunawardana, Avya Amarasinghe, Neuli Karunaratna, Elisha Samuel, Minuti Disanayaka, Yasaswi Ekanayaka, and LS Edirisinghe. Now keep an eye out for Karunaratna in lane number 4, who comes in with a seeded time of 2 minutes and 51.8 seconds.
Fourth and final heat of this girls under 15 200 meter individual medley. A very well competed race there by lane numbers 3 and 5 going to this first 50 of the 200 meters. Elisha Samuel touching that touchpad first in that 50 meters with a very good underwater going into that backstroke. Definitely going to want to edge forward and gain that advantage and keep that first place position in this final heat of the girls under 15 200 meter IM.
Yes, rallying through this backstroke lap as well. Does some good catch up too by lane number 3. That's Amarasinghe. Looks like the backstroke is certainly her strong suit, as she's put herself within a body length of the leader Samuel. Now
Beautiful turn there by Elisha Samuel, acing that back to breast turn. Definitely going to keep an advantage here in the breaststroke, but followed closely behind her is lane number 3 with a steady breaststroke rate as well, competing for that first place position in this fourth and final heat.
Yes, but just slowing down a bit in the breaststroke is Samuel. She just needs to push through these 25 meters. A turn is within touching distance, but is keeping Amarasinghe interested. And now Amarasinghe, some really good catch-up work by her. Put herself within a few inches of the leader Samuel.
Definitely going to be up to that last 50 of this 200 meter IM. Samuel sneaking a peek where her competitor was in that turn. Definitely going to want to push through to win this heat, but not far behind is Amarasinghe, competing just as well for that first place position.
Yes, so now going neck and neck into those final 25 meters. And will be quite the close tussle to see who touches first. Be really a close one to call. It looks like it is lane number 3 Amarasinghe who's edging ahead, and what a comeback this has been from Amarasinghe. Just around just over 2 minutes and 52 seconds on the clock. You can see she's delighted, but she's really gassed as well. Unfortunate for Samuel, just didn't have the pace on her to get through those last couple of laps. But what a swim from Amarasinghe. Really paced herself well and has got the due reward.
Hopefully we'll have just a competitive heat like that in the final later this evening between Samuel and Amarasinghe. What a race by both those young girls in this fourth and final heat of the girls under 15 200 meter individual medley.
So as you take a look at the highlights there, it was all Samuel early doors, but Amarasinghe kept herself in contention and then just pulled away in that last lap. So now we'll move on to the boys under 15 200 meter IM. got 3 heats to come our way in this one. And for the first heat in lane order from lane number 1, we'll have Ikshita Pereira, Rishon Mark, MAS Bandara, WD Yashinta, Chanul Ratnayaka, Banul Gunawardana and Ranita Dinad. And the meet record for this particular event, a 12-year-old record established by Kyle Abe Singh back in 2014, 2 minutes and 18.81 seconds. Best seeded time for this seed by Yashinta, 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Very competitive heat indeed. Lane number 4 was leading it there in that first 50 of the butterfly, but we do see lane number 6 slightly ahead of the rest of the pack in that backstroke. Going into that third 50, definitely going to want to keep the same pace in that breaststroke.
It's great to see that all of them still in contention at the end of the first couple of laps. And based off the seeded times, you can expect this to be a closely contested heat too, isn't it? All of them within a 10-15 second range in terms of their seeded times.
Going into that third 50 is lane number 6, Gunawardana from Lyceum International School, Wattala, slightly pulling ahead in that breaststroke, but not far behind is lane number 4, coming back from his backstroke. Definitely more of a breaststroke swimmer, I think. What wonderful catch up there by lane number 4, almost neck and neck with his competitor in lane number 6, doing amazing stuff in this third lap of this 200 meter IM. I think he may be edging forward as well, going to that fourth and final lap. Definitely going to want to ace this and sprint it all the way back.
Yes, will be a 2-horse race between Yashinta and Gunawardana coming into that last lap. And like you said, Sitara, excellent catch-up work done there by Yashinta, showing us why he has the best seeded time for this particular heat. And neck and neck as they cross that 25-meter mark.
Gunawardana definitely showing that he has something left, pushing through that last bit with an extremely increased stroke rate compared to lane number 4. And just like that, he gets almost a body length ahead. Amazing swim and an amazing finish by lane number 6 there.
Yes, 2 minutes and 42 seconds on our clock. And yes, looked like he had plenty of gas in the tank as he came towards that fourth lap. And just left Yashinta behind him, getting his lead back, Gunawardana. You can take a look there. Gunawardana had the lead. Yashinta did really well in that breaststroke lap. But again, Gunawardana just had a bit more energy conserved and managed to pull away in that final 25 meters to finish with the best time in. But take nothing away from Yashinta. I'm sure his time in will also be there or thereabouts, sub 3 minute from him. As we move into the second heat of 3. In lane order from lane 1, we'll have KDU Fernando, Dilnet Fernando, Aaron Ranavira, Devsit Mavil Mada, Abhiman Hettiarachi, Aryan Christopher, CR Denagamage and VH Tilakaratna.
Nice to see a full heat in this second heat of the boys under 15 200 meter IM. A very strong heat, very well competed in this butterfly leg of this 200 meter IM. Going into the halfway mark of their first 50, almost neck and neck between lane numbers 3, 4 and 5 with almost an identical stroke rate. Definitely going to want to pull ahead and gain maximum advantage in that turn to that backstroke with maximum underwater kicks. And just like that, lane number 5 coming slightly ahead of the rest with that underwater advantage, but very well competed by the rest of the heat as well.
Yes, still close as we are into the second lap. Yes, looks like it is lane number 5 edging ahead. That's Hettiarachi. Hettiarachi has a seeded time of 2 minutes 49. And Mavil Mada in lane number 4, 2 minutes 40. The two best timings coming into this particular heat. and gets a great pull out there for the breaststroke, does Hettiarachchi, and sets himself up well to finish this one off.
Devsit catching up in that breaststroke, definitely taking the lead here, definitely a breaststroker going into that third lap of this 200 meter IM. He's going to try and take maximum advantage of this and gain more than a body length ahead. Definitely playing a very good catch-up game here is Devsit in lane number 4.
Devsit swimming for Gateway College, and Hettiarachchi swimming for Thurston College, and looks like Devsit has done really well. And take a look at that, lane number 3, Ranavira has also played some excellent catch-up to come close to Hettiarachchi, but it is Devsit Mavilmada that has run away with this one in this fourth and final lap. Now just 25 meters away.
Ranavira definitely giving a fight for that second place position, giving everything he has left to finish this race off with a good timing, trying to secure their positions in that final later this evening. But it is Devsit's race in this second heat of the boys under 15, with around 2 minutes and 37 seconds on our unofficial clock. And Ranavira does touch that wall second. A very good catch up by him as well.
Yes, excellent work by Ranavira. Was absolutely nowhere in those first couple of laps, but has done well to come back. Was between Hettiarachchi and Mavilmada throughout. Hettiarachchi had the lead at a point, but Mavilmada showing us that the breaststroke is his strong suit. And then Ranavira, against a tired Hettiarachchi, manages to sneak in that second best time in, as we'll now move on to the third and final heat of the boys under 15 200 meter IM. And for this one, in lane order from lane number 1, we'll have Nohan Fernando, Risara Nethmira, Joel Bitter, Aaron Diseram, Seiru Punchiheva, Nejan Vijay Singh, Dihen Alvitigala, and Emmanuel James.
Definitely the swimmer to look out for is Aaron Diseram with an impressive seat time of 2 minutes and 38 seconds flat. So definitely a competitive heat as well going into this final heat of the boys under 15 200 meter IM.
Certainly looks like we have an exciting watch ahead of us, as first to the turn as expected is Diseram swimming for St. Joseph's College.
Very impressive underwaters as well. A well-known name, Aaron Diseram of St. Joseph's College, in these younger age groups, keeping consistency, I would say, at these younger events as well, going into finishing halfway of his 50-meter backstroke of this 200-meter IM, but very well competed by lane number 3, Joel Bitter of St. Joseph's College as well.
So plenty of Josephians in this heat. They have been dominating the school swimming scene, isn't it, Sitara? And I'm sure they have plenty of entries into this national championship as well.
St. Joseph's College, the school to look out for that Sri Lanka schools, public schools meet that happens later on in the year, showing why they have that almost 25-year mark of winning that tournament, I think. Aaron Diseram going into his 50 breast of this 200-meter IM with a very steady stroke pace, but playing amazing catch-up is lane number 5, passing the other Josephian in lane number 3. It is Sehiru Punchiheva going into that last 50, touching second, I would say, with Aaron Diseram only a body length ahead. So if these two boys give it everything they have left, I'm sure it will be a very competitive race.
Certainly Diseram can see just increase in his stroke rate, breathe in every other stroke, and really pushing through this final 50 meters. The swim it's been from him, just 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, and into that final stretch now is Aaron Diseram, leaving the rest of his competition behind. Punchiheva in lane number 5, the next closest, but This swim has all been all about Aaron Deseram, who finishes with just around 2 minutes and 38 seconds on our unofficial timing, closely followed by Punchi Haver and his schoolmate Bitter in lanes 3 and 5. So you take a look at the replay there. It was all about Deseram right from the start. Got his lead in the very first lap, and then there was no looking back from there for him. And with that being said, to take you through the next couple of events, it's back to Reshwan and Randeep.
And now we're moving on to the senior category. The under 17 and under 20s to come. And this is the girls under 17 200 meter IM. And 3 heats. And lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. That's Amara Watson, Kittle, Sasha Rajapaksa, Naduli Gamage, Heidi Premachandra and Iman Thama Paidroy. And currently in lane number 4, she's compared to the rest of the field doing the freestyle first. Just need a bit of confirmation from our experienced swimmers up here whether she can do it. And I think she's gotten a bit mixed up in terms of what she has to do. This is the individual medley. You have to do 4 different strokes, and at the moment, fortunately for Sasha Rajapaksa, she's doing the freestyle 200 meters if I'm not mistaken. But nevertheless, in lanes number 3 and 5, that's Sasha Rajapaksa, Amara Watson Kittle and Naduli Gamage are the front runners at the moment. And like you can see on our screen, I think that's the end of the race for Sasha Rajapaksa. But lanes 3 and 5 are the leaders at the moment. That's Amara Watson Kittle and Naduli Gamage from Ladies College and Museus College. And the 2 leaders as of now, Amara Watson and Naduli Gamage. And on your screens, even though you see 3 swimmers in the lead at the moment, it's actually lanes 3 and 5 that are battling it out, as Sasha Rajapaksa from Kilawel Athletics is disqualified from the race for swimming the wrong event, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it, Rashwan?
Indeed, she's just not swimming what her opponents are doing. So quite a brain-fade moment, we could say, but it is what it is for Sasha Rajapaksa.
But that is lane number 5 and lane number 3. That's Naduli Gamage and Amara Watson Kittle. Touching the wall at around 2:51 is Naduli Gamage from Museus College, and Amara Watson Kittle from Ladies College touching the wall second. And once again in the highlights here, it was amazing from Amara Watson Kittle and Naduli Gamage, who were the leaders in the butterfly stroke, and heading into the backstroke they were going neck to neck. But in the last 50, it was Amara Watson Kittle who managed to pull away in the last 25 and touching the wall around that 2:51 mark, followed closely by Naduli Gamage. And now we're moving on to the second heat and lining up only 2 swimmers in this heat, if I'm not mistaken, only in lanes 4 and 5. That's Zainab Ahmed and Katie Damsarani. And no, we do have just waiting for the whistle to blow. And yes, in lane number 1 as well, that's Gisheni Lesari from Horizon College International. So 3 swimmers in this heat. And that time of 2:51 by Naduli Gamage will be the benchmark for now.
Decent start from the 3 swimmers. Just the lanes 1, 4 and 5 being occupied in this heat number 2. With some dark clouds hovering above the Sugathadasa swimming pool. All swimmers and all present here will hope the rains will stay away.
Definitely better conditions compared to yesterday. It's noon now here, and yesterday the sun was beating down and the swimmers were in the scorching sun. But now easier conditions, and the swimmers will be happy, like you mentioned, Rashwan. And now lane number 5, Damsarani from SNS Swimming Academy, and Zainab Ahmed, who have had the best 2 timings in their seat timings. So they'll be the front runners. But also in lane number 1, there's Giseni Lesari. She's tussling for that second place and just edges ahead from Zainab Ahmed. But heading into the breaststroke length now, it's Katie Damsarani who's running away with this race. But if Gisheni manages to find some sort of speed here in the breaststroke, like I mentioned, swimmers do have their strong stroke, but at the moment Katie Damsarani is unbeatable, as she's heading now into the last 15 meters of the 3rd length, and will be moving on to the 50-meter freestyle sprint, which will complete the 200 meters in this IM. So on your screen you can see first and second place in this heat so far is Katie Damsarani and Zainab Ahmed. And Damsarani now will start her final 50 meters with around 30 more to go now. It's evident that she'll bring in the victory, but she has to get under that 251, 252 mark set in the previous heat to comfortably qualify for the finals, and she seems to be well and truly underway to do that. And also, that is Zainab Ahmed will want to make sure her timing is sufficient enough to get to the final. Irrespective of what place you finish, your timing matters, and it'll be Damsarani that will touch the wall around the 251, 252 mark on our unofficial clock, and that will do her a load of good heading into the evening's final. And following closely in second is Zainab Ahmed. She'll be hoping that her timing will be enough to qualify for the final. Will be difficult to tell. Once again, in the highlights here, it was Damsarani who was leading through and through, but after that it's Gisheni Lesari and Zainab Ahmed tussling for that second place finish. And actually on the replay here you can see it was Gisheni Lesari that touched second, and Zainab Ahmed touching in third, so apologies for that. So now we are moving on to the third and final heat, and do have only 4 swimmers in lanes 1 and 2, Tasita Mary and Aheli Joseph, and in lanes 4 and 5 that's Dilushi Dilshara and Pavani Galagedara. So both Naduli Gamage in the first heat and Katie Damsarani have finished around the 251, 252 mark, so it's clear to say that that's the qualifying time for the finals, and whoever beats that time will definitely get those center lanes heading into the evening's final. But at the moment it's lane number 4, that's Dilushi Dilshara. I'm not sure whether our seed timing is right. It says she has clocked in a time of 2 minutes and 3 seconds, which is highly unlikely, as that will be definitely quite a huge record. but I think there might be a mistake there. Might be a 2 minute and 30 second timing rather than a 2 minute and 3 second timing. And coming to the end of the second length in the backstroke is Dilushi Dilshara, and she'll want to extend her lead heading into the breaststroke, but she's followed by Pavani Galagedra and Aheli Joseph in lane number 2.
In lane number 4, Dilushi Dilshara maintained a lead throughout this heat number 3. Aheli Joseph as well, just in second place as of now, rather third place.
And Dilushi Dilhara now will touch the wall first heading into the last 50 meters, and it'll be a freestyle sprint now for her. And she's challenged by Pavani Galagedra, which will be a tall order for her from Lyceum International School, Wattala. But it will be Dilushi Dilshara who will definitely bring home the victory. And 2 minutes and 30 seconds on our clock heading into the last 15 meters. And she'll definitely qualify under that 252 set by her competitors in the previous heat, and a mighty swim by her to get that 245 mark, 7 seconds below her competitors in the previous heat. And I'm sure that in lane number 5, Pavani Galagedra will have a shot in the final as well. So both doing extremely well in the third and final heat of the girls under 17 200 meter individual medley.
Indeed, a brilliant swim. As we take a look at the highlights from that final heat of the girls under 17 200 meter individual medley. Dilushi Dilshara coming on top, and in second place Pavani Galagedra. Both will go off the waters after a brilliant swim and can have a spot in the final coming up later this evening. The next event, 5:20, the boys under 17 200 meter individual medley. Just the 3 participants in lane number 2, 4 and 5 in the first of 4 heats. In lane number 3, Chanuga Ratnayaka, lane number 4, TSD Veera Singh, and lane number 5, KADD Ranatunga.
And according to our list, we only have a T Veerasinghe and R.A. Ranatunga on the list. So we have an unnamed swimmer in lane number 6. And at the moment heading in to the 75 meter mark, it is T Veerasinghe, who's closely trying to challenge his competitor in lane number 6, but the unnamed swimmer is definitely motoring away in the backstroke. Clearly he's a strong stroke, and he'll want to make sure he maintains his lead heading into the third length, which is the breaststroke, and touches the wall, and he'll definitely still be in the lead. And lane number 4, that is T Veerasinghe, will have a little bit of distance to cover, but you can clearly see through the breaststroke a longer glide compared to lane number 6, and now he's managed to catch up, and we might also see him taking the lead here as well. He's T Veerasinghe, and the breaststroke definitely the turning point, the third length for the boys under 17 200 meter IM. This is still the first heat, 3 more to come after this. And Veera Singh touches the ball first, closely followed by lane number 6. And it is the 50-meter freestyle now. Consider it a sprint. And Veera Singh now still not in a comfortable lead, as lane number 6 still in contention to take the lead. And now last 25. And it is T. Veera Singh who will look to bring the victory home. And now last 10 meters, Reshwan, and it is Veera Singh who will bring the victory home, and hopefully qualifying time will be great as well.
Indeed, in lane number 4, Veera Singh being followed up by Ranatunga and Ratnayaka. Another decent swim for Veera Singh. But will that timing be enough for that final? Time will tell us, as we have another 3 more heats left in this boys under 17 200 meter individual medley. Heat number 2 underway here. There's a very close battle between the swimmers in lane number 5 and 7. Rehan Jayasuri of St. Joseph's College. Rather, it's in lane number 4 in the lead. Hesandu Kodagoda from Nalanda College.
And Hesandu now heading into the last 15 meters in the backstroke length. He is just having half a body length lead, but catching up is lane number 5, Rehanja Surya, and lane number 6 as well, Binuga Netsilu. Nalanda College, St. Joseph's College, and Lyceum International Wattala, the 3 schools represented in these 3 lanes, will look for the victory in this heat and also qualification in the final. But in lane number 4, that's Hesandu Kodagoda is definitely the man to look out for. That'll try to bring the victory here in the heat, but the most important thing is his time. And just a note on the record set in this particular event is by Kyle Abesingh a decade ago, 2 minutes 10 seconds and a couple of micros. And in the 3rd heat and the 4th heat we have potentials to beat that, especially in the names of AIM Hatim and Jalina Naumal. Heading into the last 50, it is Hesandu Kodagoda and Rehanja Surya who will be battling it out. And Hesandu seems to definitely be having a decent lead, and will be difficult for Rehanja Surya to catch up. And also in lane number 6, Binuga is fighting it out for that 3rd spot. And last 15 now, and it is Hesandu who will manage to bring the victory home. And Rehanja Surya just a little bit late on acceleration. If not, he would have managed to catch up. But on our clock, it's a 2:25 finish for Hesandu. And Rehan Jayasuriya will finish in 2nd with a Binuga in 3rd in this 2nd heat. And the highlights here as well, it was Hesandu who was leading from the first lap itself. But he was given tough competition by Rehan Jayasuriya and Binuga Netsilu. But unfazed was Hesandu, and he managed to bag in the victory in this heat and also get a time of 2 minutes and 25 seconds. And he'll be hoping that is sufficient enough to get him into that top 8, as we have 2 more heats to come, and definitely the faster heats as well. And quickly reading you through the names, we have in lanes 2 and 3 Hussein Akarbarli and Seniru Fernando, and lanes 5, 6 and 7 Ahmad Hariz, Abdul Rahman and Taruk Ashan. And in lane number 3 now, it's Seniru Fernando who will touch the wall first in the first 50 meters. And lane number 6, Abdul Rahman, will be fighting for that first position.
It's been a decent start in this heat number 3. Seniru Fernando from Lyceum International School. Rather, Seniru Fernando from Loyola College, Nigambu. Started off really well here. Good turn off the wall as they approach the halfway mark of this third lap. Abdur Rahman as well. The close one from the far end. Trying to close in on Seniru Fernando. Once again, a brilliant turn off the wall for Fernando as he will look to sprint his way through in this final 50 meters. Approaching that halfway mark in this fourth and final lap. Fernando can find himself in a comfortable lead. But it's Abdur Rahman from Zaira College who's really looking to try and upset Seniru Fernando. But Seniru Fernando will go over and touch the wall and follows Abdur Rahman in lane number 6, and in lane number 5 Ahmad Haris of Isipatana College. Brilliant timing for Seniru Fernando. He'll be happy with how things panned out in that race.
Here in the highlights as well, it was a battle for first place initially between Seniru Fernando and Abdul Rahman. But it was Seniru Fernando heading into the last 25 who comfortably brought the victory, finishing around the 2 minutes and 28 second timing. And followed by Abdul Rahman from Zahira College and Ahmad Haris from Isipatana College to complete the top 3 in that heat. And now we are moving on to the fourth and final heat, and we do have 6 swimmers. Lanes 1 to 5 we have Nindwara, K. Pereira, Sinura Vijay Singh, AIM Hatim and Akalanka Nisal. And in lane number 7 we have R. Premaratna from Trinity College, Kandy. And the man to watch out for is definitely AIM Hatim with a seat timing of 2 minutes and 17 seconds. The record is 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So he will look to at least break that record or qualify for the final and try to break it there as well. And heading into the first 50 with the butterfly stroke, it is AIM Hatim who comes off the wall first, and closely followed by lane number 3, that is Sinura Vijay Singh from St. Joseph's College, and in lane number 5 that is Akalanka Nisal from St. Joseph's College as well. So AIM Hatim sandwiched between 2 Josephians, and definitely will look to bring the victory for Lyceum International School, Nugegoda. And at the moment it's Akalanka Nisal who's catching up with Hatim.
Indeed, Hatim went through that first 50 meters, the brilliant timing of 30 seconds, and his return in that second lap has just slowed him down a bit and has allowed Akalanka Nisal to go near him, but Hatim once again continues to go on his merry way in lane number 4.
So Hatim now, after slowing down in that backstroke, has definitely extended his lead with around 2 body lengths now away from his competitor in the name of Akalanka Nisal. And Hatim will head into the freestyle now, the last 50 meters with around that 150 mark touching the wall. and followed by Akalanka Nisal and Sinura Vijay Singh in lane number 3, and just eclipsing that 2-minute mark now, and Hatim will definitely finish comfortably under that 2 minutes and 25 seconds set by Hesandu Kodagoda in the second heat. And now last 10 meters, and AIM Hatim will be the one to bring the victory in this heat. But also motoring away is Akalanka Nisal. The timing is what's most important, and he will have a shot in the final as well.
Indeed, a brilliant finish for Hatim. From the word go, he was in the lead. As the two swimmers who really gave it their all out there in the waters. As we take a look at some highlights, it was Hatim from the word go continued to keep that lead and finishes off well. Finish with a decent timing as well.
And now we'll shift to the girls under 2200 meter IM. We do have 2 heats here, and in the first heat, lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6, W Vijay Singh, Dinagi Gamage, Michaela Vimala Sena and Dini Kirani Jaya Singh from Mahamaya Girls College, Kandy. And at the moment, after the underwaters, it's lane number 4, Dinagi from Visakha Vidyalaya, and lane number 3, W Vijay Singh, who's managed to cross the first 25 first, but a closer battle in terms of the heats we've had so far. And at the moment, it's lanes 3 and 4 to watch out for.
Indeed, in lanes 3 and 4, WML Vijay Singh and Dinagi Gamage are surely battling it out quite closely. It's now probably the first time in this race. In lane number 3, Vijay Singh going ahead of Dinagi Gambage.
So Vijay Singh from KIC Aquatics now managing to pull away in the backstroke length, but we do have 100 meters to come. That's the breaststroke and the freestyle, and at the moment it is Vijay Singh in the lead with Dinagi following close as well, but we do see Dinagi with a longer glide compared to Vijay Singh. It'll be interesting to see which of the two will come out on top, heading into the last 25 meters now of the third length. The record set for this particular event is in 2022 by Hiroki De Silva, 2 minutes and 40 seconds and a couple of micros. And Vijay Singh and Dinagi at the moment battling it out. And it is Vijay Singh who touches the wall first from KIC Aquatics, and Dinagi touching the wall second from Visakha Vidyalaya, and also in lanes 5 and 6, Michaela and Dini Kirani also in third and fourth respectively. But at the moment in the freestyle 50 meters, last 25 meters now, it is W Vijay Singh who will bring the victory in this heat. But more importantly, hopefully her timing will be sufficient to qualify for the final. There are 2 heats, so she'll be hoping that she can be one of the top 8. And last couple of meters, and it is Vijay Singh from KIC Aquatics who touches the wall around that 252 mark, closely followed by Dinagi. Both will be hoping they have done enough to qualify for that top 8.
Indeed, brilliant race from Vijay Singh and Gamage. Quite closely contested throughout these 200 meters. But it was Vijay Singh who comes on top at the end with a timing of 2 minutes and 52 seconds on our clock. And the meet record in this girls under 20 200 meter individual medley was set by Hiruki De Silva in the year 2022. 2 minutes and 40 seconds is the record as we approach heat number 2 of this girls under 20 200 meter individual medley.
And lanes 2 through 6, we have Shanes Adams, Shemraja, Polly Semdra, Kandagama, Kitumi Nandasoma, Ohasi Utsara, and Amareshia De Silva from Ladies College. And the 5 swimmers will be eyeing for that 2 minutes and 52 second time, as that is what W. Vijay Singh set in the first heat. So that's the benchmark and that's the qualifying time for the finals. And lane 4 will hit the wall first. That's Kitumi from Lyceum International School, Gampaha. And she's closely followed by lanes 2, 3 and 5. That's Shanes Adams from Ladies College, Ohasi Utsara from Lyceum International School, Wattala, and Shemdra Kandagama from Hillwood College, Kandy. So 4 swimmers in contention for that top spot, and more importantly the timings are what matters. And at the moment a 3-horse race between lanes 2, 3 and 4. And it will be lane number 4 that will touch the wall first. Kitumi Nandasoma. And lanes number 2 and 3, Shanesa and Shemdra also in contention for the top spot, but it is Kitumi who is just at half a body length in the lead. But now Reshwan, lane number 3 seems to be catching up.
Indeed, Shemra getting close on Kitumi. Will be a very interesting finish as they approach the 4th and final lap of this 200 meter individual medley. Kitumi though still with the lead, but just edging close to her is Shemra, whose turn off this wall will be crucial as they sprint towards the finish in this final 50 meters. And off that wall, Kitumi has managed to get a decent lead heading into the final 25 meters.
Yes, Kitumi now last 15 meters from Lyceum International School, Gampa. Timing will be interesting to see whether she'll get that 252 or a little above that. Yes, she touches around that 253 mark. So she'll have a spot in the final, closely followed by lane number 3. That's Shemdra Khandagama. And also lane number 2, Shanesa Adams coming in third as well.
Well, yet another event comes to a close. The girls under 20 200 meter individual medley, as we take a look at the highlights of the second heat. And next we have the boys under 20 200 meter individual medley coming up. The event comprises of 3 heats. As we approach the business end of this championship, and to take you through the next half an hour or so, we have Nathan Coggins and Sitara.
In the boys under 20 200 meter IM in this first heat, definitely the swimmer to look out for is the Peter Kaid Farooq coming in lane number 4.
Yes, certainly Kaid, very talented swimmer, and something interesting is his breaststroke is his strongest stroke, which should suit him in this individual medley. Unfortunately, just the 3 lanes occupied in this one. 1, 2 and 4. That's Kasturi Arachi, Peters and Kaid Farooq. 2 Peterites in lanes 2 and 4.
going into finishing that first 100 of this 200 meter medley is Qaid Farooq with a very steady lead and an excellent turn from that back into that breast with a equally good pull out there, extending his lead in this first heat of the boys under 2200 meter individual medley.
So looking quite comfortable at the moment. Qaid Farooq has quite the lead between him and Peters in lane number 2. It's just easing through the breaststroke. Looking good for a well-paced timing as well. I think you want to be around that 15 to 220 mark if you want to make it into that last 8, Sitara.
Yes, definitely Farooq, knowing that there are 2 other heats in front of him that will be very well competing with him for that final top 8 position, so he's definitely sprinting through this last bit, looking a little on the easier side actually on this last 25 meters. Maybe he's entirely sure that he will have a position in that final later on today.
Yes, clock just ticking over the 2 minute and 20 second mark now. And yes, Farooq comfortably finishing with the best time in around 2 minutes and 27 seconds on our clock. Sure, will keep him interested in a finals place, but we'll have to watch on in the next couple of heats. So Peters and Kasturi Arachi also now finishing up their races. That brings an end to the first heat of the boys under 2200 meter IM. So you take a look at the replay there. It was all Qaid Farooq right from the start. Was never really troubled by the other 2 swimmers and comfortably finishing with a sub 2:30 timing. Now moving on to the second heat of 3 in lane order from lane number 1 or lane number 2 rather, just the 4 swimmers. From lane number 2 we'll have GL Pallewatta, Senitha Denal, AF Hassan, and in lane number 7 we'll have ND Bandara.
Going into the second heat of the boys under 2200 meter IM, steady lead here in lane number 4, Senitha Denal of St. Joseph's College, going into the first 50 with a very strong almost 28 second split on his 50 meter butterfly with wonderful underwaters there, going into this 50 meter backstroke with a very steady swim. Hopefully he'll center himself a little more. Definitely don't want to be towards that lane rope, and just like that he is centering himself towards the middle of the lane. Very closely competing with him is lane number 5, Salman Faris, for that first place position in this second heat of the boys under 2200 meter individual medley.
Yes, neck and neck coming towards the end of that first 100 meters. Dinal and Hassan. Dinal for St. Joseph's College and Hassan for St. Thomas's College. And into the breaststroke lap as well. They're both going neck and neck. Will be quite the close one. On a good pace too. Just under 1.5 minutes on the clock. They're coming towards the last 75 meters of this race.
Senitha, the Josephian, definitely gliding a little more, but that is definitely helping him. He's gaining almost 2 body lengths ahead of his competitor from St. Thomas's College in lane number 5, going into that 75 meter mark, finishing the breast off and going into that last 50 of his 200 meter individual medley.
Yes, certainly did all the heavy lifting in that breaststroke lap. Now has quite the comfortable lead, headed into the final 25 meters, but of course closely followed by Hassan. But I don't think Hassan can do enough to catch up to Dinal, who will comfortably finish with the best time in. Now couple of body lengths between him and the rest of the chasing pack, and yes, Dinal finishes with just over 2 minutes and 27 seconds on the clock, and not far behind is Hassan, who would be hoping to fall into that 2.5 minute benchmark. Taking a look at the replay there. Was a 2-horse race for the most part, but Dinal did really well in that third lap to win the lead and then maintain it from there. And now moving on to the last heat of this boys under 20 200 meter IM, and potentially the last individual medley race we'll see in this morning session. For that, in lane order from lane number 1 we'll have Jayasekara, Gunaratna, Randunne, Pereira, Nivadagala, Arafat, Kaluarachi and Karunaratna.
Definitely the swimmer to look out for is Nethuka Pereira of Asian International School with a timing of 2.12, close to the current record held by Olympian Matthew Abe Singh. I'm sure he wants to aim for that record in the final later this evening.
Certainly a 11-year-old record established way back in 2015, 2 minutes and 10.5 seconds. And yes, like you said, Pereira just over 2 minutes and 12 seconds. But the first task at hand is of course to secure his place in the last 8 and make sure he'll be swimming that final come later today. And in cruise control coming towards the end of this first 100 meters.
Very good battle by all 4 swimmers in lane 3, 4, 5 and 6 going into that third 50 of this 200 meters. Definitely not giving Pereira an easy win here is lane number 5. Competing for that first place position in this final heat of the boys under 20 200 meter IM.
Yes, indeed, credit must go to the swimmer in lane number 5, that's Nivadagala, swimming for St. Anthony's College, Kandy, really pushing Nethuka all the way. But it looks like it will be Nethuka who's first to that final turn, but very closely followed by Nivadagala, almost neck and neck, clock just under that 2 minute mark, and looks like it will be a 2-horse race to close out this 200 meter IM. In both of them certainly will find their way into that last 8 and could potentially challenge for that meet record later on today. Just cruising through that last stretch, finishing just under 2 minutes and 21 seconds on the clock, Nethuka. And like we said, closely followed by CJ Nivadagala. And those two almost certainly have one leg in that final. It was a really well-timed swim from the both of them from start to finish. A really fast heat. And they managed to get the job done and secure their place in the final. And it looks like Sitara, the open individual medley events will be straight finals, considering both of them just have the 7 and 3 entries respectively. So before we head into the 50 meter freestyle events, we'll head into a short commercial break.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙලිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න. රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නරඹන්න. සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක්, ET හිස්තැනක්, ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And is out caught. That was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battlefield. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
හයේ පහරවල් දියුණු කඩුලු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න අදම Dialog Play App එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න
The New Zealand under 85 kilo Warriors return to Sri Lanka for another doubleheader as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD, the Dialog Play App, and ThePapare.com as the historic series unfolds for a second time.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Cope technique.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Welcome back to the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex, as we're just moments away from getting into the 50-meter freestyle events. And probably the most exciting part of any meet, isn't it, Sitara?
Definitely coming towards the end of this 5-day tournament. It is the last event of this national age groups meet. I'm sure all the swimmers eager to finish off their finals today and have that junk food feast that they do have at the end of a tournament. In this first heat of the girls under 11 50-meter freestyle with the current national age group meet record from Vandani Fernando back in 2019 with a 32.66 milliseconds. Very impressive for under 11 athlete. In lane number 1 we have SH Hirin Burugamage. In lane 2 Hadara. In lane 3 Jai Sekara. In lane 4 Pinto. In lane 5 Rodrigo. In lane 6 Samra Singha. In lane 7 Anthony. And in lane 8 Disanayaka.
It's great to see the amount of entries as well, isn't it? 6 heats and a full pool in each of them. So that's 48 entries into this girls under 11 50-meter freestyle. And they can just give it their all, isn't it? Just need to get to the other end of the pool.
Ariza Jaisekara with a very steady stroke, going into passing that first 25-meter mark of this 50-meter freestyle first, but very well competed by lane number 6, Samra Singha, for that first place position. A very fast heat to start off this girls under 11 50-meter freestyle.
Yes, certainly you want to be around that 35 to 40 second mark, and this looks like Samra Singha in lane number 6 is the first to touch. Just over 40 seconds on our unofficial timing. And for those wondering, the current meet record for this girls under 11 50-meter freestyle established back in 2019 by Vandani Fernando, 32.66 seconds.
Going into the second heat of this girls under 11 50-meter freestyle, we have Vihansa Mendis, Tiranya, Lianage, Piris, Pereira, Gunatilaka and Kaviratna in lane 8.
So if you are just joining us, this is the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships for 2026, live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. That's Dialog TV channel 20, the Papare website and the Dialog Play App. And of course this meet proudly sponsored by HNB, as the swimmers are off in this second heat of 6. Still pretty neck and neck heading into that final 25 meters. Be interesting to see who comes out on top. Certainly a lot faster than the first heat.
Definitely between lanes 2, 3 and 5 for this first place position in this second heat. A very good swim by these young swimmers coming up to, I think, lane number 2 touches first, but a very good fight by lane number 5 as well.
So lanes 2, 3 and 5, that's Mendis, Tiranya and Piris, all around that 40-second threshold, which is where you'd want to be. Yes, only 8 of these young swimmers will make it to the finals come the end of today's proceedings. So we now move on into the third heat of 6. You can see water being put down on the starting podium as well. It's really beating down here at the Sugathadasa. Must be quite taxing on these young boys and girls, but they must be thinking to themselves, it's just 50 meters, get it over and done with and head off for lunch.
All with seat timings from 43 to 42. A very competitive heat I think we are having here in the third heat of this girls under 11 50-meter freestyle.
Certainly really tight packed, and you can see that coming towards the end of the first 25 meters also quite neck and neck between lanes number 4 and 6, Vijay Vikrama and Metsala.
going into that last 15 meters. I'm sure both these girls are not going to want to take a single breath to gain that first place position in this third heat. And I do think it is lane numbers, I'm not too sure, between lane numbers 4 and 6 for that first place position. Definitely very hard to tell from up here.
It's way too close to call that one, but nonetheless, what a swim it was from both Vijay Vikrama and Metsala. Doing really well and finishing with a decent timing, and we'll watch on and hope that that effort is enough to see them qualify into the finals. So now we'll move on into the fourth heat of 6. Kularatna Kumarasinghe Nulansa Ekanayaka Dineuna two De Silvas and Vijitan occupying the lanes from 1 through 8. And the best timing by Yashasvi Ekanayaka in lane number 4. 35.15 her timing. So waiting for these swimmers to be marshalled to the 50-meter freestyles now, and that's the last stroke of the day. Just have a matter of getting through the age groups before we can move on into today's finals later. And, based off what we've seen so far, should be very interesting, isn't it, Sitara?
Definitely, I think these young athletes are ready to finish off these heats and hopefully secure a place in the final later this evening. I'm sure the heat is getting to them now, and all they want to do is eat lunch and rest a bit before that. So I'm sure going into this fourth heat of the girls under 11 50-meter freestyle, the girls want to finish this off fast and move on with the day and finish off this meet on a high.
Yes, certainly. It's been 5 days of action here in the at the Sugathadasa swimming pool. And like we mentioned already, many of these swimmers traveling from far and wide to be here and participate in the national age group, which is no easy feat, isn't it? You have to go through the novices and then the intermediates, I believe, to even get the chance to be here. So plenty of effort has been put in by these young swimmers, and hopefully they can make a name for themselves at this meet.
Very strong start there by lane number 1 in this fourth heat, Kularatna. But a very well done swim by lane numbers 4 and 3. Definitely hearing their coaches and parents cheering on for them from the sidelines, trying to finish this last 15 meters off with the minimum amount of breaths that they can take. But again, they are just 9 and 10 years old, so that's a lot to ask from them at this young age.
Yes, but looks like it is lane number 4 who's in front, just under 35 seconds when she touches. That's Yasasvi Ekanayaka. Came in with that seeded time of 35.15 seconds and has matched that seeded time of hers, finishing comfortably a body length in front of her counterpart in lane number 3 to secure the best time in. As we are about to move on to the penultimate heat of this girls under 11 50-meter freestyle. For that, in lane order from lane number 1, we'll have Senalya Akmimana, Sandit Midasanayaka, Leshani Vijay Gunaratna, Onali Karunaratna, Nisali Jayavira, Enuki Gunaratna, M.U. Gamlat, and Linuki Jayakodi. And they're off. Certainly the fastest heat that we've seen so far, and they're just cruising through the waters at the moment. Still pretty neck and neck, and looks like it is swimmer in lane number 5, that's Nisali Jayavira for Hillwood College Kandy, that has the advantage. she's in pole position to try and snap up that best timing.
Going into that last 5 meters, not taking a breath, and she does hit that touchpad first with a very close competition for second place. I do think it may have been lane number 3, but very close call, and it will be up to that final sheet that comes out to tell these young swimmers who made it into that top 8 position in the evening today.
So certainly the fastest swim we've seen so far in this 50-meter free. As we'll move into the final heat now. In lane order, from lane number 1, we'll have Savindya De Silva, A.L. Vihansa, Rosalia Paulus, Nataya Lienage, Reheni Gunatilaka, Abhimani Dinetma, Anali Dullava, and A.N.N. Veerasinghe.
Definitely the swimmer to look out for is Nataya Lienage of Hillwood College, Kandy, coming with a 34 at this girls under 11 level. Very impressive swim. Hopefully she'll be able to keep that up in this last heat of the girls under 11 50-meter freestyle.
Yes, certainly. But at the moment, looks like it's the corner lane. In fact, I think that's lane number 2 who is leading proceedings. Lane number 1, Savindya De Silva. Yes, what a swim it's been from her, but some good catch-up work applied in that last 25 meters from Nataya Lienage, and looks like she will touch first just under 35 seconds on the clock. But another really, really close heat. Some good work by De Silva, but unfortunately just didn't have enough to get through that last 25 meters. You can see there at the halfway stage was in the lead, but then Lienage coming from behind to finish with the best timing and put herself in this evening's final. And before we move on into the boys under 11 50-meter free, we'll head into a short commercial break.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙළිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න. රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නරඹන්න. සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක්, ETV හිස්තැනක්, ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And it's out caught, that was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
හයේ පහරවල් තියුණු කඩුලු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා. කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play App එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකාව ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
The New Zealand under 85 kilo Warriors return to Sri Lanka for another doubleheader as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD. The Dialog
We're into the boys under 11 50 meter freestyle. 7 heats set to come our way into the first one. And the meet record for this event set back in 2019 by Mihit Eknaligoda, 31.51 seconds. And just the 4 swimmers in this first heat.
Going in with a slight advantage is lane number 5, but very well competed by lane number 2 as well. Definitely a very competitive first heat we have here in the boys under 11 50 meter freestyle.
So on to the second heat of 7 now. In lane order from lane number 1, we'll have Nivik Nimsit, MY Disanayaka, Stefan Suryarachi, Manut Gunasekara, Zain Dean, Yuhas Gunawardana, Aryan Seshan, and Kesara Nautune.
Very competitive heat here as well. Going into the second heat out of 7 in this boys under 11 50 meter freestyle. Crossing that 25 meter mark first is lane number 2, closely followed by lane number 6 as well as lane number 7.
Yes, but it is lane number 2 and 7 that are going neck and neck coming into that last 25 meters. And it might be lane number 7 that does touch first. That's Aryan Seshan from Lyceum Vattala, but closely followed by Disanayaka in lane number 2. So take a look at the replay there. And yes, Seshan knew that he'd finish first. Double check in with his coach. And now moving on into heat number 3. In lane order, in lane number 1, we'll have Ranmin, Abhilash, Nonis, Helit, Rajamuni, Piris, Akanayaka, and Gajanayaka.
Very competitive heat, all with the 39-second split here in this third heat. So I'm sure all these swimmers will be pushing through that 50 meter to secure their top 8 position in the final later on this evening.
Certainly, all set, like you said, for a really closely contested heat. Everyone within a second of each other. The best time in by Janodya Helit, 39.25 seconds. Straight away, quick off the blocks is lane number 2, that's Abhilash.
Very steady stroke rate by lane number 6. Hasn't taken a single breath coming up to that 25 meter mark. Very impressive at this under 11 level. But a very competitive heat is this third heat of the boys under 11 50 meter freestyle.
Yes, he's just not breathing Sitara there. That's his first breath Now lane number 6, just 15 meters from the finish line, Tarun Piris. And he's mighty close, but he's closely followed by lane number 3, PKS Nunes. But 37.02 seconds, a whole 2 seconds better than their seeded times. So really good performance from all 8 of these lads to round out this third heat and put us halfway through the boys under 11 50 meter freestyle. And to take you through the next few events, it's back to Reshwan and Randev.
And we're moving on now to the fourth heat for the boys under 11 50 meter freestyle. And lining up lanes 1 through 8, we have Pablo Fernando, MK Anuhas Virendra Lianwala, JM Sandeep Rikita Metul, WM Manasinga Methira Yetmika, and Vidyatma Pitigama. And definitely fast pace compared to when we were last up in the combox, Reshwan. It's the 50 meters and definitely finished fast, and something you'd like to see as well.
Indeed, these races will come thick and fast as we see. But it's a long events that will follow. This event comprises of 7 total heats. But surely one race will span out for a minute or so. This one just the 36 seconds and was closely contested throughout all 8 swimmers.
And yes, it was Rehan Sandeep to touch the wall first, and a great sprint by him, and definitely doing very well to finish first, and hopefully his time will be sufficient to qualify for the finals. And now we are quickly moving on to heat number 5, and lining up lanes 1 through 8, we have W Vikramarachi, W Mintula, W.A. Vitana, Tharul Sasmika, TB Sejan, Braden Fernando, Tedas Jayawardena, and W Brito. And some of these names we've heard in the past couple of days as well. And this is the boys under 11 50 meter freestyle. And so far, the best seeded timing in this particular event is closely contested amongst a couple of swimmers, but it is Tharul Sasmika from DS Senanayaka with 34 seconds and a couple of micros, who's the favorite heading into this heat. And definitely we'll see closely contested heats right throughout these heats, as this is 50 meters, so it's an all-out sprint as you get into the water. But after the first 25, it's lane number 5, that is Sejan, who has taken the lead, but also closely followed by lane number 1, that is Vikramarachi. And also a last push by lane number 6, that is Braden Fernando. So it's going to be a close finish between those 3 lanes, and it will be lane number 5, Sejan, to touch the wall around 35 seconds on our unofficial clock. And definitely a strong battle between lanes number 1 and 6 as well, Vikramarachi and Braden Fernando. The highlights here as well, heading into the last 25, it was Sejan who managed to bring in the victory.
Indeed, what a finish. The final 25 meters, he did push on really well. And we have more heats coming up. Couple of more heats to wrap things up in this event number 5 to 6. The boys under 11 50 meter freestyle. The sun has opened up. We had some dark clouds hovering around the stadium a few hours ago, but the rains have stayed away, and I think that's what all the swimmers and the people here would like to see. It's the 5th and final day of this 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championship 2026. And it's been some enthralling swimming in the waters. here at the Sugathadasa swimming pool.
Yes, just waiting for the swimmers to line up for the 6th heat. And in lane number 1 we have Utum Ayusha. Lane number 3 Satru Fonseca. Lane number 4 it's Nitika Kiriarachi. Naren Jayasinghe in lane number 5. Mukita Pereira in lane number 6. And Pamo Kietmal in lane number 7. So just a slight delay, and the young lads are standing in that hot sun. They'll definitely want to get into the pool as quick as possible. It's definitely hot and humid.
Indeed, especially this time of the day, Randev. It's pretty hot. The sun beating down. And that's hit number 6 underway. And this boys under 11 50-meter freestyle. And as we have mentioned, this event is a stretch from the word go. And it's that boy in lane number 4, Nithika, who's leading the charge and breathing down his neck. To the left of him in lane number 1 is Utum Ayusha. Will not be enough, as in lane number 4 Nitika Kiriarachi goes on to touch the wall first. As we take the highlights, let's take a look at the highlights from that event.
Yes, it was Nitika Kiriarachi who touched the wall first, and he'll be hoping his timing is sufficient to qualify for the finals. The lad from Lyceum International School, Gampa. But we'll quickly move on now to the 7th and final heat. And lining up quickly lanes 1 and 2, we have Tenuja and Rishon. And in lanes 4 to 7, we have Omet Tanuja Sehas Dihen and Horadilaga from Ananda College. And at the moment, it's a close tussle between the latter lanes. Between lane 4, 5 and 6, that's Omet Tanuja and Sehas. It's definitely going to be an interesting finish heading into the last 15 meters as well. And it's lane number 6, Sehas Jayasuriya from St. Peter's College, who looks the favourite at the moment in the last 5 meters. And yes, he will be the one to touch the wall first, around at that 31-32 second mark. The record for this event is 31 and 51 micros. So if our unofficial clock is right, he might just be over that record. But we'll have to wait for the officials to confirm. But once again, quite a mighty swim there by Omet Patirana. And Sehas Jayasuriya, the winner of that particular heat. And he went 527 now. The girls under 13 50-meter freestyle. And heat 1 of 8, and we do have a couple of unnamed swimmers. Lanes 3, 4 and 5 according to our list is Dialvis, Chituli Saswindi and Setuki Vikramasinghe. And lane number 5, Setuki Vikramasinghe from Lyceum International School is at the moment in the lead, and she's built a comfortable lead. And heading into the last 15, a mighty swim by her. We might see a record broken if our unofficial clock is right. The record is 30 minutes and a couple of 30 seconds and a couple of micros. And she touches the wall at the 29 second mark. So once again, this is the unofficial timings, as cannot guarantee that it is the right time, but if it is correct, it's definitely a record breaking time. Record breaking time by Setuki Vikramasinghe.
These competitions coming thick and fast in this 50-meter event. On to the girls category. We did see a close tussle there as we approach heat number 2. Lanes 1 to 7 all occupied. LRMD Omaya in lane number 1. In lane number 2, MN Jayasekara. Lane number 3, CSS Fernando. Lane number 4, Kioli Karunaratne. Lane number 5, Vihini Saswindi. And this has been one race that surely hasn't disappointed. And in lane number 4, Kioli Karunaratne will go on to touch the wall for the first place. And in lane number 5, K.A. Vihini Saswindi will go on to touch the wall in second place. Another brilliant swim.
And now we'll be moving on to the third heat of 8. Lanes number 1 through 8, we have Arya Disanaka, Yatumsa, Watupola Gedra, Suhansi, Shanaya, Yutara, Yutmi, Sonakshi, and KR Virakon. And these heats are coming really fast. And we're just about to commence the third heat of the girls under 13 50 meter freestyle. And from the get-go, it's a tight race across all lanes. Definitely be interesting to see who gets ahead in the 25 meter mark. But at the moment, it's closely contested across all 8 lanes. But in lane number 7 and 8, those two swimmers, that's Sonakshi and Virakon, in contention for the victory. But also pulling ahead now is lane number 4, Shanaya Hettiarachi from Holy Family Convent. So definitely going to be a tight finish. I think it'll be the swimmer in lane number 7, that is Sonakshi, who will touch the wall first, closely followed by the rest of the field. And that's definitely one of the more exciting heats we've had so far from the 3. And it'll be difficult to determine who finished second and third in the heat, but what matters is the timing. And they'll be hoping they've done just enough to qualify for the final. But credit to Sonakshi to battle it out and win that particular heat.
Indeed, a brilliant swim. Sonakshi Pereira in lane number 7 goes on to finish off brilliantly well, as we have the 4th heat coming up. Well, this is a 50 meter freestyle. It can be like a T20 game of cricket. You have to start off well and continue that momentum until that full 50. The 4th heat coming up. All 8 lanes being occupied. But we can see an absentee in lane number 6.
And that's the start of the 4th heat. And once again, closely contested. But this time, heading into the first, actually the 25 meter mark, it's lanes number 2, 3 that managed to go ahead. But also now, last 2 lanes, 7 and 8, that's Satsuki and Anya De Silva, seem to have pulled ahead now. But lane number 2, that's Ruana Dias from Ladies College, is looking for the victory. But once again, we have the victor in the heat in lane number 7, Satsuki Seniviratna. That seems to be the lucky lane in the 2 heats so far. She finishes around that 36-37 second mark. Will it be enough to qualify for the final? We'll have to wait and see. But definitely, once again, a mighty shift in lane number 7.
Indeed, Satsuki Seniviratna coming out on top in that heat number 4. Just like that, we have another 4 more heats left. We're halfway through this event. The girls under 13 50 meter freestyle.
And lining up lanes 2 through 8. Actually, we have a couple of absentees, so I'll just read the names. Lane 2, Suhansa, and lanes 4 to 8. Apologies, 5 to 8. We have KY Alvis, Arya Piris, Minuli Dehansa, and Minara Vitanage. And at the moment, lane number 2, Suhansa from Ladies College seems to be motoring away into the first 25. And also in lane number 6, that's Arya Piris. So, battle between the two LCites, but Suhansa has fallen back a bit, and now it's Arya and K. Alvis who seem to be battling it out for the victory. And lane number 8, a last push in the 25 meters, and she might actually have a chance in touching the wall first. A tight call between Arya and Minara in lane 6 and 8, and we'll have to wait and see. But I think Arya Piris has done just enough to touch the wall first. Nevertheless, once again, an exciting heat, and these are the heats for the girls under 13 50 meter freestyle. And a reminder to our viewers, the best 8 timings will be selected, and we'll have the finals in the evening. And now we're quickly moving on to the 6th heat, and lining up lanes 1 through 6. We Ahalita Hasanli, Ranushi Juliana, Devaria Liseni, and in lane number 7, Minudi as well. Actually, we have the absent in lane number 6, but heading in to the 25 meter mark, it's lane number 4, that's Juliana Pereira from Elysium International School, Gampa, who has built about a half a body length lead from her competitors in lane number 3 and 5, Ranushi and Devaria. And it's definitely going to be a much comfortable finish compared to the remaining heats that we've had so far. And Juliana has put a mighty shift in. Unfortunately, we don't have the timing, but I think it's safe to say she'll be in the final.
Indeed, once again a dominant swim from that girl in lane number 4. Pereira has really outdone herself in that heat. She'll probably find a spot in that all-important final later this evening. But we have yet another heat coming up. The penultimate heat of this girls under 13 50 meter freestyle.
So lining up lanes 1 through 8, we have Miheli Sasmi, Inuki, Nesandi, Miheli, Chanumi, Sandini and Tisari for the 8 lanes, and a full pool now. And just waiting to start the 7th heat. And off we go. And a couple of great underwaters in the mid lanes. But it was lane 5 that has managed to take the initial lead. But lane 4 and lane 6 coming in strong. It's Nesandi Miheli and Chanumi. That's the battle for the first place in this heat. But also lane number 3, that's Inuki Shanaya from Lyceum International School, Wattala, has managed just to inch a little bit ahead. And she seems to be the one to finish first, heading into the last couple of meters. And she'll touch the wall around that 33 second mark, closely followed by lane number 5, that's Mihili Samaravira from Museums College. And we'll have to wait and see who finished in third, but Nesandi and even in lane number 8, Tisari Navodya was in close contention.
Indeed, this time around it's Inuki Shanaya who goes on to go and touch the wall first. Once again, a brilliant swim from all these young girls. And mind you, we are watching the under 13 50 meter freestyle event. And haven't all these heats been some entertaining ones? We are here for the final heat of these girls under 13 50 meter freestyle.
So lining up for the final heat is Nulara Jayasekara, Liana Karunaratna, Praneepa De Silva, Visakya Dias, Osandi Ranavira, Vetyumya Kitnuli, Are Kangara, and Queena Vitan for the 8 lanes. And we do have an absentee in lane number 6, but other than that, 7 swimmers in the pool and heading into the 25-meter mark. It is a dominant display so far by Visakya Dias from Lyceum International School, Nugegod, and she's already built a body length of a lead from her competitors in lanes number 1, 3 and 5. That's Nulara, Praneepa and Osandi. Definitely a dominant display, and she'll hit the wall. Will it be under that 30-second mark? Yes, it will, according to our unofficial clock. And finishing in second is Praneepa, and Nulara and Osandi will finish in third. That will be a close finish, but a great timing there by Visakya Dias, and she might be the best out of the whole lot we've had so far in the 8 heats. She'll be hoping she can get that middle lane, that lane 4 or lane 5, heading into the final, as those are the golden lanes. And with that, we come to the end of the girls under 13 50-meter freestyle, and we're moving on now to the boys under 13 50-meter freestyle, and we do have 6 heats coming up for that as well. So quite interesting to see number of swimmers here, so it's very difficult to qualify for the final, and it's definitely been an exciting couple of heats that we saw in the girls category. And now we're moving on to the boys, and for the first heat lining up, we have lanes 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. That's Hasindu Yenuka, Rafael Lomet and Novak Anthony.
7 lanes are being occupied. Looks like there will be a couple of boys who will not participate, so just the 5 lanes being occupied. I correct myself there.
And just a slight delay before we start the boys under 13 50-meter freestyle event. And the boys will be hoping they can get off the blocks quickly and get into the pool, as it's still quite humid and hot outside.
Not sure of what the hold up is down there, but we can see the boys eagerly waiting to get onto the waters. Looks like they are getting the word go, and the boys under 13 50-meter freestyle hit number 1 is underway.
And lanes number 3 and 4 at the moment are in the lead. That's Yenuka and Rafael. And also in lane number 7, that's Methu Jajavardhana. And it is lane number 4 that touches the wall first, closely followed by lane number 3, Rafael and Yenuka. So with a timing of around 34-35 seconds on our official clock in the highlights here as well. It was Yenuka in the lead initially, and passed by his competitor Rafael in lane number 4 in the last couple of meters. So a mighty swim by Rafael. Now we are moving on to the second heat, and just waiting for the swimmers to line up. Little bit of a delay here compared to the previous heats. And only 4 swimmers in this heat. Lane number 1, we have Lituka Jayakodi. Lane number 5, we have Dulina Fernando. And in lanes number 7 and 8, Berwala and Javadana. And at the moment, it's lanes number 1, 5 and 8, Lituka, Dulina and Chenula, who are fighting for that top spot. That it's Chenula who seems to be edging closer to that victory, heading into the last 10 meters now. But a late surge by Dulina Fernando. Will it get him to the touchpad first? We'll have to wait and see. And yes, it'll be Dulina finishing in first, closely followed by Chenula by a couple of micros. And lane number 1, Lituka Jayakodi, apologies, from Royal Institute, will finish in third.
Once again, a brilliant swim in this heat number 2. It's the less number of participants, but nevertheless, they went on to put on a very competitive swim in heat number 2. Well, sun beating down here in Colombo, and these young boys really will have to really want to get off the markers. I'm sure those decks must be quite hot. And heat number 3 getting underway.
So at the moment, it's lane number 4, Hirun Kenula from Lyceum International School, Wattala, that has taken the lead, but he is closely challenged by lanes number 5 and 8. And we'll have to wait and see how this finish goes. And yes, it's lane number 4 that touches first. Definitely quite a dominant swim by him. Apologies, and did mention the wrong name in lane number 4. It was Tenuka Vijay Ratna from Lyceum International School, Vattala, that finished first. So that's the end of the third heat, and we are moving on to the fourth now. And we do have all 8 lanes occupied for this one. And it's AB Udamsa, Michelle Alex, Setija Gunasekara, Ammar Azmi, Akin Pereira, D. Gajanayaka, Kanchi Pathanayaka, and MF Yunus to round up the 8 swimmers. And we're off. And in the first 15 meters, it's a close tussle for the victory. But it is lanes 1, 3 and 4 that are vying for the victory at the moment, as they are motoring away, heading into the last 15 meters as well. And it definitely will be interesting to see who finishes first. There's a tussle between lanes 1 and 4. We'll have to wait and see who touches the wall. And yes, it'll be lane 1 at the barest of margins that touches first. That's Udamsa. And in lane number 4, Ammar Azmi from Asian Grammar School will finish in second. In the highlights here as well, those 3 lanes that I mentioned were tussling for that first place. Lanes 1, 3 and 4. It was lane number 1. You can't see it in the replay there, but it was lane number 1 that touched first, followed by lanes 3 and 4.
Indeed, once again, you can see these heats getting really competitive. There's no room for error. It's just the 50 meters, and you have to give it your all. One move can really cost you a spot in the final of this 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championship 2026. If you're just tuned into Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, it's the boys under 13 50-meter freestyle. Heat number 5 gets underway. Once again, you can see these heats quite closely contested. It's once again very competitive.
And yes, it'll be a close finish once again. Lane 1 will touch first, followed by lanes 4 and 5. Dilusha, Avira Singh and Yanul Rajapaksa. In that order, it will be 1, 2 and 3 finish, and in the highlights as well, it was lane number 1 who managed to edge out his competitors Avira Singh and Yanul Rajapaksa. And that brings us to the end of the penultimate heat. The boys under 13 50 meter freestyle. And now we'll be moving on to the 6th and final heat of this event. And just a quick run through the names. Lanes 1 through 8. We have Yehan, Kemith, Gavesh, Sirivardhana, Yetum, Sayan, Chenuka and Senendi Alvis to round up the 8. And we're off. And once again a close tussle heading into the first 15 meters. But you can clearly see it's a challenge between lanes 4, 5 and 6. Sirivardhana, Yetum and Sayan. But it is Yetum and Sirivardhana battling it out. And also Gavesh Singh in the mix as well. But it will be lane number 4, W Sirivardhana, who will try to touch the wall first, challenged by Yetun Sandilu. But it will be Sirivardhana that touches first, followed by Yetum Sandilu from Royal College. The SNS Academy managing to get the victory in this heat. And with a timing of 30 seconds and a couple of micros, he'll be hoping that that's sufficient to qualify for the final.
Indeed, with so much of heats, I think all these swimmers will have to give it their best shot. But always the easiest of things to do in this shorter format, we could say. But that concludes yet another event, that final heat, the boys under 13 50 meter freestyle, as we go towards event number 529, the girls under 15 50 meter freestyle.
Lining up for this heat, we'll only have 3 swimmers, 7 heats. Lanes 3, 4 and 5, Tarushi Hetiarachi, Shehari Pereira and Shanya Patirage. And the best seeded timing is by Shehari Pereira, so the favorite in this particular heat. And we do have 2 unnamed swimmers in lanes 6 and 7. So at the moment, it's the 2 unnamed swimmers in the lead. And they seem to be going in a neck-to-neck situation as we're heading into the last 10 meters now, and it's definitely going to be an exciting finish as both are going at the same stroke rate. And it'll be lane number 7 that touches, and lane number 6 will follow close. Actually, it's pretty difficult up here from the com box to tell, but one of those 2 lanes will touch first. And the 2 unnamed swimmers have put in a mighty shift in this first heat, and we'll have to wait and see how the rest go. And for this second heat, lanes 2 through 7, we have Metsuki, Tewanmi, Karyavasan, Sandumi, Kitara and Chennaya. So 6 swimmers out of the 8 lanes, and at the moment heading into the 25 meter mark, it's lanes 5 and 7, Sandumi and Chennaya battling it out, and also challenged by Kitara in lane number 6, but also a late surge in the last 25 by Kenudi Diansa. Apologies, by Metsuki Disanayaka. And Metsuki will touch the wall first, followed by lane number 5 Sandumi and lane number 7 Chennaya Somaratna from Museus College.
Well, yet another heat comes to an end. And to take you through the next half hour, we have Nathan and Sitara once again.
Up next, we have the third heat of the girls under 15 50 meter freestyle. In lane 1, Nina Adhikari. In lane 2, Deji Kenudi Diansa. In lane 3, Sasavi Seneja. In lane 4, Arunadi Vijay Sundara. In lane 5, Runiti Mahageda Ravatta. In lane 6, RGGTG Rajapaksha. In lane 7, Kulansa Galhena. In lane 8, Dinetri Ratnayaka.
And we're into heat number 3 of the girls under 15 50-meter freestyle. The current meet record sits at 28.3 seconds by Rushali Disanayaka. 28.3 seconds established last year.
A very competitive heat. This heat number 3 of this girls under 15 50-meter freestyle. Slightly ahead is lane number 6 and 3. And to that touchpad first will be number 3, with lane number 2 coming in second, with lane number 6 coming in third.
It's 33.03 seconds. Excellent swim from her. They'll all want to be around the 31-32 mark, isn't it? Taking a look at the seeded timings from the heats to come to try and make it into that last 8. As we move on into heat number 4 now, in lane order from lane number 1, Lisa Bogamua, Tisavi Valikala, Hiruki Vikramasinghe, Senuji Senulya, Gitsara Panapitiya, Viduni Salgadu, GMC Akitya, and UA Atukorala.
Going into this heat, I think it will be a very competitive heat, all with 34-second splits in this 50-meter freestyle. I'm sure the girls will want to push to hit that 33 mark to secure their position in that final later this evening. Beautiful underwaters there by Panapiti from Kilowells Aquatics. But I do think it will be lane number 6 to pass that 25-meter mark first, with lane numbers 2 very close to her, neck and neck, coming to the last 15 meters of this 50-meter freestyle.
Yes, it is between lanes number 2 and 7 as they both approach the final stretch, 2 and 6 rather, and it is lane number 6. That's Viduni Salgadu, with a timing of 31.95 seconds on our clock. The best timing we've seen so far in the girls under 15 50-meter free. And it's really dominant from start to finish. But despite the best efforts of Valikala in lane number 2, she managed to clinch the best time in this 4th heat.
Up next we have the 5th heat of this girls under 15 50-meter freestyle. In lane 1, Dara Nanayakkara. In lane 2, LMI Umangi. In lane 3, Yasavi Ekanayaka. In lane 4, Elena Maufar. In lane 5, Tushali Bandaranayaka. In lane 6, Setumi Kalua Rachi. In lane 7, Keshali Ranatunga. And in lane 8, Shayali Pona Peruma.
Yes, we saw a Maufar in lane number 4 excel in her other events, so want to definitely keep an eye out on. And as we enter the last 25 meters, she is in the lead, but closely followed by Tusheli Bandaranayaka in lane number 5. Will be quite the interesting finish, but looks like Maufar has just enough in the tank to finish with the best timings, just under 30 seconds when she touches. But an exceptional swim from Bandaranayaka as well, really pushed Maufar all the way.
Maufar definitely aiming to break that record by Rushali Disanayaka just last year in the final later this evening, hitting almost to 29 in our unofficial timings. So definitely we would like to see her break that in the final in the evening today.
So as you take a look at the replay of that race there, now moving into the penultimate heat. Lane order from lane number 1, we'll have Dunya Correa Ketmi Totagamu, Ishini Hettiheva, Disali Lokuitana, Inuki Abe Vikrama, Chenuki Liara, Yahara Jazz Singer, and Dushinka Rupa Singer. And Lokuitana, another swimmer we've seen perform well in the other events that she's taken part in, alongside Inuki Abe Vikrama in lanes 4 and 5. And straight away, brilliant underwater there from lane number 4, Disali Lokuitana. And that has got the body length or so of a lead coming towards the last 25 meters. But really giving it all is Totagamu in lane number 2. But looks like Lokuitana, right from the get-go, that momentum she built up at the start should be enough to see her all the way. But Totagamu as well following closely behind. But yes, Lokuitana again with just over 30 seconds on the clock, finishing things off, and will certainly be part of that final 8 later today.
Going into the final heat of this girls under 15 50-meter freestyle, we have Amelisa Silva in lane 1, Oshira Karuna Ratna in lane 2, Dinora Ranasinghe in lane 3, Shanudi Mihansa in lane 4, Liara Disoiza in lane 5, Yanara Hevagana in lane 6, TR Aberatna in lane 7, and RRBW Theanakon in lane 8.
It's on paper at least the fastest heat that we're going to see. And Mihansa coming in with a timing of 30.12 seconds. Be interesting to see how these girls go about things. Unfortunately, looks like we do have a couple of absences in lanes number 3 and 8. And lane number 6 as well, but nonetheless off the blocks, and looks like it is Aberatna in lane number 7 that had the best underwater. And coming towards that 25 meter mark, it is both of the swimmers in the middle lanes that are going neck and neck.
Mihansa definitely with that motorized kick there, trying to get the lead in this final heat of the girls under 15, edging towards that first place position. And I do think lane number 5 manages to hit the touchpad first. Amazing race by these two young ladies.
Yes, both Mihansa and Liara Dizoiza doing exceptionally well, finishing around that 30-second mark, and really pushed each other through that 50-meter lap. With that, we come to an end of the girls under 50-meter freestyle. Now we move on to the boys category, and 9 heats set to come our way from this particular category. And the meet record sits at 25.11 seconds, established way back in 2014 by Kyle Abesinger.
Kyle Abesing was supposed to swim this 50-meter freestyle later on, so definitely these young athletes will want to break this record right in front of him. I'm sure these young under 15 boys will come close to it with almost 2 seconds away in that final heat. But right now we do have the first heat, a very competitive heat indeed, almost neck and neck, passing that 25-meter mark.
It's really pushing through in this last 25 meters. Slowing down just a tad bit in the last 25, unfortunately. But looks like it is a close tussle between lanes 1, 3 and 6. And I think it is lane number 1 who finishes with the best time in. So you take a look at the replay there. Was quite neck and neck, but right at the end, lead number 1 just pulling away. Clutch first.
Going into that second heat of the boys under 15 50-meter freestyle, we have Iran, Bandaravatta, Hambradua, Veerasinghe, Rajapaksha, Pereira, Fernando and Meunaka in lane 8.
And we're off, and straight away lane number 5 getting a good start. Viru Rajapaksha swinging for Stafford International School, but keep an eye out on the corner lane as well. Lane number 8, Dihen Meunaka.
Passing that 25-minute mark almost identically is lane number 5 and 8, but I do think lane number 5 is slightly ahead of the rest, trying to gain that advantage in that last 5 meters, taking no breath, and he does touch the wall first, coming first in the second heat of the boys under 15 50-meter freestyle.
So, and I think that looked like a sub 30 as well to the naked eye. So brilliant stuff from Viru Rajapaksha. Has bettered his seeded time certainly, and what a swim it's been from him. Certainly a front runner for the final. Now moving on to heat number 3. We'll have Rakil Pereira, CRD Fernando, JY Gomez, Ryan Pereira, Setika Setun, Ikshita Pereira, Oshita Devapriya, and KDU Fernando. Straight away, exceptional start from lane number 8. That's Fernando.
Very well competed heat, passing that 25-meter mark almost all at the same time. Slightly ahead is lanes 5, 6, 8 and 1 going into that last 15 meters. I do think lane number 1 is slightly ahead, going to finish this third heat of this 50-meter freestyle, and he does touch first. That is Pereira from Colombo International School.
Yes, brilliant swim from him. Just over 31 seconds on unofficial timing. And didn't get the start he would have hoped for. Was dominated by the other corner early doors, but managed to make up that lost ground in the last 25 meters and finish off with the best timing. Now moving on to the fourth heat. We'll have Abhiman, Fernando, Kodikara, Nethmira, Ganagoda, Joseph, Netsara and Lianage from lanes 1 through 8.
Again, almost identical timings here in this fourth heat. Definitely tough competition to get in that top 8 position in this particular category. So I'm sure the swimmers will try to take these 50 meters very fast. And just like that, lane number 6, Carter Joseph from Elizabeth Moyer, leading this fourth heat into that last 15 meters of his 50-meter freestyle.
It's a brilliant swim all round. Another sub 30 time in 28.5 on unofficial timing from Carter Joseph. Brilliant swim from the young man. And you can see on the replay as well, right from that underwater, just push through and didn't really face any competition from the rest of the chase. In fact, quite comfortably did it in the end.
Up next, we have the fifth heat of the boys under 15 50-meter freestyle. In lane 1, Karuna Tilaka. In lane 2, Kodi Tualu. In lane 3, Manodara. In lane 4, Gamage. In lane 5, Arya Vansa. In lane 6, Pereira. In lane 7, Chandimal. And in lane 8, Kanegoda.
So all of these swimmers within a second of each other on seeded time, all within a 31 split. So it'll be interesting to see how this lap goes.
Going in with no breaths is that lane number 5, passing that 25-meter mark. However, I do think lane numbers 4 and 3 slightly ahead going into that last 15 meters. Definitely going to be up to that last 5 meters to declare the winner of this particular heat.
Yes, and 3 swimmers in lanes 3, 4 and 5 all finish in sub 30, or at least that's what it looked like from up here. Manodara, Gamage and Aryavansha. And as expected, we had the closest heat that we've seen so far. As you can see, the 3, 4 and 5 all finishing within a couple of micros of each other, and it looks like it was Gamage in lane number 4 that did manage to touch first. And now moving on into heat number 6. He'll have in lane order from lane number 1 Nethmira Disanayaka, Hansilu, Vijayaratna, Gunawardana, Senarat, Imbul Pitikanda and Fernando.
All with a seed time of 30 to 31 seconds here in the 6th heat of this boys under 15 50 meter freestyle. I'm sure all these young boys are looking to better that time and hit that 29-second mark.
Definitely, and straight off the blocks it is Yoshane Fernando in lane number 8 that has gotten a good start, but closely followed by Vijayaratna and Gunawardana in lanes number 4 and 5.
Senarat hitting that touchpad first, going almost to 27 to 28. A very good swim by the Gateway College swimmer in lane number 6.
Yes, certainly. Excellent swim from Senarat. And yes, a very, very close swim once again. As we now move into the 7th heat. And in lane order from lane number 1, we'll have Peter, Sirivardhana, Ranvin, Mavil Mada, Hettiarachi, Hakim, Lesandu and Ranasinghe. Mavil Mada, Hettiarachi. Saw both of them in the individual medley as well, doing really well. And certainly will be a couple of names to keep an eye on in this 50 meter dash as well. Straight away, good underwater all round. And now putting their feet on the gas as they cross the halfway mark. Still way too close to call, but it is lane number 5 Hettiarachi that does have the narrow advantage as we head into this final stretch. Just outside him in lane number 6, some good catch-up work, but looks like Hettiarachi does have enough in the tank to finish with just over 28 seconds on unofficial timing. Excellent swim, pipped him as one to keep an eye out for, and he has done that favorite tag some justice. Certainly very good timing and should be enough to see him into the finals. And on to the next heat. We'll have De Silva, Amanda, Randul, Rushdi, Gunatilaka, Hirudin, Mihindukulu Surya and Pereira occupying lanes 1 through 8, and certainly on paper the fastest heat of this boys under 15 50 meter freestyle. Keep an eye on lane number 4 Rushdi, coming with a time of 27.74 seconds as they are motoring through this first 25.
Definitely between lane numbers 4 and 5 for that first place position in this 8th heat of this boys under 15 50 meter freestyle. And I do think lane number 4 does touch first Kadir Rushdi, with a very good competition from SC Gunatilaka from Trinity College Kandy in that lane number 5.
Yes, certainly sub 28 from Rushdi though. Brilliant work from him. And like you said, Gunatilaka also pushing his man all the way. And both of them finishing around that 28 second mark as we move on to the final heat of this boys under 15 50 meter freestyle. For this in lane order from lane 1, we'll have Abe Surya, Hansana, Nimtaka, Fonseca, Rajapaksha, Bandar, Alvis and Munasinghe. And Rishidu Fonseca in lane number 4. The fastest seeded time overall of just 27.06 seconds. One to keep an eye out for in lane number 4. Small hold up before we can get underway. Of course, this the last of the under 15 freestyle events. So we'll go through under 17, then under 20, and then the open 50-meter freestyle before we move on into the finals here on the fifth and final day of this 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships for 2026. Proudly sponsored by HNB and live on ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, on Dialog channel number 20, the Dialog Play App, the Papare website, and YouTube channel.
Coming out last in that first 15 meters of this 50-meter freestyle is lane number 4, but lane number 3 passing that 25-meter mark first, definitely giving a fight till the very end in this ninth and final heat of this boys under 15 50-meter freestyle.
Yes, into that final stretch now. Just 22 seconds on the clock. A close tussle between lanes 3 and 4, and it looks like it will be lane 3 in fact, with just 27.78 seconds on our clock. I think that's Nimtaka swimming for Royal College, and closely followed by Risindu Fonseca. Came in with the best seeded time. An exceptional swim from both those young men. And certainly the fastest swim that we've seen so far in the boys under 15 50-meter freestyle.
And that concludes the boys under 15 50-meter freestyle. As we move on to the girls under 17 50-meter freestyle, in the first heat in lane 2 we have Aiza Bari, in lane 3 Gitmini Leonage, in lane 4 Manli Sahansa, in lane 5 Haya Mahruf, and in lane 6 RMIT Ratnayaka.
Send the meet record, another old one, established way back in 2014 by Kimiko Rahim. 27.47 seconds the time to beat if we are to see another new record at this 50th National Age Group Champ.
Gitmini Leonage of Bishop's College slightly pulling forward in this first heat of the girls under 17 50-meter freestyle, trying to gain maximum advantage and secure her position in the final later this evening, and she does touch that touchpad first, closely followed by her schoolmate Haya Mahruf of Bishop's College as well.
It's just 32.4 seconds on our unofficial timing, which is at least a couple of seconds better than most of their seeded times, which are around that 34 to 36 second mark. So remarkable improvement from them. In a 50-meter swim, Sitara, I think even a 1 second improvement is quite remarkable, isn't it?
It is. I'm sure these young athletes know how hard it is to drop even milliseconds in these 50 meters. It goes a lot of training goes into just swimming 33 seconds. I'm sure these girls will definitely want to drop those milliseconds and then move it on to more seconds and hit the 32 to 31 meters in this 50-meter freestyle.
Yes, and we're underway in the second heat of 5. And all going neck and neck, coming towards the end of that first 25 meters. The middle 2 lanes, Tambidore and Rehani Pereira, both from Ladies College. But some activity on the corner lanes as well. Lanes 1 and 2, Jayasuriya and Siatra, also keeping their names in contention, but it will be Tambidore in lane number 4 who touches first. And certainly a very fast swim, isn't it, Sitara?
Definitely competing with her schoolmate there, Rehani Pereira. I think all these young swimmers did a very good swim in this second heat of the girls under 17 50-meter freestyle.
Yes, and now moving into the next heat in lane order. From lane number 1, we'll have Jayasinghe, Belpage, Vekunagodage, Vikramaratne, De Silva, Jayasinghe, De Silva and Hettiarachchi. And 4 of these swimmers coming in with a sub 30 time in. So we're in for another fast heat.
Definitely the swimmer to look out for here is Danudi Vikramaratne of Elizabeth Moyer, hitting that 27, if I'm not mistaken, My apologies, 28.60. Very impressive timings in this girls under 17. Very close to the record as well, 27.47. So I'm sure these girls will want to break that in the upcoming final later this evening.
Yes, certainly. Small hold up before we can get underway.
The marshal seems to be rechecking some swimmers in this heat. As I say that, the lane number 3 swimmer backs down, unsure of what's going on from up here. I'm sure these girls are eager to finish off this 50.
Yes, unfortunate hold up, but credit to the organizers. The meet has been on schedule for the most part. As that's a great underwater from lane number 5, last to pull out, and lane number 7 as well, Onara De Silva and Hishara De Silva going neck and neck as we're into the final 25 meters.
Definitely between those lanes 4, 5, 7 and 2 for that first place position in this third heat. I do think it will be between lanes 4 and 7. Very close call, but a very well done swim by these young girls to secure their position in that final later this evening.
Yes, certainly, and by the looks of things, a very well-paced swim as well. Let's take a look there. Got their technique spot on that time. It was just a matter of finishing it off, and lanes number 4, 5 and 7 mighty close to each other as they finish off their heat. And now into the fourth heat. In lane order from lane 1, we'll have K.T. Kanayaka, K.S. Vijayasekara, K.I.T. Damsarani, Sasha Rajapaksha, Harindi Vitana, Heidi Premachandra, Sadevmi Pereira and Dinatya Silva.
Sasha Rajapaksa swimming that 100-meter freestyle for the 200-meter IM earlier this evening. So not entirely sure what she has up her sleeve for this race. But I'm sure since it is a 50, she's going to sprint it all the way and hit those 28-second par to compete with that record of Kimiko Rahim back in 2014.
Yes, certainly, Sasha. We know she's good with her freestyle. And straight away, excellent underwater from her. And Premachandra in lane number 7. Now motoring towards that 25-meter mark. It is still Rajapaksha and her competitor in lane number 3, Damsarini, who are going toe-to-toe, not breathing at all. And this is going to be quite the close finish here between Rajapaksha and Damsarini. And it is Rajapaksha. Just under 30 seconds on our clock. And just the second sub-30 swim we've seen so far in the girls under 17 50-meter freestyle.
Going into this fifth and final heat of the girls under 17 50-meter freestyle, we have Budipola in lane 1, Jayalat in lane 2, Chanisha in lane 3, Pereira in lane 4, De Silva in lane 5, Setlini in lane 6, Abbas Boy in lane 7 and Lak Divas in lane 8.
And the best time in coming into it by Yunaya Pereira, 28.5 seconds. And great to see another 4 sub 30 seeded time swimmers in this final heat of the girls under 17 50 meter freestyle. Fortunately, looks like there is an absence in lane number 8.
Unai Pereira definitely wanting to win this heat with the fastest timing, seed time in this particular event. Definitely going into that 25 meter mark first, but very well competed by the rest of her heat as well.
Yes, certainly now getting towards the business end of this 50 meter dash. Pereira really giving it her all. And looks like she will touch first, just ahead of Senuki De Silva in lane number 5. It's an excellent swim overall from the both of them. Really pushed each other on and comfortably finishing with the best timings in this final heat of the girls under 17 50 meter freestyle. So take a look at the highlights. We'll move on to the boys under 17 50 meter freestyle, and to take you through that, it's back over to Randeep and Reshwan.
And now the boys under 17 50 meter freestyle, and we do have 10 heats coming up, around 75 to 80 swimmers, so definitely going to be an interesting one. But we do an absentee in lanes 2 and 7, apologies. So Patirana, Munasinghe, Kaumina, Vanasinghe, Sasmita and Vijay Sekar to round up the swimmers. And at the moment it's lanes number 1, 3 and 4, and also in lanes number 6 and 8 as well. So going to be a close finish. We've seen the girls perform really well, and the boys now bring it all out as well. And it'll be lane number 6 that will touch the wall first. That's Vanagasuriya from St. Thomas College, Mount Lavinia, around that 29-second mark, which is definitely bettered his seat timing as well in the highlights here. It was a close tussle across the lanes, and at the moment in the replay as well, it was Vanagasuriya who touched the wall first. And now we'll be quickly moving on to the second heat. Just waiting for the swimmers to line up. A couple of absentees, as we can see. In lanes 1, 2 and 3 we have Rushen, Disinu and Vidu. And also in lane number 5 we have Tenuka. And in lanes number 7 and 8 we have Mindupriya and Nemita Senadira. Favorite for this heat, it's difficult to say as everyone has clocked in seat timings of the 30-second mark, so a couple of micros separating them. And as you can see, heading into the 25-meter mark as well, nothing much separating them. And Reshwan, heading into the last 15 meters of this second heat, who do you think will come out on top?
Well, as you did mention, the preceding timings have been around that 30-second time, and this time around it's the lad in lane number 5, Gunnar Sekara from Royal College, who will go over to touch on the wall first and get to that 29-second time barrier as well.
Both heats, the leaders finishing around the 29-second mark, so it's going to be quite an interesting situation as we have 10 heats here. And right now we are lining up for the third heat. And in lane number 1 we have Thusit Lianage, and in lanes number 5 through 8 we have Kurukulu Surya, Prasad Anish, Evin Singhasena and Thasit Lianage. And I've been just told by Sitara that we have twins swimming in this particular heat, so a battle between the brothers is always nice to see. Reshwan, you being a twin as well, will know how much of competition there is.
Indeed, Tusit Lienege and Tasit Lienege from two ends of the pool in lane number 1 and in lane number 8. And it's just a very close timing as well. The preceding timings, Randeep. Tusit with 30 seconds and 3 milliseconds, and Tasit as well, quite close.
As they're heading into the last 15, it's a tussle between Evin and Prasad from Lyceum International School, Gampar and Royal College, and it is lane number 7 that manages to touch the wall first. That's Evin Singhasena, and Prasad touching in second with a timing of around 27 seconds and a couple of micros. So each heat getting faster and faster now. So you see in the highlights here as well, it was at lane number 1 to sit initially in the lead, but after that in the last 25 it was Evin and Prasad that motored away and managed to clinch that first and second position in the heat.
This event has really brought some interesting swims. So closely contested, no room for error, and everyone just continues to give it their all.
And now we're moving on to the halfway mark. Apologies. 4th heat. One more heat after that for the halfway mark. And lining up lanes 1 through 8, we have W. Senaratna, Netul Hemachandra, Anusara Talpage, Bumit Pereira, Nimtara Costa, S. Rifai, Chanugarat Naika, and Mihiru Randunu. And at the moment, looking at the lanes that we have so far, we do have 2 absentees in lanes number 6 and 7. So 6 swimmers, and definitely hoping that it will get faster heading on to the remaining heats as well. At the moment, once again, just a slight delay in proceedings, but the official, the marshal, does blow the whistle, and we're just about to commence the 4th heat of the boys under 17 50 meter freestyle, and a couple of underwaters. But up first is lanes number 4, 5 and 6, and also lane number 1. So Senaratna, Bomet, Nimtara Costa and Rifai, the front runners. But in lane number 8, after the last 25, is Mihiru Randunu, who's pulled away about a half a body length lead, and he'll definitely touch the wall first, and quite a fast swim as well. He'll touch around that 26-second mark, and closely followed by the rest of the field, and that's a statement swim by him. Definitely interesting to see whether the rest of the field as well, just qualifying under a second or so from Mihiru Randunu. So we might have a potential situation here where the rest of the swimmers in this particular heat will be in contention to qualify for the final, but it's still too early to call as we have 5 more heats, 6 more heats coming up. So definitely interesting to see. Now we are moving on to the 5th heat, and lining up lanes 1 through 8, we have Ranket, Omet Semita, G. Madesh, Tinu Piris, B. Seniviratna, A. Anuhas, L. Pereira and Minit Venuranga.
Once again, all 8 swimmers with a time of 29 seconds. So we'll expect a very, very closely contested affair in this heat number 5. Once again, straight off in quick fashion is Minit Venuranga going into the lead, but a very slender lead which has been taken over. And once again, it will be that lad in lane number 6 who will go, lane number 5 rather, who will go and touch that wall first. IB Seniviratna from Anand College.
It's in the highlights here as well. It was the lad in lane number 5, IB Seniviratna, who touched the wall. And that might have been slower than the previous heat. But IB Seniviratna will be hoping that he has done enough to qualify for the final. And now we're moving on to the 6th heat. And lanes 1 through 8. We have M. Shadi, Vetum Randinu, Avin Kodikara, Y. Imet, Kushil Khalanasuria, K. Pereira, I. A. Pereira, and Senuka Bomet. And just once again waiting for the officials to clear everything and start the 6th heat. We do have a absentee in lane number 7. So it will be just 7 swimmers to participate in this heat. It's definitely going to be interesting, as this 50-meter freestyle is just an all-out sprint. And since these are the senior categories, the under 17 and under 20, it's going to be really fast-paced. Under 30 seconds is each heat. And at the moment, right across, everyone's on level terms. And let's see who breaks out in the first, at the 25-meter mark. And yes, we do have a leader in lane number 6. That is K. Pereira, and he's managed to pull away from the rest of the pack. But in lanes 1 and 3, those two also in contention for the top spot. But it is lane number 6. That is K. Pereira, who's managed to finish at that 26-27 mark. And he'll also be in contention for the final.
Brilliant stuff once again. There was no stopping him. He's coming thick and fast here in this boys under 17 50-meter freestyle. We head into the 7th heat. It'll take you back. The meet record in this boys under 17 50-meter freestyle is set by that man, Kala Bisinger, in the year 2016. A timing of 23.77 seconds.
And we're off for the 7th heat. Rumet, Vishwa, Abdul, Taruka, Ethan and Ditya in the first 6 lanes, and also Dihela in the final lane. And at the moment it's lane number 2 and lane number 6. That's Vishwa and Ditya who's battling it out, but it's Vishwa who seems to be pulling away. But Ditya in the last 15 meters will want to push, but it is Vishwa in lane number 2 who touches the wall first and comfortably brings the victory for himself. And Ditya will finish in 2nd. So those two will be the top contenders from this particular heat to go ahead to the final in the evening. But since there are quite a number of swimmers in the 10 heats, we'll have to wait and see. But on our unofficial clock, it's Vishwa who has clocked in about 28 seconds and a couple of micros, and he'll be hoping he's done enough, as we've had previous heats the leaders finish around the 26 and 27 second mark. So it'll be close to call when we head for the finals, as we select the best 8 with the best timings. And now moving on to the 8th heat, and lining up for us here is lanes 1 and 2 we have Premaratna and Disa Naika, and in lanes 4 through 8 we have Binuga Yenal, Namudu, Daham and Dinsara. And we are off. And definitely fast-paced stuff we're having here at the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex. This is the 50-meter freestyle heats, and at the moment it's lanes 4 and 5 that have taken the lead at the moment, Binuga and Yanal, and they seem to be battling it out at the moment, and it's gonna be a close finish, but it might be lane number 5, Yanal, that touches first. I'm not too sure. It's either Yanal or Binuga that touches first, but they've managed to go at a timing at around 25 seconds and a couple of micros. So that's the fastest heat we've seen so far in terms of timing. Once again, these are the unofficial timings on our clock, so we'll have to wait and see what the officials have to say. But a mighty swim by Binuga and Yanal, both from Lyceum International School, Wattala. So they'll both be hoping that they'll be able to qualify for the finals. It was just a couple of micros separating the two of them on that 25-second mark. And now we are moving to the 9th heat of the boys under 17 50-meter freestyle. And we do have an absentee in lane number 2. And in lane number 1, Shamika Silva. And lanes 3 through 8, we have Helika Fernanda, W. Piri, Setum Tendakon, Bhagya Vikramasinghe, Sunil Rodrigo, and Netum Satsilu.
Once again, we'll be in for us a very interesting 50-meter freestyle in the boys under 17 category. The best timing coming in the way of Satum Tennakon. Satum Tennakon in lane number 5. Surely going head to head with W.N.A. Pires, who rather has the best timing, and he has really lived up to his expectation. W.N.A. Pires at the timing of 25.75 prior to this race, and he has finished around at that time as well with a brilliant finish. But he was closely contested together with Setum Tennakon in lane number 5.
So Helika Fernando as well in lane number 3. So those three will be hoping they can have a say in the final 8. But definitely this boys under 17 50-meter freestyle event is going to be a tough one. And in the evening, the finals will definitely might see a record broken, as the record is set by Kyla Bessing a decade ago, 23 seconds and a couple of micros. So it'll be interesting to see. But now we're moving on to the 10th and final heat of this particular event. And lining up lanes 1 through 8 is Nitula, Yoshita, Dulaksha, Hesandu, Hirun, Ipshita, Taruka and Sanul. And from the first 15 meters, it's tough to call out a leader. And you can clearly see how fast-paced and how much of effort these boys are putting in. And at the moment, it's a tussle between lanes 3, 4 and 5. That is Dulaksha, Hesandu and Hirun. And it'll be, if I'm not mistaken, lane number 4 to touch the wall around that 25-26 second timing. That is Hesandu Kodagoda from Nalanda College. And it's been a mighty shift by each and every one of these swimmers in all 10 heats, as we've seen constantly majority of the swimmers qualifying under that 30-second timing, registering personal bests as well, and they will be hoping that they can finish and get to that final later on in the evening today.
Indeed, Randev, and I think that final coming up in this boys under 17 50-meter freestyle will be one to watch out for, because we did see so much of closely contested heats, and that final will not disappoint. Surely some deserving and some swimmers will miss out, because that final will be only just the 8 swimmers and one final push. But before that, we'll head to the next event on our cards, as we have the girls under 20 50-meter freestyle. This event comprises of 3 heats.
And five swimmers in this heat. And lanes 1 and 2 we have Yonali and Martha. And lanes 4, 5 and 6 we have Lehara, Sachini and Andrea. So definitely going to be interesting to see how they finish, as the favorite is Lehara in lane number 4, and definitely she's the one ahead at the moment, but she's contested by lane number 6 as well. That is Andrea from Ladies College, but at the moment it's Lehara who will touch the wall first around that 28-second mark. So definitely a mighty shift by her, and she's closely followed by lane number 6. That's Andrea, who will finish a couple of micros under her. So only 3 heats in this particular event, so the probability of them qualifying is higher, and they'll be hoping that their times will be sufficient to get into that top 8. And the highlights there as well, you did see Lehara managing to peep out the remaining competitors and finish first in a heat. And now we are quickly moving on to the second heat, and we do have a couple of absentees once again, but in the first 5 lanes we have Amreshya, Tanudi, Tenushi, Vandani and Rashmi, and in lane number 7 we have Shanessa Adams. And the one to watch out for will be Vandari Fernando from Lyceum International School, Wattala, in lane number 4. And the whistle has just been blown, and the swimmers are on the blocks, and off we go. And a couple of great underwaters in the mid lanes, and lanes 3, 4 and 5, that is Tenushi, Vandani and Rashmi are the front runners. But after the 25-meter mark, it is Vandani who has pulled ahead, and at last 15 meters, now 10 meters to go, and she will be the one to touch the wall definitely first, and she's closely followed by lanes 3, 5 and 7. But it is Vandani Fernando from Lyceum International School, Wattala, who touches the wall at around 27 seconds and a couple of micros, Reshwan.
Indeed, once again, a brilliant swim from Fernando. Hit number 2 of this girls under 20 50-meter freestyle was won by Vandani Fernando in lane number 4 as we approach heat number 3, final heat of this girls under 20 50-meter freestyle.
And yes, lining up lanes 1 through 8, we have Denila Tisumi, Sanaya, Chesi, Netali, Isindi, Sanuji and Dasanayaka. And at the moment it's the mid lanes once again that are leading. That's lanes 4 and 5, Jesse and Netali, the favourites in this heat as well, from Lyceum International School, Gampa and Holy Family Convent. And at the moment it's Jesse Seniviratna, who is seen in the past as well, perform extremely well. Will look to touch the wall first, but it is a lane number 5 also in contention. Not too sure who finishes first, but Jesse and Netali, the 2 front runners for this particular heat. And 28 seconds on our clock, and we'll have to wait and see whether that will be sufficient enough for them to qualify.
The boys under 20 50-meter freestyle will get underway. Heat number 1 with just the 3 swimmers, rather 2 taking part. In lane number 3 and 4, Vimala Chandra and Hendrikus.
And it's lane number 4, that is Mern Hendricks, who will touch the wall in the first heat of the boys under 20 50-meter freestyle around the 26 second mark. So he's set the precedent early, and that will be the benchmark for now for the remaining heats as well, isn't it, Rashwan?
Indeed, we have total of 6 heats in this boys under 20 50 meter freestyle. The first heat done and dusted, with Hendrikus setting up a good timing of 26 seconds. Around that time is surely bettered his seat timing of 29.43 as we approach the second heat, and gets underway in no time.
And at the moment, in lanes number 3 and 4, it's Yampatha and Dinet Gamage who are fighting for that top spot in this heat. And it's Yampatha who touches the ball around that 27-second mark and a couple of micros. And it'll definitely be interesting to see whether Dinet Gamage from Trinity College Kandy can qualify as well for the final. In the highlights there as well, there's those two in front with lane number 7 also Ashwin Vijay Singh will want to hope that he can qualify. And to take you all through the remaining heats and the next couple of events, it will be Nathan and Sitara.
As we head into yet another heat, we have Nathan and Sitara once again.
Yes, thank you Randeep and thank you Reshwan. Into the third heat of the boys under 20 50 meter freestyle. And straight away some dominance from lane number 5. Think that's Vihanga Mendis finishes with just under 27 seconds. Excellent going by Mendis. Secure the best time in the third heat. Well and truly into the business end of this 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships, aren't we, Sitara?
Definitely coming towards the end of the morning session, well now afternoon session, in this 5th and final day of the national age groups. I think all these swimmers are eager to get that lunch break and rest up for the finals later this evening.
It's a bit of a late lunch for them, but need all the rest and need all that recharging that they can get, isn't it? Finals ahead of them, like you said. They'll all be hoping to get themselves on the podium come a little bit later today. As we're in heat number 4. Unfortunately, looks like we have an absence in lane number 4, but for the moment it is lanes 5 and 6 that are going toe to toe. And it will be lane number 5, just 25.23 seconds on the clock, Sitara. That's Sasmita in lane number 5 for St. Joseph's College. 25.23 seconds. That's brilliant stuff for a 50 meter free.
Definitely gonna wanna go into that final later this evening, trying to improve that end break Kyla Bessinger's record. I'm sure this young Josephian securing his place for sure in that final later this evening.
Yes, all of these freestyle records held by Kyla Basinger just shows how dominant he was when he competed at these age groups, but certainly would be refreshing to see a couple of new names up there.
As we move on to the 5th heat of this boys under 20, we have MDD Jayasekara, AF Hassan, Dinalvel Appili, ANN Dabare, Yaish Arfat, Rehan Fernando, AM Randuna, and GPAS Disanayaka.
And straight away it is lane number 4, that's Dabare from Ananda College with the lead. Has a body length also now between him and the rest of the competition. Just needs to finish the job here. Lane number 5 trying to play catch up, but yes, it is Dabare with just 24.09 seconds that finishes first in this heat. And that timing will surely put him in the finals. Tata swim, it was really close to the meet record time of 23.77 seconds.
Definitely each heat getting faster than the rest. Coming up to that last sixth and final heat of this boys under 20, we have Natisha, Farooq, Veera Singha, Nawaz, Senanayaka, Guruge, Muhammad and Punchiheva.
And the best timing by Nawaz from St. Thomas's College with 24.1 seconds. And all of these swimmers are qualified with a sub 30 time. So should be a really fast heat that we're about to witness. And straight away, excellent underwater. Last out of it is lane number 7. That's MF Muhammad. Saw him break a couple of records on the earlier days, and certainly has a bit of a lead going into the last stretch of this boys under 20 50 meter freestyle. And yes, it looks like it will be Muhammad in lane number 7 that touches first.
MF Muhammad dominating this meet, I would say. Almost doing every single stroke and winning it, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely showing that he is a very diverse swimmer. And if you're not mistaken, on our unofficial clock, he has clocked in a 23.94. Very close to that record. I'm sure he wants to break it later this evening. So we're in for a very good final in this boys under 20 category.
So what a swim it was from Muhammad from start to finish. In lane number 7, swimming for Zaira College. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant from Mohammed. And with that we come to an end of the boys under 20 50 meter freestyle. And I think the women's open we are going to skip over. It will be a straight finals. So into the men's open 50 meter freestyle, and some big names about to take to the waters. Straight away in heat number 1, the best time in from Kavisha Tenuara in lane number 4, and he is the one with the advantage early doors, but keep an eye out for lane number 8 as well. That should be lane number 7, but yes, looks like Tenuara will do the job here. Just 24.6 seconds on our unofficial timing. Brilliant swim from Kavisha Tenuara. And the current meet record set by Matthew Abe Singh back in 2018 with 22.65 seconds.
Sure, his brother is looking to better that record. Coming in that third heat is Kyle Abe Singh. But before that, we have the second heat of this men 20 and over 50 meter freestyle, with Kumara, Gimhara, De Silva, Lohan, De Silva, Tamidurai and Madanayaka in lane number 7.
It's best time in by Lohan in lane number 4. Panduka Lohan swimming for Sri Lanka Navy. Time of 24.11 seconds. Unfortunately, looks like we do have an absence in lane number 8. Here it is now straight away. Quick off the blocks is Lohan. He is motoring through that first 25 meters and closely followed by those just outside him, De Silva and Tambidore. But looks like Lohan has enough in him, has a body length between him and the rest of the competition. Now just motoring through this men's 50 meter freestyle and finishing with just over 24 seconds on our unofficial timing. It's a brilliant swim from Panduka Lohan, and certainly will make it to the final of the men's open 50 meter freestyle.
Coming up, we have the third and final heat of this men 20 and over 50 meter freestyle. In lane number 1, Naveed Rahim. In lane number 2, WANS Gunaratna. In lane 3, AR Faham in lane 4, Kyle Abe Singha in lane 5, MMH Jai Singha in lane 6, HLHK Kumara, and in lane 7, PMDM Ratnayaka.
Yes, Kyle Abe Singh, we hoping to break his brother's record in this particular event. He comes in with a seeded time of 23.34 seconds. And straight away, good start from Abe Singh and Ratnayak in the outside lane. Yes, Abe Singh motoring through now, but has Faham on his inside. Faham keeping him company and pushing him all the way, but Abe Singh just rallying through, not breathing at all, trying to get that timing in, and eventually Abe Singh does touch with just under 24 seconds on unofficial timing, but what a swim it was from AR Faham for Sri Lanka Army. Really pushed Abe Singh all the way, and what a swim it was from the both of them.
Amazing. I think we're up for a very interesting final later this evening for this men over 20 category in the 50-meter freestyle.
Yes, certainly. And with that, we come to an end of event number 536 at the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships, and the end of meet schedule as well. And we'll head into a commercial break before the finals and the prize distribution on the other side.
New Zealand under 85 kilo warriors return to Sri Lanka for another doubleheader as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD, the Dialog Play App, and ThePapare.com as the historic series unfolds for a second time.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews, and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every Yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙලිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න. රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නරඹන්න. සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක්, TV හිස්තැනක්, ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And it's out caught. That was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
හයේ පහරවල් දියුණු කඩුලු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා. කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play app එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
The New Zealand under-85 kilo Warriors return to Sri Lanka for another double-header as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD, the Dialog Play App, and ThePapare.com as the historic series unfolds for a second time.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews, and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. every six that shakes the stadium, every Yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙළිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න. රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නවමන්න. සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක් ETV හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And is out caught there with a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
හයේ පහරවල් තියුණු කඩුලු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා. කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play app එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
The New Zealand under 85 kilo Warriors return to Sri Lanka for another doubleheader as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD, the Dialog Play app, and ThePapare.com as the historic series unfolds for a second time.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews, and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to ThePapare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every Yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
Elevate your game with ThePapare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to ThePapare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙලිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නරඹන්න සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැන ETV හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And it's out caught, that was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
හයේ පහරවල් තියුණු කඩුලු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play App එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකාව ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
The New Zealand under 85 kilo Warriors return to Sri Lanka for another doubleheader as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD, the Dialog Play App, and ThePapare.com as the historic series unfolds for a second time.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙළිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න. රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නමමන්න. සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක් ETV හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And is out caught. That was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
හයේ පහරවල් දියුණු කඩුලු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න අදම Dialog Play App එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
New Zealand under 85 kilo warriors return to Sri Lanka for another doubleheader as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD, the Dialog Play App, and ThePapare.com as the historic series unfolds for a second time.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙලිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නමමන්න සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක් ETV හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And it's out caught. That was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
හයේ පහරවල් දියුණු කඩුළු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා. කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play App එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
The New Zealand under 85 kilo Warriors return to Sri Lanka for another doubleheader as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD, the Dialog Play App, and ThePapare.com as the historic series unfolds for a second time.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙලිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නරඹන්න සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැන ETV හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And it's out caught, that was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
හයේ පහරවල් දියුණු කඩුලු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා. කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play app එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 278ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
The New Zealand under 85 kilo Warriors return to Sri Lanka for another doubleheader as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD, the Dialog Play App, and ThePapare.com as the historic series unfolds for a second time.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙලිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නරඹන්න සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැන ඉටි හිස්තැන ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැන 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And is out caught. That was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
හයේ පහරවල් දියුණු කඩුළු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා. කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play app එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
The New Zealand under-85 kilo Warriors return to Sri Lanka for another doubleheader as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD, the Dialog Play App, and ThePapare.com as the historic series unfolds for a second time.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews, and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙලිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාසික සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නවමන්න සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක් TV හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And it's out caught. That was a good catch.
This is not just another match.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships for 2026. We are into the business end of today's proceedings, the final day of 5. And we're into our finals of today's event, starting with the 200 meter freestyles and starting with the girls under 11s. In lane number 4, qualifying with the best time in Chanudi Ratnayaka, 2 minutes and 52.97 seconds. Head and shoulders above the rest, who've qualified with times exceeding 3 minutes. So on paper, certainly Ratnayaka is the favorite to go all the way and clinch gold.
Going into finishing that first 50 of her 200 meter freestyle, definitely showing why she has that sub 2:52 minute timing. Chanitra Ratnayaka hitting that 25 meter mark of her second 50 in this 200 meter freestyle. Not far behind her is lane numbers 2 and lane number 5, competing for those top 3 positions of this girls under 11 200 meter freestyle final.
Yes, but at the moment, all smooth sailing for Ratnayaka as she comes to the end of her first 100 meters. Just 2 more laps to go for her. Had plenty of time to rest as well, isn't it? Had events first up in the morning.
Definitely, I'm sure she's well rested for this final. Almost 4 body lengths ahead of the rest of this heat. A very big lead by this young girl, Chandri Ratnayaka from Hillwood College, Kandy. Going into this third lap of this 200 meter freestyle. Coming in second is Sandhanini Hinsa, with a very well competing with her is lane numbers 5 and 6 in lane Anugi Piyadigama and Shanali Imara.
Yes, and the meet record for this event, established in 2018 by Situki Unara, 2 minutes and 42.8 seconds, and the qualifying entry time was 3 minutes and 26 seconds, but sadly it's comfortably below that as Ratnayaka gets into the last stretch now. Nothing but open water in front of her and behind her.
Coming to that last 25 meters of her 200 meter freestyle, I'm sure Chandri Ratnayaka is going to want to sprint that last 15 meters, take minimum amount of breaths and secure this first place in the girls under 11 200 meter freestyle final.
And looks like she'll do it and do it comfortably, but a close race for second place between lanes 2 and 6. That's Nihinsa and Imara, but looks like Ihinsa just has enough in her to grab second place, and lane number 6 Shanali Imara will finish in third. So our first medals of today's proceedings. Chanudi Ratnayaka ran away with it. We expected her to, and Imara and Nihinsa completing the podium for the girls under 11 200 meter freestyle. As we take a look at the starting lineup for the boys under 11 200 meter freestyle, in lane order from lane number 1, Pamuk Yetmal, Matisha Pahadula, Tanuja Amarasekara, Tatsilu Veeravansha, Senula Tennakon, TK Vitana, Mukita Pereira and PKS Nonis. And it's Tatsilu Veeravansha swimming for Lyceum Gampa with 2 minutes and 47 seconds. That has the best qualifying time into this final, and the meet record held by Niduvara Ekanayaka, 2 minutes and 38.75 seconds, established last year.
Going into that first 25 meter mark in this 200 meter freestyle, a very evenly balanced heat here in this boys under 11 200 meter freestyle final. Slightly ahead is lane number 6 Thenakon, but very early to tell in this 200 meters.
Yes, certainly 200 meter a distance that requires you to pace yourself somewhat, maybe not as much as a 400 and 800 or 1500, but definitely does require some pacing and some tactics, if I may say so.
Definitely going into that third 50 of this 200, I'm sure all these young boys are going to want to push and gain that advantage. Going into the last bit of this first 100, it's very evenly distributed, I would say, between lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6, going into finishing their first 100 of this 200 meter freestyle.
Yes, still neck and neck, and still way too close to call. As you said, 100 meters still left in it, but it is Vitana in lane number 6 who is first to the turn.
Definitely going to be up to this third 50 to put a difference in these top 4 swimmers in those middle lanes. I do think lane number 4 is slightly edging forward, passing that 25 meter mark in his third 50, but all 4 swimmers giving a very good fight. and it's definitely going to be up to that last 50 meters in this 200-meter freestyle.
Yes, certainly this turn that's about to come will be absolutely crucial in deciding who takes home the medals. Looks like it will be Veeravansh in lane number 4 who is first to that turn, but very closely followed by lanes number 2 and 6. Brilliant underwater as well from Vitana in lane number 6. It's going to be a close tussle right until the end, but still it is Veeravansh who has that narrow lead.
Going into that last 25 meters, pushing it with everything they have left. A very good swim by all the 4 middle lanes. Definitely going into the last 15 meters, it does look like Veeravansh will take the win for this boys under 11 200-meter freestyle. Slightly ahead of the rest, and he does touch first. Closely fought for that second place is lane number 3, Amarasekara.
Yes, and lane number 5, that's Tennakon finishing in third, but yes, what a swim it was from Veeravansh. Was really close and had to really give it his all. You can see he's still gasping for air there, but it's worth his efforts. He has a gold medal at the National Age Group Championships for the boys under 11 200-meter freestyle. As we move on to the girls under 13 200-meter freestyle, take a look at the lineup in lane order. From lane number 1, Nethara Piris, Nesandi Satsina, Sanumi Nehansa, Juliana Pereira, SAD Tashanya, Pudam Sitilakaratna, Osandi Ranavira and Rishini Kumarage. Juliana Pereira with the best qualifying time of 2 minutes and 34 seconds. I remember she did really well in her heat, isn't it, Sitara? And came really close to that meet record established by Dinali Karunadasa in 2018, 2 minutes and 31.07 seconds.
Yes, Nathan, I'm sure Juliana Pereira definitely eyeing for that record made back in 2018, with almost 10 seconds ahead of her competitors in the prelims earlier this morning. But I'm sure all 7 other athletes want to compete for that first place position. So we're in for a well competing heat here for this girls under 13 200-meter freestyle.
And it is Juliana who's first to that turn, but still only in the first lap, closely followed by Tashanya in lane number 5.
Going into that first 75 meters, Juliana Pereira with a 2x2 breathing. I'm sure she's going to sprint that third 50 to secure her first place position, but not giving her an easy fight are those lanes 3 and 5 right by her, competing with her till that first 100 is over in this 200-meter freestyle final.
Yes, really pushing her, especially now Nehansa, who's on her inside lane, lane number 3. Nonetheless, Juliana has managed to be the first to start that final 100 meters, but Nehansa and Tashanya on either side of her, really pushing her through, but she's managed to build her lead to about a body length or so.
Nehansa and Tashanya definitely competing for those top 3 positions in this final, but I do think Pereira will keep almost one whole body length ahead of the rest in this 200-meter freestyle final, girls under 13.
Yes, just a matter of finishing things off now for Juliana Pereira. It's a decent turn in. Will be interesting to see who takes second place, isn't it, Sitara? Nehansa and Tashanya in a close tussle for it.
Definitely, and both of them breathing to each other, definitely going to push through that last 75 meters of this 200-meter freestyle. Pereira swimming away with it in this girls under 13 200 meters, but it is definitely between lanes 3 and 5 for that second and third place position.
Yes, Juliana Pereira just under 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Fortunately, might miss out on that meet record by just a few micros on our unofficial timings. And it is lane number 3, Nehansa, who finishes in second, followed by Tashanya in third. But Juliana, 21.7, 2 minutes 31.7 seconds on our clock. And the meet record stands at 2 minutes 31.07 seconds, so is pretty close to that. We'll have to wait and see for an official confirmation as we take a look at how the boys under 13 line up for the 200 meter freestyle finals. In lane order from lane number 1, Sahojit, Sanuja, Hussein, Ulfat, Virakkodi, Hettiarachchi, Themika and Attanayaka.
Definitely up for a very interesting heat with almost 4 swimmers with 2 minutes and 37 seconds. So we're definitely in for an interesting final for this boys under 13 200 meter freestyle.
So best time in by Ulfat for Lyceum International School Vattala, coming in with 2 minutes 37.2 seconds. But like you said, most of them within just a second of each other. So it'll be interesting to see how this one goes. Straight away, strong starts by lanes 4 and 8, Ulfat and Attanayaka. But it is Ulfat who has that early advantage of about a body length now, coming into the very first turn.
Hitting almost a 32 split in his first 50 of this 200 meters. I'm sure Ulfat has a plan to execute in this boys under 13 200 meter freestyle final.
Really pushing through now, but allowing some of his competitors to play some catch up makes the race interesting for us. Some really good work by Sahojit in lane number 1, swimming for St. Joseph's College. He's going neck to neck with Ulfat.
A lot of Lyceums in this final for this boys under 13 category. Going into that second 100 of this 200 meters is Ulfat with the turn first. However, competing right neck and neck with him is lane number 3, Hussein from Royal College. Definitely going to use that third 50 to gain that advantage and finish off this race in a top 3 position.
So certainly lanes 2, 3 and 4 all stayed in it. And Sahojit on lane number 1 not giving up, so it'll all come down to that last lap and that last turn that they get.
Going into that final 50, it is Hussein from Royal College that hits the wall first. Definitely playing catch up in this 200 meter freestyle, trying to edge forward and get this win in this boys under 13 200 meter freestyle.
Certainly Hussein has done really well. Was under the pump against the likes of Ulfat and Sahojit, but now just pulling away in this last lap is Adil Hussein, and given a run for his money late on by Sanuja in lane number 2, but will be a comfortable finish for Hussein, closely followed by Sanuja and then Ulfat in lane number 4. They'll claim the podium places in this boys under 13 200 meter freestyle.
Up next we have the girls under 15 200 meter freestyle. In lane number 1, Kiara Ranaperua. In lane number 2, Inuli Senanayaka. In lane number 3, Disali Lokuvitana. In lane number 4, Alina Maufar. In lane number 5, Mindi Piyasena. In lane number 6, Megumi Kularatna. In lane number 7, Oshira Haruna Ratna. In lane number 8, Janali Veera Singha.
Yes, the likes of Maufa and Lokuvitana, we saw them perform in their other events as well, isn't it, Sitara? So should keep an eye out for lanes number 3 and 4.
Definitely only milliseconds differentiating the two of them. So definitely up for a very good final here in the girls under 15 200 meter freestyle.
And the current meet record held by Hiroki De Silva, 2 minutes and 17.86 seconds, established in 2019. And all these swimmers had to meet a entry time of 2 minutes and 45 seconds, and they have done so quite comfortably, as it is neck and neck coming towards the end of that first 50 meters.
Going into that first 50 of this 200 meters, I do think it will be lane 6 and 3 hitting that wall first, closely followed by the rest of the heat. Definitely a good heat to watch this girls under 15 200 meter freestyle.
Certainly. Now into their second 50. Pacing themselves nicely. You can see the likes of Maufa and Lokuitana just trying to conserve their energy for those last couple of laps.
Of course, we do have Kularatna also in that outside lane, lane number 6, slightly edging forward in this first 100 of the 200-meter freestyle. Going into that second 100 and this third 50, definitely going to want to pick up that pace and finish this 200-meter freestyle off.
So now into that final 100 meters. Clock just ticking under 1.5 minutes. Looks like it is lane number 6 who interestingly has the advantage, Megumi Kularatna. Another name that we've heard quite often at this 50th Age Group Championship.
Going into that final 50 of this 200-meter freestyle final. Kularatna hitting that wall first, definitely going to push through this last 50 meters to secure her win in this girls under 15 category, but not far behind her is the rest of the heat in lanes 3, 4 and 5 competing for those top 3 positions.
Certainly Kularatna trying to run away with it as she enters that last 25 meters with a considerable lead. Just needs to put on the afterburners now and finish this one off. That's exactly what she's doing, trying to claim gold in the girls under 15 200-meter freestyle.
Going to the last 5 meters, Kularatna secures that goal place win. However, for that second and third, a very close finish by lanes 3, 4 and 5. What a race it has been, this girls under 15 200-meter freestyle.
Yes, certainly the closest one that we've seen so far in our 200-meter freestyle finals. And yes, what a swim it was from Kularatna. Managed to stay there and thereabouts throughout and knew exactly when to pull away in those third and fourth laps. Really made it count when the rest of her competitors were tiring out. And what a contest we saw for second and third place as well. I think it's going to lanes 3 and 5. We'll have to wait for an official confirmation. So we move on now to the boys under 15 200-meter freestyle finals. And in lane order from lane number 1, Vijayaratna, Pereira, Ranavira, Pigera, Gunatilaka, Patirana, Nanayakara and Fonseca. And the best time in by AAS Pigera from St. Joseph's College with 2 minutes and 13 seconds.
Definitely ahead of the rest of his heat is Pigera of St. Joseph's College. Let's hope he puts on that same performance in this final. But I'm sure the rest of his heat definitely competing for those top 3 positions in this boys under 15 200-meter final.
Yes, have to keep an eye out for Gunatilaka as well, isn't it, Sitara, in lane number 5. I think he too has impressed us so far.
Definitely, I think going into this first 50 of these 200 meters, the entire heat wanting to secure one of those top 3 positions and gain those medals in this national age group championship. But it does seem that Pigera will be taking a slight lead coming into finishing that first 100 of their 200 meters. Closely behind him will be lane numbers 3 and 5, Gunatilaka of Trinity College Kandy and Ranavira.
Yes, Pigera looks like he's going to be first to that turn, but very closely followed by Dinol Ranavira in lane number 3. Yes, Pigera first to begin his last 100 meters. And a good split for him as well. The clock just under 1 minute and 10 seconds when he did that.
Definitely going to that last bit of this 200-meter freestyle. Pigera picking up his pace. Definitely has a plan for this 200-meter freestyle. Going into the last 50 with almost a body length ahead of his second place swimmer in lane number 3. Well, competing for that is lane number 5 as well.
Certainly, but Pigera head and shoulders above the rest. It's like he'll comfortably finish this one off. Into the last 25 meters now. AAS Pigera for St. Joseph's College.
Dominating this boys under 15 200-meter freestyle is the Josephian in lane number 4. Almost 2 body lengths ahead of the rest, finishing with almost a split of 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Very impressive swim by this young man.
So excellent stuff from Figueira. Made this final look like one of the heats. How comprehensively he managed to win this one and secure the gold medal in the boys under 15 200 meter freestyle. Congratulated by his teammates, and the end of a long day's work for him, and probably a long 5 days as well. As we move into the under 17s now, starting with the girls in lane order from lane number 1, Kanesha De Silva, Hiteli Jasing, Yunaya Pereira, Rushali Disanayaka, Anjali Satsarini, Harindi Vitana, SKA Suryarachi and Dahami Belpage. So Rushali Disanayaka with the best time in 2 minutes and 25 seconds. And the current meet record for the girls under 17 200 meter freestyle held by Lehara Melegoda, established just last year, time of 2 minutes and 15.13 seconds.
Definitely going to be an interesting heat here for this girls under 17 200 meter freestyle. Rushali, Anjali, Yunaya, all well-known swimmers in this swimming arena. Definitely going to put on a good show for this girls under 17 200 meter freestyle final. Going into that first 50, it will be between lane numbers 3 and 4, Yunaya Pereira and Rushali Disanayaka for that first place, but it is very early in this race. Hitting almost a 30-second split in that first 50 of their 200 meter freestyle. Definitely having a plan, these young girls, in this girls under 17 200 meter freestyle final.
Yes, however, it is lanes 3 and 4 who are neck and neck coming to the end of this first 100 meters. Pereira and Disanayaka, Rushali Disanayaka, we saw her excel, especially in the longer distance swims, isn't it, Sitara?
If I'm not mistaken, Rushali did break a record yesterday as well at the 1500 meters. Definitely dominating all the events is Rushali Disanayaka going into that third 50 of her 200 meters. Both swimmers neck and neck here in this crucial 50 of a 200 meter swim. Definitely going to want to push each other through to that finish line.
Yes, in a way you could say she's lucky she has Yunaya Pereira for company. Both of them can push each other on, make sure they finish this race and finish it to the best of their ability.
Definitely coming up to that last 50 meters, hitting the touch pads almost at the same time. Definitely going to want to take maximum advantage of their underwaters, and just like that, Rushali Disanayaka slightly edging forward, but not far behind her is Yunaya Pereira, breathing to Rushali's side, so definitely going to want to push through that last 25 meters. But I do think Rushali Disanayaka is slightly edging forward in this last 15 meters of the 200 meter freestyle.
It's been cheered on by the crowd as well. Both these swimmers can see, like you said, not breathing in that last 25 meters or so, trying to give it their all. And yes, it is Rushali who will finish with a time of 2 minutes and 16 seconds, just a few micros above the meet record of 2 minutes and 15.13 seconds, and she was closely followed by Yunaya Pereira, and the two of them comfortably sealing first and second place in the girls under 17 200 meter free.
Hopefully for her sake, our unofficial time is wrong and she did break that record. But what a swim by those two young ladies in this girls under 17 200 meter freestyle.
So the action just keeps getting more and more tense as you take a look at how that race went. It's a 2-horse race right until the end, but Rushali doing just enough in the end, beating Yunaya by just a body length or so. As we now move into the boys under 17 200 meter freestyle finals. And in lane order from lane 1, we'll have Danish, Mendis, De Silva, Elisha, De Silva, Ganindu, Vikramasinghe and Disanayaka. And KVT Elisha in lane number 4, swinging for Thurston College, coming in with a time of 2 minutes and 7.53 seconds, the best timing from the heats.
Definitely another name to look out for is Jaden De Silva as well, clocking a 2.7 as well. And going into this first 50 of this 200 meter freestyle, a very even heat, I would say, with Jaden De Silva and KVT Alicia slightly ahead of the rest, clocking almost a 29 split in their first 50 of this 200 meter freestyle.
So really set the tone, really hit the ground running, and still for all, most of these swimmers tightly packed, especially those in lanes 4 and 5, Alicia and De Silva, the two front runners for this boys under 17 title.
Going into finishing that first 100 of this 200 meter freestyle is Jaden De Silva of Stafford International School. That's going to hit the wall first, hitting almost a 1 minute split, hoping to better that in the final 100 of this 200 meter freestyle. Not far behind him is Alicia of Thurston College, as well as lane number 6, Dulaksha Ganindu, competing for those top 3 positions in this boys under 17 200 meter final.
So it'll all come down to this last lap, isn't it, as they approach that final turn. And it will be lane number 4 who is first to it. That's Alicia, closely followed by De Silva, and both of them being kept in check by Dulaksha Ganindu as well in lane number 6. So
Alicia coming to that last 25 meters slightly ahead of the rest, definitely going to want to push through the last bit and take minimum amount of breaths to finish off this 200 meter freestyle and secure his gold medal in this boys under 17 category.
This looks like he has just enough in the tank to get there ahead of De Silva. Alicia 2 minutes and 4 seconds, closely followed by Jaden De Silva, and Dulaksha Ganindu will finish in third. And two of them, great to see the camaraderie, pushing themselves all the way. And they'll share gold and silver medals for the boys under 17 200 meter freestyle. Let's take a look at the replay of that race. It was very close right until about that third lap, where we saw a couple of the swimmers break away, and that effort on the turn probably what got Alicia through eventually to see him bag that gold medal.
Up next we have the girls under 20 200 meter freestyle. In lane number 1, Sachini Gamage. In lane number 2, Andrea Thirukuma. In lane number 3, Vandani Fernando. In lane number 4, Pamriti Jaratna. In lane number 5, Lehara Melegoda. In lane number 6, Natalie Outscroon. In lane number 7, Sinara Ranavaka. And in lane number 8, Sanitya Geena Divi Rakkodi.
So it is Pamudi Jayaratna of Vishaka Vidyalaya alongside Lehara Melegoda coming in with the best time in identical timings, 2 minutes and 20.18 seconds. And the meet record for this event held by Kimiko Rahim, established back in 2016, the time of 2 minutes and 7.83 seconds.
Going into that first 50 with a 30-second split on our unofficial clock. Definitely have a plan for this 200 meter freestyle, these young girls. Leading this is definitely lane numbers 4 and 5, Vandani Fernando and Pamdi Jaratna, well-known names in this swimming arena.
So pushing each other through as they come towards the end of the first 100 meters, almost synchronize the both of them. And we've seen another contender emerge in lane number 5. So once again, all the traffic going through those center lanes. Fernando, Jayaratna and Melegoda going toe-to-toe. So they are into the crucial third lap now.
Going into this third lap is Melegoda, slightly edging forward from her competitors in lane numbers 4 and 3, Poundi Jayaratna and Vandani Fernando, taking that lead in this third 50 of this 200 meter freestyle final.
It's coming towards that final turn now. Looks like it will be Melegoda who is first to it and gets quite a decent underwater into to push herself and give herself about a body length's worth of lead now, heading into that final 50 meter lap.
Going into that last 25 meters with a half a body length lead is Melegoda, with a close competition by lane numbers 4 and 3, Pamudi Jayaratna and Vandani Fernando, getting those top 3 positions in this girls under 2200 meter freestyle. And just like that, Medley got touching that touchpad first with a very good fight by lane numbers 4 and 3, Paundi Charat and Vandani Fernando.
Medley got the record holder of the girls under 17 category, now clinching the gold medal in the girls under 20. 2 minutes and 17.31 seconds. 3 seconds better than her qualified time. So probably a new personal best for her as well, and what a way to get it and what a time to get it. We're into the boys under 2200 meter freestyle now, and we'll take a look at the starting lineup. Lane order from lane number 1, Akash Prabhashwara, KVS Fernando, Netuka Pereira, Lithum De Silva, BDG Supyashila, WMS Fernando, Yashit Vijay Sundara, and Setidu Dinuka. Once again, 4 of those swimmers within that 2 minutes and 3 seconds to 2 minutes and 4 seconds mark. So we can expect another tight race.
Going into that first underwater in this 200 meter freestyle is lane number 7, slightly ahead of the rest, Yashit Vijay Sundara of Stafford International School. But a very well competed heat is this boys under 2200 meter freestyle final. Getting almost a 28 second split is Yashit, leading this 200 meter freestyle. Definitely competing with those middle lanes, Lithum De Silva, Netuka Pereira, WMS Fernando for these top 3 positions.
Yes, certainly, but still nothing much separating them, as it's going to be Vijay Sundara in lane number 7 who's first to that turn and to start out the final 100 meters, closely followed by De Silva and Supyashila in lanes 4 and 5.
75 meters to go in this 200 meter freestyle boys under 20 final. Vijay Sundara keeping the lead he got at the beginning, closely followed by Lithum De Silva in lane number 4.
Certainly, and into the final 50 meters now, it is still Vijay Sundara with that lead. Will De Silva have something to say about it now? He's slowly but surely catching up. You can see Vijay Sundara struggling, just running out of gas there, and it looks like it's going to open the door for De Silva to potentially try and overtake him, but they'll run each other mighty close as they're into that final 25 meter stretch now. It's between Vijay Sundara and Lithum De Silva. It's going to be a really close one to call, but looks like Vijay Sundara did just enough in those earlier laps to get the best time in 1 minute and 58.56 seconds in. But kudos must go to Lithum De Silva. He really gave it his all and made up some really important lost ground in those 3rd and 4th laps. Let's take a look at the replay there. It was Vijay Sundara with the lead, but then De Silva really gave it his all in the last couple of laps, but unfortunately it was too little too late from him, and Yashit Vijay Sundara will clinch the gold medal in the boys under 2200 meter freestyle.
Up next we have the women's 20 and over 200 meter freestyle with Chamodya Bandulasena in lane 2, Navanjana Sirivardhana in lane 3, Hiruki De Silva in lane 4, Dinali Karunadasa in lane 5, and Galina Basnaga in lane 6. A killer whale packed heat this is here in this women's 20 and over 200 meter final.
Yes, and the best time in by Hiruki De Silva, 2 minutes and 9 seconds, and that is just a micro away from Michiko Rahim's meet record from 2016, 2 minutes and 9.02 seconds. So potentially a new meet record on the cards here.
Actually, it's a full killer whales final here for this women 20 and over 200 meter freestyle, with Hiruki De Silva hitting that 50 meter mark first in this 200 meter freestyle, closely followed by Dinali Karunadasa and Navanjana Sirivardhana.
Certainly, but De Silva staying true to that favourites tag. Motoring through this first couple of laps. Now it's just a matter of accelerating and going for that meet record if she so wants to. But credit to Basnayaka as well, isn't it? Sitara being a para swimmer, swimming in the finals of a national age group championship. No mean feat to swim amongst some big names as well in the local circuit.
Definitely training with them, competing with them, all these killer whale swimmers coming to this final. Hiruki De Silva definitely trying to aim for that record created by Michiko Rahim back in 2016 with the timing of 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Hopefully she will be able to break it here at the Sugathadasa Stadium for this women 20 and over 200 meter freestyle final.
Certainly clock just ticking over that 1.5 minute mark as she's about to take her final turn. Just a few seconds between her and potentially a new record. Has about 20-25 seconds to try and make up that last 25 meters. It's going to be a close one. Hiruki De Silva comfortably has that gold medal in the bag. As the clock ticks over the 2 minute mark, she's into that final stretch now. Does she have the gas on her? Fortunately, doesn't look like it, but nonetheless, what an excellent swim this has been from Hiruki De Silva to comfortably take gold in the Women's Open here at the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships.
Definitely followed behind her for second place is Dinley Karuna Dasa and Navanjana Sirivardhana as well as Galina Basnayaka for those top 4 positions in this women 20 and over 200 meter freestyle final.
Brilliant swim. So take a look at the replay there. It was all about Hiruki from start to finish. And no real competition from her killer whale partners. As we'll now move into the men's open 200 meter freestyle event to round off the 200 meter freestyle finals for today. And for that, your lineup from lane number 1, GM Kumar, Chris Pavitra, Disandu Nirial, Kavisha Tenuvara, MN Ranatunga and TD Fernando. And the best qualifying time by Nirial, 1 minute 56.95 seconds, the only sub 2 minute swimmer in this category.
Showing exactly why he has only the sub 2 minute timing. Disandu going into that first 50 with almost a body length ahead of the rest of the pack. Hitting a 25 split on our unofficial clock. Going into the second 50 of this 200 meter freestyle. Disandu creating almost a 2 body length lead in this final. Followed closely behind is lane numbers 3 and 5.
Yes, Nirial just motoring through, representing Killer Whale Aquatics, alongside plenty of Forces representatives in the other lanes, but Nirial now comfortably in front, has about a 20-25 meter gap between him and the next closest. It's like it's going to be a comfortable swim for him from here on. You can see just taking it a bit easy now. Just a matter of finishing it off for him. He knows he has that gold medal in the bag.
Definitely. I'm sure he's here trying to better his timing. Captain of the Killer Whales Aquatic team, if I'm not mistaken. Follow closely behind him is Chris Pavitra and Kavisha Tenuvara in those lanes 3 and 5, trying to secure their podium positions in this men's 20 and over 200 meter freestyle final.
So, but looks like it's going to be comfortable for Disandu Nirial. So the clock just ticks over the 1 minute and 50 second mark. Won't better his seeded time, but that doesn't matter, isn't it? Got the gold medal in. And like you said, closely followed by Pavitra and Tenura. It's like it will be Chris Pavitra in lane number 3 to clinch that silver medal. 2 minutes and 2 minutes on the dot and 57 micros for Nirial. It will be Kavisha Tenura to clinch the bronze medal. So take a look at the replay of that race there. was dominated really from start to finish by Nirialla, and didn't really face any competition, just pulled away in those second and third laps. Then was just a matter of finishing the job. And with that, we come to an end of the 200 meter freestyle events, and to take you through our next set of finals, our very good friends Randeep and Reshwan.
Thank you, Nathan, and thank you, Sitara. And now we're moving on to the girls under 11 200 meter IM, and lining up lanes 1 through 8. We have E. Edrisinghe, W. Tharunadi, Kinara Pereira, Bonara Hevagama, Abhimani Yatavara, Shanali Imara, and Resandi Vidurija and S. Abesekara to round up the 8 swimmers. And this is the 200 meter individual medley. So you see all 4 strokes on display here. But this is still the early stages of the groups, and then we'll move on to the seniors as well. But definitely exciting finals so far, haven't we had, Reshwan?
Indeed, Randeep. It's been a massive day of swimming here at the Sugathadasa Swimming Pool Complex. And things have gone in the right way. We've seen some competitive races. We've seen races going right down to the wire as we approach an exciting passage of the finals of this 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championship 2026. It's been long and hard 5 days in the pool as we approach the final bits of this 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championship.
And at the moment it's lanes 3 and 4, that's Kinara and Wonara. And also in lane number 6, that's Shanali Imara. So those are the 3 front runners, and at the moment it's a battle between lanes 3 and 4. And Wonara, who clocked in the fastest prelim timing, is the favorite in this event. And at the moment she's given a great challenge by Kinara and Shanali, heading in to the first 100 meters now. And now for the breaststroke, and then we'll come up for the freestyle. So definitely going to be an exciting finish amongst the 3 front runners at the moment.
Indeed, Randeep, and Kinara Pereira off that wall. She got some momentum, and she'll continue to be in pole position to go over and get a finish in the podium. There's a very close tussle here. It's very closely contested between the likes of Kinara, Wonara, and Abhimani Yatavara in lane number 6, in lane number 5 rather. They're all still in it as we approach the final few meters of this third lap, and this turn off the wall will be very, very crucial.
And first off the wall is lanes number 5, and then followed by 4 and 3 as well. So now the battle between Wonara, Abhimani and Kinara, and it's definitely going to be an exciting last 25 meters as well. And the record in this particular event is 3 minutes and 9 seconds, which will be difficult to eclipse, but these swimmers will want to best their prelim timings, isn't it, Reshwan?
Indeed, and it's a close tussle as you see on your screens. In lane number 4, Wonara just falling back, but a fierce battle between lane number 3, Kinara, and in lane number 5, Abhimani. It was Abhimani who got off the wall ahead, but who will go on to touch that wall first will be Abhimani in lane number 5. And what a finish. And just falling back was Kinara, followed by Wonara. And that was an exciting finish in the girls under 11 200 meter medley relay, and that was just brilliant.
The highlights here as well. In the first 100 meters it was Wonara leading, but after that Abhimani managing to get a great turn and taking the lead in the last 25 as well. It's Abhimani who finished first with a timing of 3 minutes and 17 seconds, so she's bested her prelim timing as well. So amazing swim by her, and the silver medal to Wonara, and then Kinara for the bronze as well.
This is a starting lineup in the boys under 11 200 meter individual medley. In lane number 1 is M. Thaimid. Lane number 2 is Shaheen Shiraz. Lane number 3 Nirod. 4 Omet Pathiran. Gavara Parnabidana from Nalanda College, who had a brilliant hit, I remember, earlier this afternoon. DT Samranaik in lane number 6. Matisha in lane number 7. And to wrap things up in lane number 8, it's Litesh Sridharam.
And like you rightly mentioned, Reshwan, Kaura Paranavidana in lane number 5 is in the lead at the moment, but is challenged by Omet Patirana. So the boy from Nalanda in lane number 5 and Lyceum International School Gampa in lane number 4. That's the tussle for the gold and silver medal at the moment. And also they are closely followed by DT Samranayaka in lane number 6. And in lane number 2, Shahim Shiraz as well, as you can see on your screen. Lovely shot there of all the swimmers. At the moment, battle for first place. And it's lane number 4, Omet Patirana, who has taken the lead now, heading into the last 15 meters of the backstroke lap. Definitely going to be an exciting finish, as we see a late surge by Shahim Shiraz in lane number 2. So he's managed to catch up with the leaders, and it's definitely going to be interesting heading into the last 100 meters.
Indeed, a massive 50 meters coming up for the likes of Gavana Parnavidana in this breaststroke. He'll need to maintain his lead, because that final 50 meters is basically a sprint. So it's a matter of how he takes things to his hand in this penultimate.
And you can see the battle for that bronze and silver medal as well across the lanes 2, 3, 5 and 6. And at the moment it's Omet Patirana leading, heading into the last 15 meters of this breaststroke length. But he is closely followed by Kaura Paranavidana, who was having the lead initially and has conceded it to Omet. And Omet will touch the wall first and start the final 50, which is the freestyle. It will be a sprint, an all-out battle for that gold, silver and bronze medal. And lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6, those are the lanes to watch out for, as you can see on our screen as well.
Indeed, Randhiran, I think Omet Patirana coming into this final with the best timing, as once again he's proved a point here that he will go on and finish in that first spot, and trying to finish with the podium position the lads in lane number 3 and 5.
And difficult to call who got the silver medal there in lane number 3 or lane number 5, but it's Omet, Gaura and Nirod who will share honours in the podium. And definitely a dominant display by Omet for Lyceum International School Gampaha. That brings us to the end of the boys under 11 200 meter individual medley final, and we'll be moving up an age category. It's the girls under 13 200 meter individual medley, and before that, this is the highlights of the previous race. It was Gaura Paranavidana who was leading initially, and Omet Patirana did manage to snatch it away after the first 100 meters and bring the victory and the gold for himself as well. And now the starting lineup for the girls under 13, lanes 1 through 8, H. Herath, Devki Walpola, Kiara Bandara, Marian Suryarachi, S. Tasanya, Sanumi Nehansa, Siheli Lianage and Arya Christopher in the final lane. And it's definitely going to be interesting, and the one to watch out for is Marian Suryarachi, who's clocked in a timing of 2 minutes and 54 seconds in the prelims. And Tasanya also 2 minutes and 57 seconds, so sub 3 minute timing by those two. And just on the 3 minute dot is Kiara Bandara, so the middle lanes are the ones to watch out for. And after the first 50 meters, it's Marian Suryarachi and Kiara Bandara in contention for that top spot, closely followed by Tasanya as well in lane number 5.
Indeed, once again now a final that is closely contested But in pole position to go on and finish first is Kiara Bandara. Rather, it's Marian Suryarachi currently leading this race. It's Kiara Bandara who is in second. Suryarachi, good off the turn, off the wall rather. Those turns really can give you plenty of momentum. And Suryarachi on your screens has been brilliant from the word go.
So now built a sizable lead which will help her cause heading into the freestyle length. And she's built a couple of body lengths of a lead, and now the battle for that silver and bronze medal will be between lanes number 3 and 5. That is Kiara and Tasanya, and you can see Tasanya on your screen. Little bit of an increased stroke rate, but now pulling away comfortably is Marian Suryarachi. You can see on your screen she's definitely pulling away and touches the wall to start the last 50 meters, which is the freestyle sprint. And touching the wall second will be Tasanya and third will be Kiara Bandara. So that will be the top 3 for sure in this particular final. But at the moment it's all about Marian Suryarachi, and she's put on a dominant display heading into the last 25. Looks like she's looking to better her timing and vie for that record as well, which is 2 minutes and 57 seconds and a couple of micros. We might see a record broken here in 2 minutes and 48 seconds. So there's still a chance for the record to be broken, and she just misses it out by a couple of seconds. Nevertheless, a mighty swim by Marian Suryarachi and a close tussle for that silver medal. And yes, it's lane number 5, Tasanya, who touches in second, and Kiara Bandara who touches in third to get the gold, silver and bronze medals respectively.
What a finish in that fight for second between Kiara Bandara and Tasanya. A brilliant finish.
And these are the highlights of the previous event, and it was Marian Suryarachi from Cyclone Aquatics, who has come down from Dubai and has put on a dominant display here at the National Age Group Aquatic Championships. And we're quickly moving on to the boys under 13 200 meter individual medley.
Indeed, yet another final coming up. DT Mahanama, Adil Hussein, Nehansa Virakodi, Setun Rajapaksa, Yasiru Jayadeva, Senut Hansira, MS Ammar and Jabin Temira. Best timing in this final coming Setun Rajapaksa's way, 2 minutes and 53 seconds in lane number 4. Will be yet another thrilling one on the cards in this boys under 13 200 meter individual medley. As the sun starts to set here in Colombo, we approach the finals. It's been some interesting competition here. Still under the water in lane number 4 was Setun Rajapaksa. He was the last to come up, but he's surely upped his speed here.
Unfortunately, we do not have the lane number 1 finalist D.A. Mahanama, and it will be 7 swimmers in this final, but definitely heading into the last 15 meters of the butterfly stroke, it's Setun Rajapaksa and Yasiru Jayadeva from Lyceum International School Nugegoda and Lyceum International School Panadura that will come off in first and second respectively, but closely followed by Senut Hansira. And in lane number 3, Nehansa Virakodi. Definitely going to be interesting how these swimmers will go about the next 125 meters. And now taking the lead from Setun is Yasiru Jayadeva. So these two will be tussling it out for the gold medal. It also Sugathadasa, like I mentioned earlier, is still in contention to fight for that gold. He'll have to do a little bit more in terms of acceleration heading into the breaststroke. He'll have to best the two front runners. And at the moment now, once again, lead is exchanged, isn't it, Reshwan, between Sethun and Yasiru?
Did a very, very close tussle there. Yasiru Jayadeva now edging past Sethun Rajapaksa. Just what you want in finals like this, Randev. The competitiveness is so good as the swimmers just keep it all out there in the waters. And now Sethun Rajapaksa back in the lead. It's a tipsy-turvy affair here as we approach the final 50 meters. And this coming off the wall to this final 50 will be very, very important. And with some momentum behind his back, Rajapaksa in the lead once again. Yasiru Jayadeva breathing right down his neck as they approach the final 25 meters. A massive finish needed from both these two swimmers. But as things stand, it's Sethun Rajapaksa in the lead.
And Sethun Rajapaksa now heading into the last 10 meters will want to make sure he does not slow down. And Yasiru Jayadeva putting all he can behind those strokes. You can clearly see he's motoring away, labouring away. But it is Sethun Rajapaksa from Lyceum International School, Nugegoda, that gets the gold medal. And in the silver medal, it will be Yasiru Jayadeva. And just have to wait confirmation for the bronze medal. But nevertheless, a great swim by the front two. And I think it might be lane number 7, MS Ammar. Nevertheless, the highlights here as well. It was a close tussle between Sethun and Yasiru in lanes number 4 and 5. And it was an exchange in between all four strokes. And as you can clearly see, they were in a league of their own. But it might be either lanes number 7 or 3 for that bronze medal. Might be Nehansa Veerakodi from lane number 3. But we are moving on now quickly to the next event. Girls under 15 200 meter individual medley. And newly Karunaratna Jitya Metanda, Elisha Samuel, Inuki Mutuhetti, Avya Amrasinghe, JT Mendes, Sanuji Yahansa and Yenuli Mendes to round up the 8 lanes. And off the blocks, great underwaters there by the middle lanes, lanes 4 and 5. Inuki and Avya, and it's even Stevens right now heading into the first 25 with Inuki just edging out her competitors, but still too early to call as this is the 200 meter IM. So 4 strokes and 50 into 4 is what we have. It's gonna be interesting as the finals when we move up the age groups, the competitiveness, and also all 8 lanes are in contention for medals. And now in lane number 6 as well is JT Mendes from SNS Swimming Academy challenging for the top spot.
Indeed, Randev, silver up for grabs here. And all these competitions coming up are all finals, mind you, to all our viewers. And if you're just tuned in, you're here at the 50th National Aged Group Aquatic Championship 2026, powered by HNB. And they bring you all live action. It's Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
And completing the second lap now is Inuki Mutuhetti from Lyceum International School, Wattala. And now she's built about a 1.5 body lengths lead. She's challenged by lanes number 3 and lane number 6, as you can see on your screen as well. That's Elisha Samuel and JT Mendes. So those two still in contention, and they'll want to fight for that silver and a bronze medal as well. At the moment, it's all about Inuki Mutuhetti, who's managed to build that lead, and she'll head into the last 50, which is the freestyle sprint. And she'll have confidence in her skill to bring that gold home. You can clearly see lane number 3. That's Elisha Samuel, who's increasing her stroke rate and trying to get ahead of her competitors in the names of Avya and JT Mendes in lanes number 5 and 6. But once again, the focus is on that girl there, Inuki Muthuhetti, who is motoring away and will head into the last 25 with about 2 body length lead. And now can clearly see a strong push by Elisha Samuel. She's closing in the gap a little bit. It will be a tall order, but you never know. Heading into the last 15 now, she's closing the gap even more. So it's definitely going to be an interesting finish. And the battle for third, the bronze medal, is in lanes 5 and 6 as well. But if there were a little bit more meters, I think Elisha Samuel, who might have actually touched the wall before Inuki. And we are not too sure. As you can see, the top 2 swimmers for the gold and silver, as Elisha Samuel and Inuki Muthuhetti. Inuki Muthuhetti leading through and through the race. But what a mighty shift by Elisha Samuel in the last 25 meters. If we can get the replay on that last 25, we'll definitely see who touched the wall first. But on the highlights here, Ashwan, it was Inuki Muthuhetti all the way till the last 25.
Indeed, a brilliant race. That was a very, very close finish, and I think it would have been Inuki according to our visuals, but things can change down there. So take a look at the next final coming up. The boys under 15 200 meter individual medley is underway.
And lanes 1 through 8, we have W. Ashinta, Sehiru Punchiheva, Banul Gunavardhana, Devsit Mavilmada, Aaron Diseram, Aaron Ranavira, Joel Bita, and Dilnath Fernando to round up the 8 finalists in the boys under 15 200 meter individual medley.
Indeed, in lane number 5, 6 and 7, all from St. Joseph's College, Aaron Diseram, Aaron Ranavira, and Joel Bita. Lane number 7 giving some fight to the lads in lane number 6 and 5. Joel Bita trying his best to make some headway.
And currently the focus is across the lanes, and also in lane number 1, W. Yashinta also in the mix. But at the moment, touching the wall first will be Aaron Diseram, followed by Aaron Ranavira, 2 Josephians, and next is Devsit Mavilmada, and in lane number 7, Joel Bita as well. So we'll have a mix of Josephians, 3 Josephians actually, and also from Gateway College Colombo is Devsit Mavilmada. And through the breaststroke, he seems to be making some sort of headway towards Aaron Diseram. And around 20 meters to go now in this breaststroke length. And what a shift by Devsit Mavilmada to close that gap.
Indeed, brilliant. In lane number 5, Aaron Diseram now closing on to in that first spot as he turns off the wall, and it will be a very, very close tussle between Devsit and Aaron heading to the final 50 meters. And maintaining his lead is Aaron Diseram as we head into the final 25 meters. It's that close between the 2 swimmers. Devsit coming with a better timing, but just by milliseconds, as now Aaron Diseram will look to close it on and take home the gold medal in the boys under 15 200 meter individual medley. What a race between the 2 lads, and finishing in 4th position was Joel Bita, and in that 3rd spot Aaron Ranavira. So 2 Josephians among the mix in the podium in the boys under 15 200 meter individual medley.
So definitely an exciting final in this boys under 15 category as well. And now we will be moving on quickly to the girls under 17 200 meter individual medley. And lining up lanes 1 through 8, we have Gisheni Lesari, Katie Damsarani, Amara Watson Kittle, Dilushi Dilshara, Naduli Gamage, Pavanigala Gedra, Aheli Joseph, and Tinuli Setlini to round up the 8 finalists once again as we are preparing for another final. And the record was held 12 years ago by Kimiko Rahim, 2 minutes 28 seconds and a couple of micros, which is highly unlikely to be beaten based on the prelim timings. But nevertheless, these swimmers are fighting for the gold, silver and bronze medals, and that's what's most important at the moment. And in lanes 2 and 4, that's Katie Damsarani and Dilushi Dilshara, the two front runners at the moment. And also in our lane number 8, that is Tinuli Setlini, who is looking to fight for a spot in the podium. And also in lane number 6, Pavani Galagedra. So we have quite a number of swimmers fighting for those podium spots. But it is off the turn, heading into the backstroke. Lane number 2, Katie Damsarani from SNS Swimming Academy, one of the younger swimmers in this 8 lanes. And she seems to be doing extremely well, heading into the last 25 off the backstroke. And she's followed by Dilushi Dilshara in lane number 4 for that second spot. And it's nice to see right across the lanes we still have some sort of competition for the podium, and it's going to be an interesting finish for the bronze medal as well. And first to the wall for the third length, which is the breaststroke, is Katie Damsarani, and in lane number 4 is Dilushi Dilshara. And lanes 3, 5 and 7, Amara Watson Kittle, Naduli Gamage and Aheli Joseph are the 3 swimmers fighting for that bronze medal. And Naduli Gamage at the moment definitely faster stroke rate than her competitors on top, and she's also now in the mix for that gold medal as we're heading into the last couple of meters for the 50-meter freestyle sprint. And first to the ball will be Dilushi Dilshara, as Katie Damsarani was also in the mix for the lead. And it's going to be an all-out battle in this freestyle 50-meter sprint. But it's at the moment the favorite Dilushi Dilshara who's ahead. But can Katie Damsarani cut off that lead and head into the last 25, challenging her competitor? And also in lane number 5, as you can see on your screens, Naduli Gamage from Museus College. So tussle between her and Katie Damsarani for the silver medal. But it is Dilushi Dilshara who will touch the wall first and bring the gold medal for herself. And touching the wall second will be Katie Damsarani. And in third, Naduli Gamage for the bronze. So a lovely end to the girls under 17 200 meter individual medley. And Dilushi Dilshara bettering her prelim timing as well. So she'll be proud that she got a personal best and the gold medal as well. And now we're moving on to the boys under 17 200 meter individual medley. And lining up lanes 1 through 8, we have Sinura Vijay Singh, Rehan Jayasuriya, Akalanka Nisal, AIM Hatim, Hesundu Kodagoda, Senuru Fernando, Abdul Rahman and Ahmed Fariz to round up the 8 finalists. And the record held for this particular event was a decade ago by Kaila Besinger, 2 minutes 10 seconds and a couple of micros. It's definitely going to be interesting as we have AIM Hatim, one of the recognized swimmers in this age category, who will be swimming in lane number 4. But lovely underwaters there by lanes number 4 and 6. But heading into the first 25, it will still be a close tussle between all 8 lanes. But it's lane number 4, AIM Hatim, who's going to edge out his competitors Hesandu and Seniru in lanes 5 and 6.
Did a massive shift coming in from AM Hatim. As Randeep did mention, one of the recognized swimmers in this age category, and is making that favorite tagline, is justifying it with a brilliant start in this boys under 17 200 meter individual medley. It is closely contested by Akalanka Nisal from St. Joseph's College. Is now going head to head. Akalanka Nisal with a massive push off the wall, but Hatim up to it to take back the lead.
Yes, Hatim from Lyceum International School, Nugegoda, is challenged now by Akalanka Nisal in lane number 3. So definitely a fight between those two lanes for the gold medal, but also in lanes number 2 and 5, that's Rehan Jasuria and Hesadu Kodagoda will be fighting for that bronze medal, along with Senator Fernando from Loyola College Nigambo in lane number 6. So once again an exciting final, a tussle for those 3 medals, but it is AIM Hatim at the moment clearly in front from his competitors, and he'll bring the gold home for himself and Lyceum International School Nugegoda. And following in second is lane number 3, Akalanka Nisal. And heading into the last 15, Reshwan, it's AIM Hatim who'll bring the gold in for him.
Indeed, quite convincingly as well for AIM Hatim, as he closes in on a special finish. He ends off a timing of 2 minutes and 19 seconds. It was a close tussle for that second spot as well between Akalanka Nisal and Hesadu Kodagoda. Nisal finishing second, with Hesadu Kodagoda finishing in third position. And the next final coming up, the girls under 20 200 meter individual medley.
And lining up lanes 1 through 8, we have Ohasi Utsara, Shanesa Adams, Dinagi Gamage, W. Vijay Singh, Kitumi Nandasoma, Shavira Kandagama, Michaela Vimalasena, and Dinirika Kirani Jai Singh from Mahamaya Girls College, Kandy. And those are the 8 finalists for the girls under 20 200 meter individual medley. And the one to watch out for will be W. Vijay Singh in lane number 4 and Kitumi Nandasoma in lane number 5. Those 2 lanes are the golden lanes and the ones to watch out for. And if you're just joining us here, it's the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships 2026. This is day 5, the final day. And this is also powered by HNB and brought to you by Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. And if you want to watch the remaining finals as well, as we have the 50-meter freestyles coming up, you can watch it on Dialog TV channel number 20, thepapare.com, and the Dialog View app as well. And back to the focus on the boys, the girls under 20 200 meter IM. And at the moment, it's lane number 3, Dinagi Gamage from Visaka Vidyalaya, who's just in the lead, followed closely by lanes number 4 and 5, that's W. Vijay Singh and Kitumi Nandasoma. But Kitumi Nandasoma now will want to challenge lanes 3 and 4 as she's falling back a bit. But Dinagi and W. Vijay Singh seems to be going stroke for stroke at the moment, heading into the first 100 meters. And we do have the breaststroke and the freestyle 50 meters coming up. It's definitely going to be interesting who pulls away in the breaststroke, as the freestyle is an all-out sprint and will set the tone. At the moment, Dinagi seems to be just half a body length in front of her competitor, W. Vijay Singh from KIC Aquatics. And also fighting for that bronze spot is Kitumi Nandasoma in lane number 5 from Lyceum International School, Gampaha. And heading into the wall, you can clearly see now Vijay Singh increasing her stroke rate and will touch the wall roughly at the same time of Dinagi Gamage, and it's set up for an all-out battle for the final 50 meters in the freestyle. But at the moment, it's Dinagi Gamage from Visaka Vidyalaya who's pulling away, isn't it, Reshwan?
Indeed, she's really managed things well in the previous 150 meters. And looking to close on and go away with that gold is Dinagi Gamage. And surely with a body length, more than a body length lead, she'll go over and touch that wall for the first spot.
And also a close battle between lanes number 5 and 4 for the silver and the bronze. But it is Kitumi who touches for the silver. And Shemida who touches for the bronze. And moving on to the boys under 2200 meter IM lanes 1 through 8, we have AM Randuna, AF Hassan, Senita Denal, Netuka Pereira, CJ Nyandagala, Qaid Farouk, Yaish Arafat, and Joash Peters to line up the 8 finalists. And at the moment in lane number 5 and 2, that's Nyandagala and AF Hassan at the moment in the lead, but also lane number 3, that's Senita Denal fighting for that top spot. But touching the wall first will be Nyandagala from St. Anthony's College, Kandy, and he'll be followed by Senita Denal from St. Joseph's College and AF Hassan from St. Thomas College, Mount Lavinia. And also trying to catch up is Netuka Pereira from AIS in lane number 4. So still heading into the first 100 meters, aren't we, Reshwana? It's going to be a close tussle for the gold, silver and bronze.
Indeed, we'll be in for a very, very thrilling finish here. The boys under 2200 meter individual medley. The meter record set by Matthew Vape Singh way back in 2015. 2 minutes and 10 seconds is the meet record timing set by Matthew Vape Singh. This is very, very close. In lane number 3, Senita Denal from St. Joseph's College. Going quite closely with Netuka Pereira in lane number 4 and CJ Nyandagala in lane number 5. But currently in a pole position to go on and finish in that number 1 spot is Senita Denal. Turning off the wall for this final 50 meters. Plenty of confidence, but it's CJ Nyandagala from St. Anthony's College, Kandy, breathing right down his neck. But with the final 25 meters approaching, it's Senita Denal with the lead and probably will go off the waters with the gold medal. A close tussle nevertheless for that second spot, Randev, as Senita Denal finishes off first, and a very, very close finish for that silver medal, and that will probably head to Netuka Pereira in lane number 4.
Is Netuka Pereira coming from behind and managing to pass CJ Nyandagala as well in lane number 5. That was a mighty shift in the last 25 by Netuka Pereira, and he'll definitely grab that silver medal. And Senita Denal on his own, making sure he grabs the gold in this boys under 2200 meter individual medley. But it was an exciting finish as the silver and bronze was closely tussled. But now we are quickly moving on to the women's 20 and over 200 meter IM, and lanes 1 through 7 we have Selini Senitya, Sandani Tenakon, Nishka Nanyakara, Hiruki De Silva, Dinali Karunadasa, Navanjana Sirivardhana and AM Shanti. And we do have 4 swimmers from Killavale Aquatics. And in lane number 1, Selini from Sri Lanka Air Force. Fortunately, she will not be there to swim, but nevertheless, Sandani Tendakon from KDU. And in the final lane, lane number 7, A.M. Shanti from Sri Lanka Army. And, the best seed time is from Hiruki De Silva, 2 minutes 26 seconds and a couple of micros. So she'll be the one to watch out for. And she is also the record holder for this event last year. So she'll want to best her timing as well. And at the moment, great underwater there by Hiruki De Silva. But in the butterfly length, it's Nishka Nanyakara, also from Kilowell Aquatics, who's challenging her fellow teammate, also competitor in this particular event. And heading into the last couple of meters in the first length, it'll be a close tussle between Nishka and Hiruki. And after that turn, it's Hiruki De Silva who manages to edge out Nishka. And Reshwan, these two will be battling it out for the gold medal.
Indeed, a very close one. But right now, in front is Hiruki De Silva. Hiruki De Silva really in front by a decent margin over Nishka Nanyakara. Both swimmers coming from the Kilowell Aquatics group.
And currently in lane number 4, Hiruki De Silva, who has managed to extend her lead by about 1.5 body lengths. And Nishka Nanyakara also from Kilowell Aquatics, like I mentioned earlier, is trying to challenge the record holder in this particular event. But also in lane number 6, that's Navanjana Sirivardhana, will try to vie for that silver or bronze medal as she's getting close to Nishka Nanyakara. So that's a challenge you want to watch out for. But at the moment, it's Hiruki De Silva now who's heading into the last 50, and she'll definitely look to pull away from the challenger. It'll be a tough task for Nishka to catch up, and Hiruki De Silva now will be difficult to beat her record, but she'll definitely get the gold medal in this event. At lane number 6, that's Navanjana Sirivardhana, who's trying to battle it out for the silver medal. But nevertheless, last couple of meters, and it is Hiruki De Silva who will touch for the gold, slower than her record time last year. Nevertheless, still a gold medal, and touching in second place is Nishka Nanyakara, and for the bronze medal is Navanjana Sirivardhana.
Yet another convincing win for Hiruki De Silva, as she goes back-to-back gold medals in the women 20 and over 2200 meter individual medley. As we approach yet another final, this time the men's 20 and over 200 meter individual medley coming up after the women's final. Just the 3 participants in lane number 3, SN Ranavira, Gavin Karnanayaka in lane number 4, and Senitha Tenuvara in lane number 5. A forces battle in the waters, with SN Ranavira representing Sri Lanka Navy, Gavin Karnanayaka representing Sri Lanka Army, and Senitha Tenuvara representing Sri Lanka Air Force.
And just waiting for the previous final swimmers to get out, and we'll be starting now the men's 20 and over 200 meter individual medley. The record is held by Matthew Abe Singer back in 2016, 2 minutes and 7 seconds, so that'll be difficult to best. But at the moment, heading into the first 25, it's Senitha Tenuvara from the Sri Lankan Air Force, who's having a slender lead over Gavin Karunanayaka from the Sri Lankan Army. And Gavin Karunayaka, the senior man here in this heat, with his fellow swimmers 4 to 5 years younger than him.
Well, that's a very, very good turn coming in from Senitha Tenuvara, representing Sri Lanka Air Force, currently in the lead. And plenty of catching up to do for SN Ranavira and Gavin Karunanayaka. Tenuvara off to a brilliant start. This turn off the wall will be very, very important for him to try and maintain his lead. And a brilliant turn off the wall from Tenuvara. Karunanayaka and Ranavira following up.
At the moment, it's Senitha Tenuvara running away with this race, and heading into the last 15 meters of the breaststroke, he's built a sizable lead over his competitors. And Gavin looking up for that silver medal, challenged by SN Ranavira. And touching the wall will be Senitha Tenuvara heading into the last 50 meters, and definitely an easy 50 freestyle for him. And clearly motoring away, and he's looking to best his time of 2 minutes and 24 seconds in his seed times. But now a close tussle between Gavin and SN Ranavira for that silver medal. At the moment it is Gavin who's edging out heading into the last 25, but it is Senitha Tenuvara from Sri Lanka Air Force who touches the wall around that 2:20 mark. If it's correct on our unofficial clock, he's bested his seed time. That's a personal best for him. And Gavin from Sri Lanka Army will touch the wall second for that silver medal. And Senitha Tenuvara from, SN Ranavira from Sri Lanka Navy will get the bronze. So a dominant display by Senitha Tenuvara, and he does get the gold medal in the men's 20 and over. And to take you through the 50-meter freestyle finals, it'll be Nathan and Sitara.
So thank you, Randeep and Reshwan. We are into the final few events now of this 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships for 2026. It's the 50-meter freestyle finals, starting with the girls under 11. Just waiting for these under 11 girls to line up. But for this in lane order, from lane number 1, we'll have Radhini Nulansa, Eli De Silva, Reheni Gunatilaka, Yasasvi Ekanayaka, Nataya Liyanage, Savindhya De Silva, Nisali Jayavira, and Abhimani Dinetwa. Let's take a look at the starting lineup on your screen there. Ekanayaka, 35.53 seconds her qualifying time. The favorite to go all the way in this particular event, and the meet record currently held by Vandani Fernando, 32.66 seconds, established back in 2019. Just a few more events left then in this championship. It's been 5 long days for these swimmers, and what an exciting way to close it out, isn't it, Sitara, with a 50-meter freestyle race where you can really just give it your all for that one lap.
Definitely one of the more exhilarating events is this 50-meter freestyle. I'm sure all these young girls and boys are excited to get this meet over with early in this season. So awaiting our first heat in this girls under 11 50-meter freestyle final. There seems to be a hold up on that side.
Yes, it's like we're just waiting for the marshals to get back into place. Last few races were all started from the opposite end, isn't it? As you take a look at some of the teams, as the Trinity College team had some good performances throughout, and they're here in their numbers to cheer on their schoolmates and their teammates. And obviously some tired looking faces after 5 days of intense action out in these waters.
There we have the ladies college swimming team.
It's like we're all set to go. Our first 50-meter freestyle final. And straight away, these girls just giving it their all, trying to breathe as little as possible, getting their strokes in. Really splash in the water into the last 25 meters now. Still pretty neck and neck. Looks like it's lane number 3 that's just pipped herself head, or lane number 2 rather. And lane number 5 as well, keeping her name in the mix, but will be a really close one to call. But looks like lane number 5 has done just enough in that final 25 meters. That's Nataya Lianage for Hillwood College Kandy. She'll take gold in the girls under 11 50-meter freestyle.
What a start to these 50-meter finals. An amazing performance by these under 11 girls in that final, clocking definitely sub their prelim timings. They will be very happy with that performance. Moving on to the boys under 11 50-meter freestyle.
Yes, taking a look at the starting lineup. From lane number 1, we'll have Sejan, Sandeep, Kiriyarachi, Jasurya, Amarasekara, Patirana, Yetmika and Vikramarachi. And the best time in by Sehas Jayasurya from St. Peter's College, 33.76 seconds.
Current record held by Mihit Ekneliagoda with 31.51 seconds back in 2019. Hopefully these young boys will try and break this record.
So all of them coming in with excellent qualifying times, all less than 35 seconds. So expect another really closely fought race.
Coming out last in that 50 meters is lane number 3, Kiriyarachi. Going into this first 25 of this 50 meters, it is neck and neck here in the boys under 11 50-meter freestyle. Definitely between lanes 3, 5 and 6 for that first place position. Slightly going ahead is lane number 3, trying not to breathe towards that last 15 meters, trying to finish this race off, securing his first place position. And it is lane number 3 with a very close finish by lane number 4.
It's neck and neck there between Kiriyarachi and Jayasurya. Both finishing within a few micros of each other. You can see Kiriyarachi with a bit of a celebration out to the rest of the pool as well at the end of that, and he's deserved it. Gets himself the gold medal, and he's pumped.
Up next we have the girls under 13 50-meter final. Ranushi Jayasuriya in lane 1, Nulara Jayasekara in lane 2, Praneepa De Silva in lane 3, Visakya Dias in lane 4, Juliana Pereira in lane 5, Osandi Ranavira in lane 6, Inukishana in lane 7 and Setuki Vikramasinghe in lane 8.
Yes, Juliana Pereira in lane 5 already has a gold medal to her name in the 200-meter freestyle. So we'll be hoping for another one. This time across just one lap. Visakya Dias though with the best timing of just 30.19 seconds. And the current meet record 30.58 seconds by Disali Lokuvatta rather, just last year. Keep an eye out for Dias in lane number 4. Crosses the halfway mark, just under 15 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a really close one for Visakya Dias, closely followed by lane number 5, Juliana Pereira. But Visakya Dias just pulling away in this final stretch. And just over 30 seconds on the clock when she touched, and that could potentially, Sitara, be another meet record broken at this 50th National Age Group Championship And of course, we are pending an official confirmation, but what a swim it was from Visakya.
Fantastic swim indeed. Did take maximum of 2 breaths in that 50-meter freestyle, and at this under 13 level, definitely impressive swim by that entire heat as well.
Yes, certainly one for the record books, as we'll move into the boys under 13 50-meter freestyle now. For this in lane order, from lane number 1, Udamsa, Gavesh Edirisinghe, Dilusha Perumantantri, WSD Sirivardhana, Yetum Sandilu, Sayan Rajapaksha, IDA Veerasinghe and DIM Vikramaratna. And it is Sirivardhana with a timing of 30.12 seconds that has come into this one as the favorite in lane 4. And the meet record held by Bihandu Hansana, established back in 2018 with a time of 27.63 seconds.
Sirivardhana with that 30-second split in this 50-meter freestyle, going in for that first place position, passing that 25-meter mark first is Sirivardhana, closely followed by lane number 5, Sandilu, as well as Rajapaksha in lane number 7.
So it's going to be a close one, but looks like lane number 4 does have that advantage. The favorite coming into this one has done justice to his tag, 29.85 seconds when he touched sub 30 for under 13 boys. Amazing stuff from Sirivardhana, and he gets a deserved gold medal under his belt.
Up next we have the girls under 15 50-meter freestyle. In lane 1, TR Abhiratna. In lane 2, Tushali Bandaranayaka. In lane 3, Disali Lokuvithana. In lane 4, Shanudi Mihansa. In lane 5, Liara Dizoiza. In lane 6, Elena Maufer. In lane 7, Oshira Karunaratna. In lane 8, Chenuki Liara. Elena Maufer swimming multiple events today, if I'm not mistaken, showing that she will dominate this as well. But the name to look out for is Shanudi Mihansa in lane 4, as well as Liara Dizoiza in lane 5.
So Lokuvithana also someone who has impressed us, so expect this to be a really close one. They're off, and last out of the underwater is Maufer in lane number 6. Like we said, it's really close, and it is going to be neck and neck heading into that final 25 meters. Lane number 3 just peeping herself ahead, or lane number 4 Radha Mihansa. But as they approach that final stretch, it's going to be a really close one to call. It's like it is lane number 3, Lokuvithana with the advantage. Can lane number 5 beat her to it? And oh, that's really close, Sitara. Lanes 3 and 5 touching, I'm sure, within just a few micros of each other. And both of them, I'm sure, meeting that sub 30 threshold as well.
Lokuvithana and Dizoiza keeping competition till that last 5 meters. Definitely too close for us to call from up here. Exciting finals here at the Sugathadasa with this last event of the National Age Groups tournament. Definitely exciting end to this 5th day.
So now moving into the boys under 15 in lane order. From lane number 1, he'll have Risindu Fonseca, Abhiman Hettiarachchi, SC Gunatilaka, Hashel Senarath, Kadir Rushdi, VS Nimtaka, Carter Joseph and VO Vijayratna. So plenty of familiar names in this one too. And Hashel Senarath from Gateway College coming in with the best seeded time of 27.4 seconds. And will want to break Kaila Besingha's 12-year-old record of 25.11 seconds for this particular event.
Wonderful start there by Hashel Senarath of Gateway College, Colombo. Going into this boys under 15 50-meter freestyle final. Definitely a well-competed heat here between lanes 2 and 4 for that first place position. Coming down to that last 15 meters. Definitely going to be up to that last 5 meters actually. Coming in first is lane number 4. Very close to call, and I think it was lane number 2 coming in second, but we'll wait for those official timings. What a race, the boys under 15 50-meter freestyle final.
Yes, and what an incredible pace as well, isn't it? 26.64 seconds on our unofficial timing. That's much better than their qualifying times, all above 27 seconds. So brilliant stuff, and kudos to Hashel, who's got himself a gold medal.
Up
Now
next, we have the girls under 17 50-meter freestyle. In lane number 1, Onara De Silva. In lane number 2, Tinuli Setlini. In lane number 3, Heshara De Silva. In lane number 4, Unaya Pereira. In lane number 5, Senuki De Silva. In lane number 6, Danuthi Vikramaratna. In lane number 7, KTT Damsarani. In lane number 8, Dehemi Belpage.
Yes, and Unaya Pereira, 29.63, alongside Senuki De Silva, 29.69. Both with sub 30 timings coming into this one, and Kimiko Rahim's record established back in 2014 for 27.47 seconds is the time they're trying to beat.
Unaya Pereira coming out of that underwater first, trying to hit that 25-meter mark first, and she does, but very closely behind her is lane number 5, Senuki De Silva, competing for that top position. Definitely a very competitive heat here in the girls under 17.
So it looks like it is lane number 4, Unaya Pereira, comfortably finishing with around 28.2 seconds on our unofficial clocks. Brilliant swim from Unaya. Got herself another gold medal. And eventually had about a body length between her and De Silva in lane number 5 when she did finish that race.
Up next, we have the boys under 17 50-meter freestyle with Tulaksha Ganindu in lane 1, Setum Tenakon in lane 2, Hesendu Goda in lane 3, WNA Piris in lane 4, Vishwa Prashant in lane 5, Helika Fernando in lane 6, Binuga Netsilu in lane 7, and Yanal Kodikara in lane 8.
And WNA Piris with the best time in 25.45 seconds. And closely followed by Prashant with 25.83 seconds. The best timings coming into this event, and the record held by Kaila Vesing at 23.77 seconds back in 2016.
Wonderful underwaters by this entire heat here in the boys under 17 final. Going into that 25-meter mark in this 50 freestyle, there is nothing to change these few middle lane swimmers here in lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6, coming to the last 15 meters of their 50-meter freestyle. I do think it may be lane number 3 actually that touches the touchpad first. However, we will have to wait for those official timings to confirm, but what a race it was in this boys under 17 50-meter freestyle final.
Yes, brilliant once again. Really closely fought race. You can see they are neck and neck at the halfway stage, and lanes number 3 and 5, Kodagoda and Prashant, in just a couple of micros of each other, and at a good time as well. So we take a look at the lineup for the girls under 20 50-meter freestyle, and in lane order from lane number 1, Sachini Gamage, Sanaya Nanayakara, Netali Ouchkroon, Jessie Seniviratna, Lehara Melegoda, Tenushi Kalavitegoda, Andrea Tirukuma and Martha Fernando, and Jessie Seniviratna with a timing of 28.84 seconds, the favorite in lane number 4, and Kimiko Rahim's record of 26.49 seconds established back in 2016 is the current meet record.
Exciting heat here in the girls under 20 category of this 50-meter freestyle final. Going into that, wonderful underwaters there by Jessie Seniviratna in lane 4. Going into that 25-meter mark, I do think it will be Jessie crossing over first, and it is very well competed for that second and third place position. Coming in lane number 3 is Netherly from Holy Family Convent, competing for those top 3 positions, but I do think it will be Jessie Seniviratna taking this girls under 20 freestyle gold, and she does touch the wall first, closely followed by lane numbers 5 and 3.
So quite comfortably in the end for Seniviratna, 27.8 seconds was the time on our clock. Jessie swimming for Lyceum International School, Gampaha, and just dominated that one from start to finish, and quite a comfortable victory for her in the end. to take the girls under 20 50 meter freestyle gold medal. As we move now to the boys category and some heavy hitters in this one. So we take a look at the lineup from lane number 1. TT Vikramaratna, Danush Vijay Sundara, SI Nawaz, AN Dabare, MF Muhammad, Sasmita Vattarantan, Gumsara Veerasinghe and IA Disanayaka. Dabare and Muhammad the ones to watch out for, both with sub 25 time-ins.
Definitely Dabare and Muhammad definitely looking to break that 2017 record established by Kyle Abesinghe in this boys under 20 50 meter freestyle. What a heat here in this boys under 20 50 meter freestyle. Slightly ahead is MF Muhammad of Zahira College, trying to gain that advantage and breathe with absolutely no breaths actually taken in this last 15 meters, securing his first place, subbing almost 23 to 24 seconds. Hopefully he would have broken that record, but what a swim by all these young boys in this boys under 20 50 meter freestyle.
It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant from Muhammad. Just under 25 seconds on our clock, or under 24 seconds on our clock when he touched rather, and pending an official confirmation, potentially another meet record on the cards here. Brilliant from Muhammad. He takes a deserved goal. As we now move into the open categories, our last two races of the day, starting with the women's open. And in lane order from lane number 1, Fernando Silva, Bandula Sena, Caitlin De Silva, Nanyakara, Varsha and Kumaranayaka. And Caitlin comfortably coming in as the favorite with a timing of 27.7 seconds. Meet record, a fairly new one established by Hiruki De Silva back in 2025. The timing of 27.99.
Caitlin definitely looking to better this record by her teammate Hiruki De Silva back in 2025. I'm sure all these young swimmers, actually older swimmers, women's 20 and over in this 50 meter freestyle final, aiming to hit those 27 to 29 seconds in this final of this women's 20 and over.
So a bit of a hold up here before we can get underway. Yes, as we come into our last couple of races, Sitara, what a meet it's been, isn't it? Right from day one. Seen plenty of records shattered. We've seen some really good performances by all these athletes. And certainly one to remember this 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships.
Indeed, I'm sure all these athletes ready to finish this national age group meet off in their calendars, coming to the last two heats of this entire 5-day meet.
There's a few of your juniors here, I assume, Sitara?
Yes, the ladies college swimming team looking very tired after 5 days, I'm sure, waiting for their former captain to finish her heat off, unsure of what the delay is on the right side of the pool.
So looks like there's been some confusion regarding the lane order. Hopefully that's resolved soon and we can get underway. But yes, kudos to the organizers. There has been minimal delay at this 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships, proudly sponsored of course by HNB, who have come on board for most of the aquatic sports related stuff over the past year and a half or so, and brought to you on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. So we are good to go then in the Women's Open 50 meter freestyle.
And they're off already with a very impressive underwater is Caitlin De Silva of Kilowells Aquatics, coming to that 25 meter mark with a steady lead. Not closely, very closely followed actually is Nishka Nanyakara of Kilowells as well. Going into that last 15 meters of their 50 meter freestyle is Caitlin De Silva and Nishka Nanyakara. Caitlin De Silva touching the touchpad first, with Nishka Nanyakara closely following. And in that third place we will have in number 6 and 3 competing for that bronze medal.
So that's very good stuff from Caitlin De Silva. 27.21 seconds on our unofficial timing. So pending a confirmation, we might have another new meet record. Caitlin De Silva beating her teammate and breaking the record just a year later at the 2026 championships. And now into our last event of the day and last event of this meet, the men's open 50-meter freestyle finals. And taking a look at the lineup from lane number 1, KK De Silva, Dinal Veerasinghe, Panduka Lohan, Kaila Besinghe, Kavisha Tenuwara, AR Faham, Chris Pavitra and Malisha Fonseca. And Kaila Besinghe with 24.03 comes in with the best timing and comes in as the favorite. And it's his brother's record that still stands since 2018 of 22.65 seconds.
Sure, Kyle is looking to break this record here in the men 20 and over 50-meter freestyle. We're on for a very good last final of this national age group meet here at the Sugathadasa Stadium. Wonderful underwaters there by Kyle Abesinghe, coming out last in this 50-meter freestyle, passing that 25-meter mark, but not far behind him is lane number 3, Lohan from the Sri Lanka Navy, competing for that first place position, as well as lane number 5, Kavisha Tenuwara, but it is Kyle Abesinghe that touches the wall first, closely followed by lane numbers 5 and 3. What a race that was.
It's just 23.22 seconds on our unofficial timing. That's a really good going by Kyle Abesinghe, and like you said, closely followed by Panduka Lohan and Tenuwara on either side of him. It's dominated by Abesinghe from start to finish, but you saw just how close that ending got there. And I think Tenuwara snapped that silver medal, and Lohan will have to settle for a bronze in the men's open 50-meter freestyle. And with that, we have come to an end for today's events. And we'll head into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We have the prize distribution on the other side.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And it's out caught. That was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. 2 giants, 2 legacies, 1 battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
Haye paharabal. Tiyunu kadulu dawa ganeen. මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා. කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play App එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
New Zealand under 85 kilo warriors return to Sri Lanka for another doubleheader as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD, the Dialog Play App, and ThePapare.com as the historic series unfolds for a second time.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews, and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. spectacle in franchise cricket. Indian Premier League is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙළිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න. රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නමමන්න. සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක් ETV හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And it's out caught. That was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
හයේ පහරවල් දියුණු කඩුලු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා. කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play app එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
The New Zealand under 85 kilo Warriors return to Sri Lanka for another doubleheader as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD, the Dialog Play App, and ThePapare.com as the historic series unfolds for a second time.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to ThePapare, your home for all things sports. Live the action. Feel the excitement. The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
Elevate your game with ThePapare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to ThePapare, your home for all things sports. Live the action. Feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙළිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න. රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නරඹන්න. සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක් ETV හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And it's out caught, that was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
හයේ පහරවල් දියුණු කඩුලු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play App එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 278ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
The New Zealand under 85 kilo Warriors return to Sri Lanka for another doubleheader as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD, the Dialog Play App, and ThePapare.com as the historic series unfolds for a second time.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Cope technique.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙළිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න. රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නරඹන්න. සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක් ET හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And it's out caught. That was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
හයේ පහරවල් දියුණු කඩුලු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න අදම Dialog Play App එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
The New Zealand under 85 kilo Warriors return to Sri Lanka for another doubleheader as the Tuskers prepare for thrilling challenges in Colombo and Kandy. Can Sri Lanka make an impact this time around, or will the visitors once again walk away with the trophy? Catch all the action live on the Papare 1 HD, the Dialog Play App, and ThePapare.com as the historic series unfolds for a second time.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every Yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
Yes, welcome back to the Sugathadasa as we're all set for the prize distribution after a long 5 days here at the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships. With that being said, we'll now head downstairs for the presentation.
Indicate And in first place, S. Megumi Kularatna of Lyceum International School, Vattala. Boys under 15 200 meter freestyle. In third place, S.C. Gunatilaka of Trinity College, Kandy. In second place, Vinul S. Ranavira of SNS Swimming Academy. And in first place, A.A.S. Tigera of St. Joseph's College. Girls under 17 200 meter freestyle. In third place, Anjali Satsarani of Lyceum International School, Vattala. In second place, Yunaya Pereira of Lyceum International School, Gampaha. And in first place, Rushali Disanayaka of Museus College. Boys under 17 200 meter freestyle. In third place, Dulaksha Ganidu of Lyceum International School, Gampaha. In second place, Jaden De Silva of Stafford International School. And in first place, KVT Elisha of Thurston College. Girls under 20 200 meter freestyle. In third place, Vandani Fernando of Lyceum International School, Vattala. In second place, Pamudi Jayaratna of Visaka Vidyalaya. And in first place, MGT Lehara Melegoda of Anula Vidyalaya, Nugegoda. Boys under 20 200 meter freestyle. In third place, WMS Fernando of Ananda College. In second place, Lithum De Silva of Gateway College, Colombo. And in first place, Yashit Vijayasundara of Stafford International School. Women 20 and over 200 meter freestyle. In third place, Navanjana Sirivardhan of Kilobela Aquatics. In second place, Dinali Karunadas of Kilobela Aquatics. And in first place, Hiruki De Silva of Kilobela Aquatics. Men 20 and over 200 meter freestyle. In third place, Kavisha Tenuva of St. Sebastian College, Moratuwa. In second place, W.A. Chris Pavitra of Sri Lanka Police. And in first place, Visindu Niriella of Kilawela Aquatics. Girls under 11 200 meter IM. In third place, R.G. Shenali Imara of Dharmasa College, Ambalangoda. In second place, Kinara Pereira of Holy Family Convent, Bambalapitiya. And in first place, Abhimani Yatavara of Lyceum International School, Kurunegala. Boys under 11 200 meter IM. In third place, Gabra Paravadina of Nalanda College. In second place, GVD Nirod of Sri Sumangala College, Panudura. And in first place, Omet Patirana of Lyceum International School, Gampaha. Girls under 13 200 meter IM. In third place, Kiara Bandara of Ladies College. In second place, SAD Tasanya of Dharmasaka College, Ambalangoda. And in first place, Marian Surya Rachi of Ceylon Aquatics. Boys under 13 200 meter IM. In third place, Nehansa Veerakkodi of Royal College. In second place, Yasiru Jayadeva of Lyceum International School, Panudura. And in first place, Setun Rajapaksha of Lyceum International School, Nugegoda. Girls under 15 200 meter IM. In third place, Avya Amarasinghe of Colombo International School. In second place, Elisha Samuel of Jeffari Dulapandan Swim School. And in first place, Inuki Muthuhetty of Lyceum International School, Wattala. Boys under 15 200 meter IM. In third place, Aaron Ranavira of St. Joseph's College. In second place, Devi Mevlimada of Gateway College. And in first place, Aaron Diseram of St. Joseph's College. Thank you, Mr. Chulasiri, for distributing the awards. Now we call upon Mrs. Gimhani Tennakoon Alahakun, of the brand manager of HNB Private Limited Company, to distribute the following awards. Girls under 17 200 meter IM in third place, Naduli Gamage of Nucius College. In second place, KTT Damsalani of SNS Swimming Academy. And in first place, KK Dilushi Dilusara of Gampaha District Life Saving Association. Boys under 17 200 meter IM in third place, Hesendu Kodagoda of Nalanda College. In second place, R.A. Akanaka Nisal of St. Joseph's College. And in first place, A.I.M. Hatim of Lyceum International School, Nugegoda. Girls under 20 200 meter IM. In third place, WML Vijay Singh of KIC Aquatics. In second place, Kitumi Nandasoma of Lyceum International School, Gampaha. And in first place, Dinagi Metunli Gamage of Visakha Vidyalaya. Boys under 20 200 meter IM. In third place, CJ Niyadagala of St. Anthony's College, Kandy. In second place, Nituka Pereira of Asian International School. And in first place, Senita Dinal of St. Joseph's College. Women 20 and over 200 meter butterfly. The women 20 and over 200 meter IM. In third place, Navanjana Sirivardhana of Kilowale Aquatics. In second place, Nishka Nanayakar of Kilowale Aquatics. And in first place, Hiruki Disilva of Kilowale Aquatics. Men 20 and over 200 meter IM. In third place, S.N. Ranavira of Sri Lanka Navy. In second place, Gavin Karunanayaka of Sri Lanka Army. And in first place, Senitha Tenuvara of Sri Lanka Air Force. Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Miss Gimhani Elehakon, for distributing the awards. Now we call upon Mr. Chethiya Vijayaratna, the Assistant Secretary of Sri Lanka Sports Union, to distribute the following awards. Girls under 11 50-meter freestyle. In third place, Savindhya De Silva of Lyceum International School, Panadura. In second place, Yashasvi Ekanayaka of Horizon College International. And in first place, Nataya Leonege of Hillwood College, Kandy. Boys under 11 50-meter freestyle. In third place, Omet Patirana of Lyceum International School, Gampaha. In second place, Sehas Jayasuri of St. Peter's College. And in first place, Nipika Kiriarachi of Lyceum International School, Gampaha. Girls under 13 50-meter freestyle. In third place, Osandi Ranavira of Lyceum International School, Panudra. In second place, Juliana Pereira of Lyceum International School, Gampaha. And in first place, Visakya Dias of Lyceum International School, Nugegoda. Boys under 13 50-meter freestyle. In third place, Dilusha Perumantantri of Lyceum International School, Gampaha. In second place, M.W. Yathum Sandilu of Royal College. And in first place, W.S.D. Sirivardhan of SNS Swimming Academy. Girls under 15 50-meter freestyle. In third place, Alena Maufer of Jepari Dulapandan Swim School. In second place, Disali Lokuvitana of Royal Institute. And in first place, Liara De Soisa of Colombo International School. Boys under 15 50-meter freestyle. In third place, H.K. Abhimani Hettiarachi of Thurston College. In second place, S.C. Gunatilaka of Trinity College, Kandy. And in first place, Hashel Senarath of Gateway College, Colombo. Girls under 17 50-meter freestyle. In joint third place, KTT Damsarani of SNS Swimming Academy and Heshara De Silva of Lyceum International School, Gampaha. In joint third place, KTT Damsarani of SNS Swimming Club Academy, and Heshara De Silva of Lyceum International School, Gampaha. In second place, Senuki De Silva of Museus College, and in first place, Unaya Pereira of Lyceum International School, Gampaha. Boys under 17 50-meter freestyle. In third place, Vishwa Prashant of Central College, Piliandala. In second place, WNA Piris of St. Thomas's College, Mount Lebanon. And in first place, Hesandu Kodagoda of Nalanda College. Girls under 20 50-meter freestyle. In third place, Nithali Outroon of Holy Family Convent, Bambalapitiya. In second place, MGT Lehara Melegoda of Anula Vidyalaya, Nugegoda. And in first place, Jessie Seniviratna of Lyceum International School, Gampaha. Boys under 20 50-meter freestyle. In third place, ANN Dabri of Ananda College. In second place, SI Nawaz of St. Thomas's College, Mount Lebanon. And in first place, MF Mohammed of Zahira College. Yeah, 23, 24. Women 20 and over 50-meter butterfly. In third place, SNS Silva of Penguin Aquatic Club. In second place, Nishka Nanayakar of Kilowale Aquatics. And in first place, Caitlin De Silva of Kilowale Aquatics. Men 20 and over 50-meter freestyle. In third place, RPL Lohan of Sri Lanka Navy. In second place, Kavisha Tenuvara of St. Sebastian College, Moratuwa. And in first place, Kaila Basing of Kilowale Aquatics. Men 20 and over 50 meter freestyle. In third place, RPL Lohan of Sri Lanka Navy. In second place, Kavisha Tenuvara of St. Sebastian College, Moratuwa. And in first place, Kyle Abe Singh of Kilowale Aquatics. Thank you, Mr. Chaitya Vijayaratna, for distributing the awards. Now we call upon Mr. Ishara Tilakaratna, the brand manager of HNB and the director of marketing, to distribute the championships. Girls under 11 championship goes to Sandani Nihinsa of Horizon College International. Boys under 11 champion goes to Omet Patiran of Lyceum International School, Gampaha. Girls under 11 Girls under 13 championship goes to Visakya Dias of Lyceum International School, Nugegoda. Under 13 boys, championship goes to WSD Sirivardhan of SNS Swimming Academy. Thank you, Mr. Isharat. Now we call upon Mr. Chaitya Vijayaratna to distribute the next set of awards. Under 15 girls championship goes to Inuki Muthuheti of Lyceum International School, Vattala, and S. Megumi Kularatna of Lyceum International School, Vattala. Joint championship. Boys under 15 championship goes to AAS Figueira of St. Joseph's College. Thank you, Mr. Chethi Vijayaratna, for distributing the awards. Now we call upon Mr. Mahinda Liyanage, the Secretary of the Sri Lanka Aquatic Sports Union, to distribute the next set of awards. Girls under 17 championship goes to Rishali Disanayak of Lucius College. Boys under 17 championship goes to AIM Hatim of Lyceum International School, Nugegoda. Thank you, Mr. Mahinda Liyanage, for distributing the awards. Now we call upon Mr. Major General Manade Ahampat to distribute the next set of awards. Women 20 overall championship goes to Jessie Senaviratna of Lyceum International School, Gampaha. The under 20 men championship goes to MF Mohammed of Zahira College. And over women. Overall championship goes to Navanjana Sirivardhana of Kilawale Aquatic.
stand by for opener.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare.
3, 2, 1, roll.
ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare සමග.
Welcome back to the Papare.
Welcome to the live broadcast on the Papare.
Good luck, guys. Good luck, everyone.
The Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 television sports channel.